outside from the camp, you can go in fast and you can steal if you really wanted to. But that was more of a risky play, but in the meantime, you are closer to the turtle. In the end of the day, that's not the right choice, and RSG SG, especially for Jay, did manage to catch him up pretty nicely.
Very good zonal control from RSG SG. Now that the mid lane T1's already pried open, you have a lot of ways that you can play around this, especially when you have that Suyo able to just go into that jungles, get out just in time. So Kingdom Esports really has to watch out for wherever they step. And Louisa just seems like he can't do anything right now. If he steps a little bit too far off, here comes the SOD. Here comes Yon in with the stun as well. So difficult for Kingdom Esports to really play around in this mid-game status that they're in. But for RSG SG, things are looking hella good as long as they stay in team fights.
I mean, in terms of hero compositions, I would definitely say that Louisa will have a difficult time trying to get himself over to the back lines. We do have closer. It's just constantly just chasing down the Joy if they really wanted to.
Ooh.
Oh!
Nice little tsunami slam. Pop the flicker, but it might be worth it as FMM goes down by the hands of closer. And Kingdom Esports just scrambling, tries to push down that top side, but unable to do any more. CS tries to take over that T2 down the bot side. Will ditch for now, but there's a lot of space opened up for RSG to take that first Lord.
And just so we have 9 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, the Lord is appeared. And in this case, Madara is here.
Madara is here.
Yeah, so unfortunately we don't have any Naruto reskin. Oh wait, Jay suddenly just appeared, suddenly became Sakura now. Okay.
No, he is Sakura all the way.
No, at the start
he was. But Yon didn't put in the Sasuke skin.
Unfortunate.
Okay, we're starting off with the Lord take. He got closer, trying to push everyone back. Very ironic of his name. So now, Kingdom Esports does not want to contest this. They might give this Madara up. FMM holding on to the AOG. Louisa does have the Rhythm of Joy. AOG lands. Tries to pop in. Tsunami slam. And down goes Jay. Yon takes down Madara. Gets out safe. But Kingdom Esports, they're falling like flies because CS is just picking everyone off. There's 3 members down, and it's RSG SG taking the Lords for himself, marching down the mid side.
RSG SG with the electric fly swatter is just bringing Kingdom Esports down from all of that take. In fact, it is definitely a little bit more scrappier than expected from Kingdom Esports. It's pretty much all over the place. But to be fair, it is a RSG SG with a composition that really plays around area denials very well. You gotta have to really look down at the dominated percent. And as you can see, this is just auto control. Roy all the way to the back, and it's just making sure that no one will be able to just stay around the pit. In fact, or rather, stay around in the outskirts. He wants to push people into the pit just so that if there's any form of crowd control, Madara will be able to throw them up to the sky, and that will put Kingdom Esports in a more difficult position because they have to look out for any upcoming crowd control from Jay, from CS, and now you gotta have to take a look at the knockups from Madara as well. You gotta, that's too much for them to work with.
Madara aside though, I see what you mean, like Jay's back to normal Kalea, not the Sakura anymore. So that's interesting. Coming in, the Tsunami Slam, picking up FMM once again, nowhere he can run, nowhere he can hide. AOG a little bit too late for him to escape. As RSG pushing all 3 lanes down. That's a 3rd turret down on that T3 top. As Kingdom Esports scrambling to defend, but they can't do it without the help of FMM, but the target is the throne as RSG SG solidifies their prowess, taking over the Kingdom in game number 1.
Game number 1. It is really unfortunate considering the fact that Louisa wasn't able to pop off in the early stages. In fact, that game is actually more onto Louisa. If they want to do anything realistic in the early stages, they gotta have to be a little bit more aggressive and really make full use of the Rhythm of Joy, since the Joy actually got level 4 a lot earlier, getting a kill down on the J and so on and so forth. Mobility-wise, the power of Joy. Let's just know that he can be all around, or rather she can be all around the map. In fact, Suyo would have difficulties trying to catch up. In fact, they even have the Gatokacha, they even have the Hilda. I would say that the early game wasn't played to perfection at all. There's a lot of macro uses that was completely slipped through the gaps. There was no heavy lane coming in from Kingdom Esports except for the top lane. Once they got the top lane, it's like, okay, what objective done? let's move to the next one. They don't really look at the outcome of winning the turret and how that directly affects the other lanes.
Yeah. But to be honest, though, I think it was a J show. Because we talked about this
You mean a J
within the
show?
game. It's a Jay's show.
Jay's show.
Jay's
Jay-Z?
show. Not Jay-Z. Not Jay-Z. Jay's will be coming in later.
He'll be coming in later.
But
yeah.
to finish my point, Jay was always identifying where FMM is. If you notice, the Tsunami Slam was always on FMM. If FMM goes down, then the whole team crumbles. Because, like you said, FMM was basically the heart of Kingdom Esports. And once he goes down, it basically just disrupts all momentum. They don't know how to engage. They don't know when to engage. They're always waiting for FMM. And once he goes down, there's just nothing that they could possibly think for themselves to do. So I think the rest of the team of Kingdom Esports have to really step up, not rely on one sole engager. And since you have that Hilda as well, you can also put Hilda into the midst of battle and try to get some form of counter re-engage first before FMM actually goes in. So with that, I think honestly though, I'm thinking Jay should be the MVP for this game.
In fact, I think that there should be some change in direction for Kingdom Esports, solely because of how the relationship between Gatokacha and Hilda is. When it comes down to Gatokacha, yes, as a roamer, fits perfectly.
Yep.
But you're not really the one that's supposed to go in first.
Yeah.
Yes, you have Taunt. Yes, you have AOG. But exactly because of the fact that you have AOG, you can respond to all of these changes. While in the meantime, Hilda has got a lot of regeneration. So if you do want to open up the maps, you want to scout out where enemies is, even if you take a couple of pot shots, that's not going to do anything to you. Go in and out of the brushes, you got a HP back. So I think that in that game, Hilda was severely underutilized when it comes down to her passive. She should have been able to be in the face of the opponents a lot more and be more aggressive.
I have to agree with you every single point. But my attention goes down now to Roy with the Zask pick. Makes a lot of difference. Now, when an opponent picks up the Juicin, typically players from other regions will go for the Farsa instead. You try to beat range with range. You don't need to get close. But he goes with the Zask instead. And this creates a lot of space, a lot of tempo for major objective takes. You see the Lord, you know where the Dominator's Descent is going to land. Target onto Malik TZ, and there's nothing that Granger could do in big skirmishes or big team fights. You also have a lot of escape mechanism if you're down low, if your health is down low, you're able to just pop in with your ultimate and just get out safe. And you get heals coupled with the Kalea. So it makes a lot of sense for the Zask to get picked up as well.
So honestly, I think RSG, they have got a pretty good, easy game at this point in time. I would say that it's more of, kind of warm-up game. Game number one. Warm up. We'll see. Hopefully, that game number 2 will be a little bit better for Kingdom Esports. It's always the first game kind of woes, right?
First game jitters.
Yeah, we just woke up, dude. It's like, what time? 12:30.
12:30.
Not exactly waking up, but.
But anyways, going into second game, what do you think should change, especially for Kingdom Esports? Because I think RSG SG is playing really well. And Mooks, shout out to him. He used to be casting with us back in Season 4.
Was it?
I think 4 or 5.
Can't remember.
I can't remember. He was one of us in the desk as well. So I learned quite a bit from him as well. And I think he gelled together the strengths of the team. He knows that Yon likes to play alone. He knows that the rest of the 4 members likes to play together. He knows that CS is a little bit slow on. He's a slow farmer, but he's a late pop-offer or late bloomer, so to speak. So he plays their players through their strengths. But on the other hand, though, Kingdom Esports has a lot to change. A lot of them are relying on FMM to make the calls, make the moves, make the setups. What needs to be done?
I would say that team composition aside, they gotta have to work out as a team. How do they want to control lanes? How do they want to play the map? I think that is one of the biggest weakness of Kingdom Esports at this point in time. They can win the lane in the EXP. Sure, we're moving around, we go here, we go there. But once you have a lane dominated, like for example in the top lane, you got an EXP lane, you have a Joy that have got great mobility, you have ways to actually shove the lane and force people out of team fights, just so that they need to respond to that one very specific lane. Yes, you can. The opponent also have a Moskov. That Moskov can go around clearing waves and all, but it is all dependent on one thing. landing an SOD. The moment that you make sure that your team don't get hit by SOD, that is a Moscow that's completely out of the game.
Yeah.
So as long as you're able to take that kind of gamble and you know that you are how to split the opponents apart, you're all fine and dandy. The only thing that is very difficult to work around is Kalia. Because not only are you afraid of a Kalia's Tsunami Slam, you're afraid of a Kalia that is up onto the wall that will flicker into you to Tsunami Slam further away.
True. I don't think we've seen one. He's always played very reserved in the first game. But I think the major factor that RSG had over Kingdom Esports was that they had options. For Kingdom Esports, they only had Joy to manage the macro side waves. But for RSG, they have either the Suyo or either the Moscow. So you can send Yon over to the top side, let CS chill a little bit down on the bottom side, and then once that is pushing in, you see the rest of Kingdom Esports moving over to that top side to handle that waves. That's when CS kind of peeks through or peers through that side lane and just keeps continuing to push. So it creates kind of like a seesaw effect where you want to manipulate your opponents to move towards the weaker side and back and forth. And so you don't really have time to like, oh, I need to think of objectives because both of these two heroes are able to make a backdoor play.
Speaking of objective, when it comes down to objective, there is always a lot of brushes around objectives. And in this game, Kingdom Esports actually do have a composition that heavily relies on brushes, and they win brushes no matter what. In the ideal situation, RG should not even be in any brushes that is very close to objectives. Because they have the Juicin, they have the Hilda. Both of them have got ways to open up the maps and got very good ways to just stop people from going into all of these brushes. Juicin herself will be able to handle the Z brush in the center in every situations. And I think that is also the main reason why Louisa, for the first turtle fight, or was it the second turtle fight, got a little bit overconfident with where he was staying at.
Actually, it was very well read by Jay. Because that blind slam onto that brush, he knows where
was a blind slam?
Yeah, it was a blind slam. So he didn't even see that Louisa was there. He was just patiently waiting. He was just checking that brush. But just so happens, he hit the jackpot. Louisa was there, pulls over that Joy with the Tsunami Slam. The rest, as they say, is history. And it's very easy to read how or where that Joy will be. Because once they open up that side bush down by the, I think it was the bear. I remember there was a name for it. I can't really put my finger on it. Is it like Scotty?
I have no idea.
The bear. The bear bush.
We'll call it the bear now.
The bear bush. The bear bush.
Yeah.
Right?
If there was never a bear bush, it is a bear bush now.
It is a bear bush.
Point by Churros himself.
Point by me. Point by me.
How does it look like?
The bear?
Yeah.
The bear. Next to the orange
Oh,
buff,
the bear. The
grizzly.
bear, yes.
I remember there was a name for it.
Oh, wait, you mean the orange buff?
No, the orange buff doesn't have a name. It's just called the orange buff, but the bear has a name.
Like the brush next to the orange buff is the bear.
Okay, so the orange buff
is like a bear?
bush is like the orange long bush because it's long.
Yes.
Anyways, back to the draft. It's game number 2, and Kingdom Esports has first pick advantage over RSG. Now,
what's
Lucas,
the bear?
The bear is Lucas, and hopefully we see a Lucas Naruto skin as well as
I do like it.
Sasuke Tsuyo, because I love to see it. So Phovia's banned out by Kingdom Esports, very huge respect over RSG, but this leaves Lucas and Fanny open to ban for Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, so I think that at the start of the game is
Your team is banned.
no more Naruto.
No more Naruto.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's okay. I think that eventually we'll be able
Play to
to
win, not play to skin.
Yeah, play no, play the skin.
Play to
For
skin.
sure.
Play to skin. Play to have fun.
Yeah, play to
Bro,
have
high stakes, man. Seeded stage. I think I'm saying that correctly.
Hey, look. That's also the challenger stage. So
This was-
even if you
No, you don't want to go for that far, man.
I mean,
Man,
it's
man.
okay. It's
$1
okay.
three tries.
In this case, $1. Yeah, very.
Yeah, $1 3 tries. Actually,
Because
3
there's,
tries.
there's LCQ as well.
Lower,
they go to
lower, last chance qualifiers.
Yeah. Do they,
Yes.
Do they go LCQ?
So only if you're top 4, you don't have to go LCQ.
So if you lose in challenger stage, you go to LCQ.
If you lose in challenger stage, you go to LCQ. Yes.
$1 2 tries.
After season stage, if you're relegated, you go to challenger stage.
Challenger,
If
the
you
challenger
win,
then
then
go
you
to
go to
LCQ.
LCQ.
If you
If
win,
you
you go
lose-
to playoff.
If you lose, then your ego is shattered because the community
Ah.
teams are outplaying you.
That's true. Yeah. That's not.
Your team
That's not
is
what you want.
banning.
Not at all.
But you know what is something that you want?
Head and shoulders.
Exactly. Because when it comes down to Head and Shoulders, is of course our partners for today, and of course when it comes down to the entirety of the show, when it comes down to MPL SG, we do have quite a lot of things that we're gonna have to look out for, especially when it comes down to Capital Land, our venue sponsor. Because Capital Land is pretty much opening themselves up, and of course we are going all around the west side.
West side, best side.
Are you actually best? West
I
side?
am west side.
Oh yeah.
Even my BTO is west side.
Oh damn.
Wait, your BTO is west side too?
Tengah.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the west side, best side, brother.
Hey. And of course, let's not forget about the fact that MPL SG is of course powered by Moonton as well as Pulse Nova
Your
Entertainment.
team is
And of course, when it comes down to partners in esports, we talked about the Head and Shoulders. We also do have the SGA, Singapore Esports Association, that is backing it up.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome stuff from all our sponsors. This would not be possible without all of them. But, you know, going into the draft, though, I think I saw Hayabusa being banned out with Fanny in the Kingdom Esports side.
Okay.
For RSG, that's the chip being banned out. I can't remember what that last ban was, but I would imagine open up the Kalea, give the Kalea over to Kingdom, and then maybe ban out Suyo. Try to deny their Suyo pick, or you go second pick Suyo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Possibly. We shall see how that is gonna go. I think that when it comes down to jungle, I guess jungle top priority picks nowadays, we're looking at like Fanny, Suyo, what's that again? Lucas. Is there anything else? Joy. I think these are like the only few.
Typical
and
Joys. Or
Hayabusa.
Kimmy was banned out in the first stage. But I think there's a lot of things that needs to be done. I'm not sure what they're picking now. Might be banning out the Kimmy, giving over to Kalea for the first pick, and RSG wants to solidify themselves with the Suyo. Unless KE knows what's up and they pick up the Suyo for themselves.
Other than that, I'm just mostly looking out for very important heroes at this point in time, right?
Yeah.
Important heroes when it comes down to gold laners. Granger has always been a thing.
Granger.
Yeah.
Moskov has been a hot pick lately just because he has a side lane pressure control.
Okay.
You've got Earthel, but it's just a direct counter in lane. You've also have Clint, but very rarely picked. You need a little bit of items to really scale up, especially the Berserker's Fury as well as the Endless Battle.
I think that's more or less it, right, for the gold lanes. There's not much other. Beatrix is still a pretty
Old Blood
good pick
Gold,
right now.
Old Blood Gold, yeah.
Other than that, I think that's pretty much the discussion for gold lane. Roma in EXP is actually the fun part, right? Because they are very, very interchangeable. We talked about the Hilda, we talked about the Gatakacha.
Jawhead is coming up
Jawhead,
as well.
yeah.
If you want to pick up a Cho just for the flex, might be interesting. Yeah, I think that
Cho,
might be the
Kalia.
cool one. Or even, you know, EXP side, the first game, they banned out the Glue, and Glue had a huge rework as well. So your split actually comes out when you use your skill 1, skill 2 combo. It's like your slam, grab, and then you have the split as a passive instead of the ultimate. And the ultimate is just like latching on. So once you have that split,
Also, it's a guaranteed latch on now.
guaranteed latch on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember that at the advanced server at one point in time, when you use your split and you latch onto someone, you control them?
Yes.
That was so OP.
Yeah.
That was actually so OP. I'm glad that did not make it through to the official servers.
But now it's a little bit interesting because the Glue's interaction with a lot of the assassin heroes is like Glue follows the assassin hero wherever they go. Last time, after a certain distance, like Glue will latch off, but it follows. Like let's say you're a Ling, you're climbing over the walls. Glue will latch onto you all the way until you reach your final endpoint. So if you're a Ling, you could like if a Glue's on you, you could dash all the way back home, and then let your turret handle the job.
You can unlatch yourself voluntarily.
You could
right?
unlatch,
Yeah,
but like
you can do that, right?
You could. But
Yeah, but okay, I would like to talk about the glue links, right? The
Yeah.
glue link sticks with you. It's pretty much the same thing, right?
Same thing. You have increased damage onto target. So if you're latching on, then
The glue links follows you as well.
the glue links you receive more damage from your teammates. So right now, like I tried it in the the main server,
Okay.
and I think glues damage, or actually people try it on me because like I'm usually like playing the jungle,
Right.
and then Glue just latches on me. I just walk back away from the rest of the team. So it might be a little bit more sacrificial because you don't know
Okay.
where your opponents. You're at the whims and wills of your
Yeah.
opponent. Wherever he walks, you go.
Right. Okay.
Unless you latch off, and
Yeah.
if you latch off at the wrong time, that's it for you. If you're
Okay,
you're
understand.
Glue.
But that also means that you are extra vulnerable
Your team is
to
picking.
Vexanas and Faramis now because it is now your passive.
Yeah.
Because at the point in time, previously it is more of the fact that okay, Glue, don't use it out. Just don't use it out, and only if the time is right. Now it's more of the fact that yo, you are out of the game. Stop playing. Put your
Yep.
phone down and don't play. Kind of situation because the moment you go out, you're just kind of screwed. Right?
That's right. That's right.
Extra
So now,
vulnerability.
draft is back. We'll be able to see whether that last pick is actually a Glue pick because we talked a lot about that. It might be a good counter for that CC. We don't know as of now, but Kimmy is being picked up for
Nice
RSG. So there is a very, very different playstyle from RSG. The first game, very zonal control. Right now, it's more like going all ham, going all gung-ho in the early game and try to get as much kills as possible. For Kingdom Esports, though, you've got the CC, Suyo, Harith, as well as the Kalea and the Farsa, so a lot more range to play with.
Okay. In the meantime, the final pick coming in from RSG is a Khalid. So they're pitting the Khalid up against the CC. So I think that, okay, that is definitely going to be a little bit of difficulty for... Wait, hold on a second. No, that is a Gato Kacha in the EXP. Okay.
Gato in EXP.
Yeah, there's a Gato in EXP,
Okay.
and the Khalid is going to be on the roam instead. So
I think
that
that's an
is-
answer to Suyo. You
Uh,
don't want to give him free reign of all his farms. You want him to work for it instead of just giving it to him for free. So I think that's the idea of why the Khalid was picked up. And I think a lot of the audiences might agree with me. I think the Gara skin would be more perfect on
For
Khalid than Veil.
set up a vote. Who should Veil actually be? Because at this point in time, I'm just thinking like Tamari is probably...
Actually, my knowledge of Naruto actually ends with Orochimaru.
Trash!
But hey, at least
At
I'm learning.
least
And
you-
Jace can't.
Does he not watch Naruto?
Who? Me?
Jace?
Jace? I think he does.
That's right.
Yeah. Are we
Yeah.
talking about him?
I'm so ready to shame him
You
later.
can shame him after the game as FMM taking a lot of damage from Roy,
Ouch!
pushing Melon and FMM back. You can't even get close, and Kimmy is being used as a mid lane this time around.
Damn. Okay.
yeah, that's the immobilize.
That's the immobilize. Okay. For a
Yeah.
mage, I think that's pretty sick.
It's
That-
really, really sick. As long as he maintains that stacks. You look at his energy. If his energy bar maintains at the red, he's able to just shoot through all of them. Yon able to get taken down by Louisa, first blood, as Jay actually getting caught out. Forced to use that flicker, get out of the way, as Roy just single-handedly pushing everyone away from that mid lane. And now Roy having that mid lane gold advantage over Melon.
I'm sorry. I know that this is all serious business and all with MPL, SG and all, but this is still first week, so I think that it's okay for me to go a little bit off the tangent. Kimmy's immobilized kind of seemed like she's farted.
Oh, mid-side though. It's Roy taking one for the team as Melon goes down as well, unable to break through the forces that Roy is bringing to it. And you can see like the first skill is actually an over-the-wall kind of a dash. So Roy could basically just push everyone down. No one is able to get even close. Get a slam, but misses though. Gonna fly up, able to just shoot and maintain that energy. Able to just like imagine a Moskov.
So
but
she has a
on
dash
steroids.
that is like Kalia's dash.
Not really a... Yeah, you have like a Kalea's dash kind of thing. You can go over the wall. That's immobilized. Onto two, though! Roy hitting everyone, free hitting from that backside, but here comes Louisa on that counter-attack, giving a lot of pressure, and Yon takes up that turtle for himself as Kingdom Esports forced to retaliate.
Okay, so we do have the turtle that is given away to RSG SG as they got themselves that one, right? But it's not, they're not that far ahead from this point, so I think that's still pretty okay. One thing's for sure though, I really want to look at Kimmy a lot more because whenever she, I just want to say that whenever she do the immobilize, it kind of seems as though she farted. So whenever she does that, I'm just gonna.
Maybe if you fart from your weapon. then it makes sense. Like you're channeling that inner fart all the way through to the tubes and then just out through the weapon,
just a
out through the
random
barrel.
tube that just kind of like connected all over to your back. And people will be asking, "What's that tube for?"
Yeah.
You'll find out.
But to be honest though, like that, I like the new sort of like Moscow passive. Like FMM can't even get close to Roy. He has to be able to dash in. So no ultimates for Roy. And they back off. As long as they hit that immobilize, I think that's the call. And RSG would just collapse onto Kingdom.
Well, at this point, we do have Louisa putting his face right in the J, but in the meantime, I will say that this is just mostly King the Esports trying to go for a little bit of harass, but not really the case for RSG.
Raging Sandstorm, AOG, there's the pullback, FMM goes down, so does Jay though. Both roamers going down as Roy free hitting from that backside. Bear pops into Vengeance, unable to push everyone back as Roy trying to chase for him. No Vengeance, no damage done over to Roy as Closer comes back in with that taunt as well. You want to give it up as Bear prances out alive. There's the power of the CC. You can't take as much as you deal.
Now, because RSG, I do like the fact that they just jumped into action, considering the fact that they know that Melon has already popped his ultimate, and I think that AOG was used as well for that harassment tool, or maybe just a very non-committal kind of fight. So RSG just saw the opportunity and just like, you know what, let's just dive in. They don't have the Feather Airstrike, which is in the early stages of the game our main problem. With that amount of aerial control, if Closer or Jay were to just land the AOG plus the Desert Tornado, no, Raging Sandstorm to someone, they're screwed because they're all together. But with no Feather Airstrike, yeah, this is all free roaming for me.
Oh, Zaman forced Jay forced to use the flicker out of the way alongside his ultimate. No more Raging Sandstorm for him, but that's all of Kingdom Esports trying to coagulate down onto that turtle. Roy dealing so much damage, unable to just get close as Bear trying his best to zone everyone out of the way for that turtle, giving Kingdom this objective will be crucial for RSG SG. Xion tries to go in for the steal. Riddler Joy will hit. Slain one after another as Louisa tries to run away, get away from Xion. Xion falls by the hands of Malik.
Oh man, what an expensive death from the side of Jay. Losing out his flicker from all of that. While in the meantime, Kingdom Esports themselves has also managed to take the turtle for themselves. And all in all, that is definitely going to pave the way for Kingdom Esports in a pretty good amount. As a matter of fact, they are actually about 2,500 gold behind of RSG. In fact, that is still a pretty respectable amount that RSG have gotten for themselves. In fact, they probably want to bring down this heritage stat. But I don't think that it's going to be that easy. Kingdom Esports, they are preparing themselves and just defending and clearing up the waste as much as possible. But in the meantime, the junglers just going on for their splits. Because what both teams would want is the exact same thing. In fact, one of them is mirroring the opponent. Because RSG now, they want the aggression, right? They want an aggression, they have a lot of control.
Ooh, CS taking a lot of hits from Malik. Will take him down with the Zaman Force, but here comes Raging Sandstorm, able to take Malik down. One more hit, he will be able to survive as FMM sacrificing himself, but here comes Bear with the Vengeance and the Yo-Yos hitting everyone, keeping them at bay, but Bear taking a little bit too much damage from Roy, and here comes the counter-attack from RSG SG. They have their eyes set on the T1 bot, and they will get that T1.
Boy, oh boy, 6 minutes into the game, and
oh, there's another Sky Piercer by Kimmy as well.
By Kimmy?
Yeah. Interesting. So now Kimmy isn't a marksman anymore. She's just a pure mage, so you can build pure damage items, and you don't really need to build like your critical hit strikes. You can build the Berserker's Fury.
Okay.
You can just go pure magic damage because the shots that go through, that leaking shots, basically has a lot of high damage already. So as long as you build magic defense, you might be safe from Kimmy.
Okay, so I think that this change of Joy is definitely gonna be a script changer, right?
Kimmy. Changing Kimmy.
Wait, what?
Did I say Kimmy or Joy?
We say Joy? Kimmy?
No, we said Kimmy. And with that, just like
Joy?
You said Joy.
I said Joy?
You said Joy.
Oh,
but
man.
they look kind of similar. I think they don't look similar.
No, they don't look similar at all. It's just probably my age catching up with me.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Look, it's been nice.
Okay, take a look at items. Tell me what you think, Abstract.
Okay, so one thing that's interesting is okay, there's definitely some mess up there. The Hilda is not the Hilda.
It's supposed to be a.
Yeah, that's don't worry about that. That is definitely gonna be the Kimi, right? Kimi does have the.
We caught it off there. The Tsunami Slam into nothing though, but Louisa coming in from that angle, finds the flank, getting over onto that backside as RSG SG is just hammering everyone down. Roy dealing that damage as he would. Triple kill for Yon, and 4 members go down. The kingdom is falling apart. The empire is no more as RSG is here to destroy them.
And it's 8 minutes, man. It's 8 minutes. RSG is still on the right track, and they're constantly just moving and paving the way. Now they've already gotten themselves the T1 to the top lane, and in fact T2 in the top lane as well. This is definitely going to be a lot more tougher for Kingdom because they do not know, they no longer have
Traction Pulse actually lands on top of Melon, able to pull back, but that's a lot of damage just from one shot combo.
Ooh, a quick little fart.
A quick little fart.
What's it called again?
Traction Pulse.
Traction Pulse? Yeah, that's a fancy way of saying farts.
It's like an agricultural engineer. An easy way to say farmer.
Yeah.
More sophisticated way to say farmer.
Yeah. So that is the way, guys. It came from me. Anyone that says that Kimi does not fart, that's a fart. That's 100% a fart. You can see those tubes, right? Yeah, you can
That
see
is
those.
just collecting it.
Yeah, you see those yellow tubes?
Anyway, Lord is coming up. First Lord of the game, 9 minutes in. You have Jay already in position in that bush next to the bear. That bear bush.
That's the bear bush.
That's the bear bush.
Why is it a bear bush?
I remember the bear has a name. I can't. Is it Ricky? Yes, it's Ricky. Ricky's the bear. So that's the
Who's
Ricky
the
bush.
bear?
The jungle spawn from the.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the bear. Not bear like the CC, but like the bear jungle camp bear.
Oh. I just got you.
Yeah.
It's called Ricky?
Yeah, I think it's Ricky. I think it's Ricky. That's a community name given to.
That's no name for a gangster.
That is a very serious name. What are you saying?
But for now, we do have the Lord. It's just gonna be going up to the top lane, ready to pillage everything that Kingdom Esports absolutely love. Remember that RSG SG did manage to get about 11 minutes into the game for game number 1. We'll see if the RSG SG is able to make a change and make it even faster. Because right now, there's a danger.
Nice little immobilize onto 2, taking down Melon. No more further airstrike for Kingdom Esports. Unable to defend the Kingdom as Jay taking a lot of damage, but able to get away as long as he is able to reach away from that tether as RSG SG finally, Roy falls down by the hands of Malik, and they're scrambling, fighting as Kingdom Esports not willing to go down, not just yet.
With the Holy Defense up to the top lane that has been destroyed already, I think the middle lane Holy Defense has already been popped as well. So there is definitely more opportunities for RSGSG to continue on with the push if they very desperately want, right? Considering the fact that we are looking at about a 8,000 goal lead in favor for RSG, they definitely do have quite a lot of items that is already stacked up for them. They want, they can. Kingdom Esports, the only one thing that really works out for them is that they do have got very good crowd control from FMM in the form of catching. They do have the catch, and they also do have the Feather Airstrike that can ensure that they execute a catch well, with Louisa have got the execute coming in as well. Let's not forget about the skill number 2, right? The skill number 2 is just absolutely dangerous. And Malik TZ is popping off when it comes down to itemizations as well. I'm pretty sure that he's got quite a bit of items to work with already.
We're coming into the late game mark. We're spawning up in the 12 minutes as RSG SG taking control of the entire map. It looks like a barren wasteland, much less a kingdom for Kingdom Esports. Now it's scrambling to pick up all the scraps that RSG left behind. Slowly waiting because RSG knows that the only way they win team fights isn't engage into the turrets because they're risking a lot. They do have that front to back kind of strategy with the Granger and the Kimmy. So they want to pull them out of their base, out of their comfort zone, and into the brushes. And
lack
play
of high
through the
ground
brushes.
too. Let's not forget about that, right?
Yes.
Kingdom Esports, they're just so good at high ground. They have just having a single Fasa itself is more than enough. And in fact, if you want to ask me, with the flicker from the Kalia, that is considered a pseudo high ground too. Because you do have a lot of
But it's
range.
very sacrificial, very committal to jump in.
I wouldn't even say that because of his her Tsunami Slam. It covers a large range. The range is so good that if you were to flicker in right after your second skill, you actually go back to where you originally were. So I think that it's still pretty okay.
First Lord, second Lord of the game goes over to RSG SG, and they're pulling the trigger onto Kingdom Esports. They all popped flickers. ZFMM gets out safe, but not a very good game for Melon nor FMM. 0-3-3 for that Farsa. And Kalea 0-4-5. Unable to find a good Tsunami Slam that converts into a kill, into sort of like that cycling conversion. Oh, traction! Pulse actually lands onto Malik, unable to escape. No purifies whatsoever. He's a little bit too late on the purify, so to speak.
That is gonna be a big pain. And now RSG have already managed to breach the top lane T3.
John from the flank finds the angle, but able to get up safe. He's taking all the turret's damage, but finally gets shut down by Bear. But the throne is the next to fall as RSG SG sets their sights up from this first game, first match opener of MPL SG win by taking down the Empire, taking down Kingdom Esports.
A bit of sacrificial play from the side of RSG SG, nothing too out of the ordinary. In fact, I absolutely love the fact that it's just like all guns blazing.
Yeah.
It just went in completely ramble.
Literally, with the Granger and the Kimmy combo, it's basically like both of them are like just one directional shot.
Right?
Yeah.
This
Classic
is an artillery.
Front to back artillery, yes.
Damn.
I love it so much. And even with the Farsa, they're unable to get that range because the traction pulse outranges your feather airstrike. So if you land the immobilization with the traction pulse, you pull everyone together. That creates so much opportunity for the AOG to come in.
Is that big of a range?
It's that big of a range, yeah. I would say 20 feet. I don't know how much 20 feet is in Atlanta Dawn.
It's like
maybe from like Ricky all the way to the Beetle jungle camp.
Yes.
I just have to bring up Ricky.
Yeah.
I can't believe I forgot his name.
Let's be fair. Even I won. Like, who the hell's Ricky? You know what? I actually really want to find out if he's actually Ricky.
Yeah, he is actually Ricky. So, you know...
I call BS, man. I call BS.
No, you can't find it in the game, but it's like a community-given thing that he is Ricky. He is him.
Of all names, why Ricky?
How do I know? Why you abstract then?
Because I like abstract art.
Yeah, so why not? He can be Ricky.
So what? He likes Rick?
Can we not talk about Ricky? Talk about the game on hand, man. Okay, so let's talk about stakes.
Stakes.
This game is, I think it's still, we can consider it pretty high stakes because now Kingdom Esports has lost against RSG, and RSG has one win under their belt against an MPL seeded team. So if we're looking at it to the community side, RSG might have a better shot on a hit-to-hit advantage over the community team. So we won't get into that. We'll get to that tomorrow, or actually that's Jaze's and Deadeye's purview. Okay. They're going to handle the brackets for tomorrow. But today, it's still high stakes. You do want that win over MPL seeded teams.
So at least when it comes down to the seeded teams games, I think that the main way for you to really just stay ahead and to be moving on to the playoffs, I think you just need to win at least 2 series. At best, 3 series. Because there's only 5 teams. You exclude yourself, there's only 4 teams to beat.
That is true.
So this is already 1 in the bag for RSG. And they're already, like, what, 33% done.
33% done.
Like 33.
That's right. So if they beat one more team, they are pretty much secure.
They're pretty much secured, yeah.
But there's still a lot of more
there
games
is
to
still,
play.
Yeah, there is definitely still a little bit of a possibility of relegation.
I
If
think
everyone does well, which I don't think that that's going to be the case.
True. It's safer if you beat like 3.
3 is guaranteed.
3
I
is
think 3
guaranteed. 3 guaranteed for seeded teams. So with that though, we'll be seeing more seeded teams later. We're going on a short break, and I hope you guys too. It's lunchtime, so pack your lunch. We'll be back right after this break. See you.
Who's Ricky?
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to MPL SG Season 9. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Churros, and both of us going to be your caster for the entirety of today. After wrapping up series number 1, we are now moving on over to series number 2.
Yep.
Now, who do we have here?
This is a series that you don't want to miss. Flash Singapore versus Kings Vanguard. Now, we all know Flash Singapore mainstays. From the top of my head, from Season 8, it's Diablo, JPL, Curtizi, Hades, and Vanix. Same team, same roster. Roster stays together, plays together, stays together, will win together. So I think a lot of hot takes on not new Flash roster, but this new Flash this season. They have a lot of international experience. They came together. I think it was season 6. Season 6.
I think season 6 it was. I mean, they
Hades
did come
came
together,
in,
yeah, but it wasn't their winning one.
Win streak,
It wasn't a win streak. It was
Yeah,
season
it was
7 that was their win streak. If I remember.
So since we've seen them SPS, we've seen them in a lot of the other international competitions as
M
well.
series and such.
Yeah, so hopefully we see something a little bit different today or in the following game.
Don't wish too much, because they will bring in very different stuff.
Maybe. We just want to see Curtizi Fanny, maybe.
Throwback to a lot of things that has happened.
Okay, on the other side, though, it's a little bit interesting. So Kings Vanguard is basically like the old Vanguard, but they now have been crowned kings. They have been knighted. So pretty much the same roster all the way through, coached by Joel. And then we have Slowly, Pao, Luxenstein,
Pao is
Super
back.
Ryan.
Okay.
And then we have either Walker Knuckle or, it's just Walker
it's
Knuckle.
Walker Knuckle.
It is Walker Knuckle.
Or Walker or Knuckle.
Walker or Knuckle. It would be difficult to tongue twist this one. But, one thing I want to point out, what's a egg to a prata, what's Luxian without Nick? Yeah.
Stain Brothers is no longer a brother.
Yeah, it's just
It's kind of weird now. Right?
It is.
We call them the Stain Brothers for a reason. But what do we do now without Nick?
I don't know. You ask them.
The main highlight of the team. He was so entertaining.
Actually, the main highlight all the way through the previous seasons was Nick actually just walking over the stage after the win. It was like, come on, bro.
Dude, have you seen last year's interview?
Oh man.
Nick, if you're watching this, just need to let you know that you are a bloody legend.
Yep.
I miss your banter.
We'll never forget you.
We'll never forget you. So come back. Because we quite literally will not forget you. So
yes.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come back.
It is
no choice.
stained in our memories.
You
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But if you do have a stain, try Head and Shoulders.
Because if you have a stain on your head, your scalp, dandruff is definitely one thing that can take it off.
Yes.
No, wait. Dandruff is something that can be taken off.
Shampoo.
By the head and
conditioner.
shoulders. Yes,
Head and shoulders,
exactly.
knees and toes.
Knees and toes.
Yes.
Knees and toes.
Moving on.
Heads! I have no idea where we're going.
I don't know where
just
we're
know that
going
the
with
both
this.
of us is unhinged as hell. This
We are.
season.
We are. We are experiencing a little bit of technical difficulty, so we do apologize for all of that. But now we get to listen to the Apros brothers. The Short Kings. Oh, if we have.
Wait.
I am slightly. Okay, but thankfully,
Thankfully,
the camera
I'm not
doesn't look.
short.
We don't look short in front of the
Yes,
camera. But when
exactly.
you see us in real life,
You know, this is what everyone tells me all the time. Like, hey, I thought you were taller in real life. Wow, gee, thanks.
yep,
All the time.
all the time, all
What's-
the time.
What's the height?
I'm not gonna share it in front of the stream. No, it's still connected. I'm not. No, it's not. No, it's not. But I know you're like 166.
Hey, yes.
On the nose.
Yes.
On nose, boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a very good reason why I just said yes. Because that is better.
That is better. That is better. Don't give out too much information, kids. What is going on the stream? But hey, a lot of the teams have kings in their names. If we
Yes.
had a team, it would be the Short Kings.
Exactly.
Short Kings Esports.
I don't know if that's
They'll
something
be sick.
to be really happy
And then it'll
about.
be just like, we'll just pick like Harith, Cyclops, Joy, all the Short King heroes.
Yeah, but Joy's a
Nana.
queen.
What?
But Joy and Nana is a queen.
It's 2025. Okay. Speaking of which, let's just talk a little bit of the draft so we don't go overboard. Hey, but you're supposed to anchor for this cast.
No.
You're not anchoring.
No, no such thing.
No such thing.
Because if you want me to anchor, let's talk about heroes, and we'll talk about how Naruto can, kind of mix it all together.
Actually, I do want to see a Naruto skin, so let's go into.
let's talk about
Naruto
it,
skin.
right?
Yes, let's talk about this.
Some of the other skins that have yet to be released, and I think that they may eventually release if the collaboration come back again. Kind of redo it again. Is Kiba and Akamaru. That's
Akamaru.
Popol and Koopa. That is Popol and Koopa.
Oh, interesting. So they're like two peas in a pod. But I do want to say, like, Orochimaru would look like a banger, or Alice would have a banger Orochimaru skin, like snakes flying around and
Okay.
stuff like that.
I was
That'd
I
be a
was also kind of
pretty cool
thinking.
one.
Yeah, I mean, the teleportation is gonna be the tricky one. At first, I was thinking of Kimimaro, the one with the bone one, the bone thing. I don't know if whether that's gonna do anything, right? What else? I mean, Rock Lee.
Rock Lee, Cho,
Yeah,
Cho
I mean, it can be
always
my
gets a
guy or
skin.
Rock Lee, same.
always
right?
gets a
He's always,
show.
Yeah, he's always the kung fu guy.
Yeah.
Well, what else can you think of actually?
Yeah, we'll get back to that thought, but like I just want to tell the viewers we're going to be starting our game at 2 p.m. So right now we have the Short Kings podcast.
Yes.
We're talking about skins.
We got skins.
We've got skins.
In fact, we'll probably just tell you guys a lot and everything that we need. That we need to say. Right?
Yeah.
So we'll go back to the Naruto thing.
Belly button, yes.
Gaping.
No, just inside joke. Also, huge shout out to Fire Latios. Also, we were talking about heroes. He's
Yes.
our hero on the stage right now, sweating in Bukit Panjang Plaza.
I wonder how
right
bad
on
it
the-
is when
I
it
don't
comes
think
down
it's
to the
that
weather.
bad. I don't think it's that bad.
I mean, at this point in time, right? The weather is at the you're at the mercy of the weather. You can't
You are.
control the weather, right? I mean, just like,
Yes.
you know what? That would be a great invention.
Like controlling the weather.
Yeah.
It's called umbrella. Put umbrella on. Oh, it doesn't rain. Put it off. It rains. a mechanical solution for something we don't need.
Yes, and let's not forget when it comes down to umbrellas, it comes in all sorts of variety. It comes in ugly.
Kagura. We're looking at the Kagura.
What can skin in Kagura?
What can skin in Kagura? Actually, I thought like Sakura could make a nice Kagura, or like Hinata.
Hinata
But it would be
more
weird.
for Guinevere. Hinata is Guinevere.
Interesting.
Okay, we'll
But
go
then-
through like the typical typical main characters.
Yeah,
kind of
let's-
thing, right?
yeah, yep.
Right. We'll go through that, right?
Okay.
Okay. So the main team, we've got that settled, right? We've got Neji. Okay, technically. Neji
Actually, I
and
don't know
Hinata is
some
like
of
the
the names you are speaking. So I'm just gonna pull up Naruto characters, and I do want to see a Naruto skin in the next game. So Flash.
Do we
or
have a
King's
bell
Vanguard, please,
somewhere in here?
Please
Do we have a
pick
bell?
up a hero
You guys have a bell?
that has the Naruto skin
bell?
and play it.
Shame.
No, I
Shame.
stopped it when Kid Central stopped. That's how old I am.
Okay, you know what? I don't blame you for that. I
Yeah.
absolutely don't blame you
Back
for
then, we don't have
that. That's okay.
smartphones.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
had
Okay.
Kid Central.
I'll name some of these names and
Okay,
we'll see
okay.
whether you if the name and the face doesn't kind of tally.
Okay.
Neji,
No.
the
I gotta see the
cousin
face.
of Hinata.
I know Hinata is pretty cute, so like
Long
maybe
hair-
he has the
lo-
same
lo-
the
long
same
hair Hinata
eyes,
is
the
okay.
same eyes.
Yeah, same eyes. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shino,
I don't know
the
who
insect
that is.
guy.
I only know Itachi,
Okay.
which is not in
fair.
yet.
Oh, speaking of which, maybe like the legendary people, Tsunade, Jiraiya.
Jiraiya.
Yeah, Jiraiya sounds
yeah,
good.
I know.
We've got Pain. Pain kind of does everything and a lot of things, so a little bit tough.
A little bit tough.
Oh, you know what?
Who can be?
You want to think? Ten can be Beatrix.
Interesting.
Oh crap! 10 can be Beatrix.
Let me see.
Oh
me see.
yeah. Okay, so you know how Beatrix have like 4 weapons, right?
Yes.
And then you kind of stand them.
Oh, and you have all this weapon, but they don't use like. Oh, she has a lot of weapons. She has the
She has a
scroll.
lot of
She has the
weapon.
pole arm.
Yeah,
she has that bar thingy.
Yeah, so technically she's kind of like a weapon master.
Technically,
Yeah,
but
just
what do you
pull
want
out
to
a
do?
random
Like
bazooka in
yeah,
the ninja world.
Oh, that's cool. And
Yeah.
then you have like the scroll. You bring it up, and then she brings that scroll around, and
Yeah.
then she walks around.
Yeah.
And then Bennett's Rage basically like
A lot
the
of,
scroll
like-
opens in a circular form, and
Yeah. And then a lot of like kunais and
yeah,
shurikens,
that
right?
would be cool.
Yeah,
That would
yeah.
be cool.
What else? What else? Munton, if any of these entices you, let me know. I can like, plot out the entire like Naruto cast for you and paint it on heroes. No problem. I'll do it free of charge.
I gotta say, like one of the most popular animes and one of my favorite video games, not really video game, mobile games of
Okay,
all time,
uh-huh.
collaborating. I think this could be
This
a
is
really
big,
really
dude.
cool
Yeah, this
cool
is big,
thing.
dude.
Yeah. Have you tried Mayhem?
No,
You should.
actually.
You should try Mayhem. Everyone go try arcade mode. Stop with the ranks. Just have some fun with down at Mayhem.
What about Mayhem?
So it's like shorter cooldowns, no mana use, or actually mana is used, but like very, very little. Enhanced skills, enhanced combos. So you have like Suyo with like unlimited cooldown, so you can literally like dash everywhere. Yeah, it's super fast paced, super fun, and everyone's
That means
like
Joy is OP.
free Naruto skins. Free Naruto skins.
you
So
can
if you want to
play
use
Naruto
it,
skins like specially
yes, sir.
there.
Yes, sir.
And you
yes,
don't
sir.
have to pay a single cent.
And so every single Mayhem game, even though they have like 110 heroes or so, everyone just plays the main 5. I mean, I do too. I just play the Hayabusas. I just play the Suyos. I mean, what's wrong, man?
I mean,
Free skins or
Free
free
skins.
trial
Free
skins in Mayhem mode.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. But it's fun. It's fun.
It is fun.
It's fun.
But why Kakashi for Hayabusa though?
I think it's like he's a true ninja. I think it just really makes sense. But I'm thinking like if Itachi goes in,
Itachi is better.
then like Itachi Gujin
Itachi.
or Amon. Interesting. Actually, it could be like Gujin and Gujin, Sasuke, Amon, Itachi, and then they're like literally in lore and in skins brothers. That would be cool. And you have like the kunais flying around.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
would be
Playing
chef's
around
kiss.
with kunais most of the time, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
If only that is their their main appeal. Oh wait, which is that character that kind of yoinks you? Yin, right?
Yin, yeah.
Yin. I mean,
Yin already has a AOT skin,
Oh, who cares?
Attack of Titans,
Who cares?
and he also has like a
AOT is over. Is
Jujutsu
overrated.
Kaisen.
Eh,
So he has like 2 anime skins. You give him another one, he's like overlooked. He's overpowered.
I
Based on skins.
guess.
Yeah, but I do like the Lucas Naruto though. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we were in fact having a talk about Tonfas, right?
Tonfas.
Yeah, this guy apparently like when it comes down to like a very age-old game, right?
Yeah.
Your first character is like someone with Tonfas.
Tonfas.
right?
So I have like a huge affinity to people using Tonfas as a weapon because it's a very dancey weapon. So like, I like Lucas a lot
Uh-huh.
because it plays around the Tonfa effect, but I feel like they could have expanded it more.
Like spinning in the Tom
Like spinning the Tonfas, adding a little bit more passive,
a little
like
bit of flair.
a little bit more flair. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. So every basic attack maybe does like 2 or 3. He just spins like.
That would be cool.
That would be cool. And
That
then
would be cool.
you don't build the same build anymore. You build like DHS on him because every hit diminishes the opponent's
Multiple
health.
hits, right?
Multiple hits.
Ah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I
That's
think that
true.
would be cool. That would be a cool concept for a
Imagine
hero.
if those are like specifically only on auto attacks. So it
Mm,
becomes the kind of auto attack Lucas.
maybe. I mean, your ultimate's already like
Kind of
heavy auto attacky.
Yeah, yeah, kind of auto attacky.
Yeah, but then you build the quantum charge and then you just spam your skills twice.
I think that's not too bad.
Yeah.
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 Balance change. This guy, free of charge. Right.
So, anyways, there's a lot of things that we can talk about within the game. We talked a lot about Naruto, but what are some of the updated changes that you want to see with the heroes? I'll start first. We've
Okay.
seen Kimmy already. I want to see Glue in action, especially in MPL SG.
In fact, actually, I don't really have like the full list of heroes that kind of have been reworked. So I actually kind of want to take a look at that.
There's a lot of changes in accordance to like the new meta shifts because
Okay.
what they are trying to do is not limit the mid lane hero pool to just like just your Lois and your Farsa and your Jusin because basically the 3 same heroes, so they're shifting
It's
things up
always
a
the
bit. So that's
same.
why Kimmy is brought back into the fray.
Okay.
So you could it's a little bit difficult, but you play Kimmy with the Granger. We saw that in the previous game with RSG, and they played it to very huge success. It's basically a artillery strike,
Okay.
front to back all the way in.
It does seem like the adjustment page is actually not that updated. So let me just take a look at Wikipedia, for example.
Yeah. So there's quite a bit of hero changes as well, like Suyo's ancient form. Basically, he doesn't, or immortal form, so to speak, doesn't have magic resist anymore. So he's more of a marksman killer instead of a mage killer as well, or like he can't really tank like mages. But we've seen how much success that other teams, not even in Singapore, play it, but all over the world play it. So.
Oh, there's an adjustment on Yi Sun Shin.
Oh yes, Yi Sun Shin with the new turtle ship ultimate. So it's not the whole global ultimate anymore. It's literally just a
Oh,
single
just a
place.
single turtle ship.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we want to see that. I haven't seen that in ranked at all.
And gain sight of the whole map,
Yes,
but
so you
only
gain
for
sight-
yourself, right?
No, you gain sight for the whole map for the team.
For the team.
Because whatever you see, your team sees. But
Ah.
here's the kicker: you
Okay.
don't get like damage onto every single one. You only get like an area of effect on one small area, and you have to be like in close range, close proximity for it to work. So I think like a lot of Yi Sun Shin mains are really saying like, oh, this is not really an
This is a
adjustment.
nerf.
This is like a nerf for him because you want that full area of effect. You want to be able to chase someone down. You build a Sky Piercer, someone runs away with half health, recalling halfway, and then you pop the turtle ship. And then it's basically just like a free kill right from there.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at okay, there's a Valia change as well.
Because Fredrin's coming back. Fredrin's getting stronger as well. He had a buff in the previous patch. And people
Okay.
are picking the Fredrins up as well. So Valier is there as a natural counter.
Oh yay, Leo mod.
Lil Mord, can't remember the changes.
Phantom Steed.
off the
It
top of my
seems
head.
like there is more increased movement speed.
Mhm.
That's one thing.
Oh, he gets his horses faster. He gets his ultimates more, like much faster.
Yeah,
so
it
he
seems like
reduce
it's
cooldown
a
time
standard
and stuff.
buff. Is
Yep.
a pretty standard buff. We've got God as well. I think that this is just standard damage kind of
Yep.
improvements. Ultimate width from 0.6 to 0.8, so that's a fatter ultimate.
A fatter ultimate,
Right.
much thicker. I remember when Lancelot actually brought in the new ultimate, increased width, people are unable to escape from that one, and it made him a hot pick, especially in the tank slot meta. So we'd like to see Gord back in. I mean, this is not really too far from a long shot because we've seen a Zask today
Yeah.
by Roy. So next
If-
one on the
if there's
tables
more
is actually
tanky stuff.
Natan, and I do
Yep.
want to talk about him a little bit because it is still a very strong hero if you know how to play him. And I remember the next team that we're going to see.
Remove back screen.
Oh yes. So cooldown the actions, skill animations. So it's much faster.
That's like instant.
For skill 1 and
It's
skill 2.
instant gratification. Then.
Correct. And remember who plays Nathan a lot? Luxionstein. Back in the Vanguard days. So I don't know if he'll pull out the Nathan again, but it's usually just hunker down the base, just get your farm, and then just protect Luxian until the cows come home. Yeah,
Okay.
that might work, and that would be what we see in the next match with Flash and King's Vanguard.
Okay. There's also a change on the passive, the theory of everything, when it
Yeah.
comes down to the entanglement. It
So you
seems like
can
the
also
more hits you do.
Basic attacks actually pump up your passive as well, or maintains your passive. Yeah, instead of like after you not hitting with your skills for a while, and then your passive goes down. So you can actually hit faster, much harder, much earlier.
Damn. Okay. So it kind of So unfortunately, at one point in time, they actually adjusted entanglement, whereby your passive actually stays with you a little bit longer, so you can actually keep up with it, right?
Yes,
But
yes.
now they kind of reverted the changes. So instead of 5 seconds, they dropped it down to 2.5 seconds. But it's no longer that big of a deal because
You can just maintain it.
Ramping it up is really fast, right?
Yeah.
Now, okay, that's cool. Clint seems to have some bit of a change and some buff when it comes down to the ultimate.
It's more of a
passive.
skill animation kind of issue because his bombardment goes to max range. It didn't scale well with his and his passive didn't scale well with Malefic Gun. So now they just adjusted it so that it works well with Malefic Gun. So if you have your passive, the passive range also increases.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think from this point on, they are all talking about nerfs and very small generic buffs like Fredrin, Jawhead, Novara,
Not a lot of item
Kaja.
changes. Oh, item changes. Lightning Truncheon
Lightning
was one
Truncheon.
of the bigger ones.
Right.
'Cause,
Okay.
Initially, it used to bounce in within the heroes, and it's only like maybe 3
targets.
bounces.
Yep.
But now it's infinite bounces as long as it's new heroes. But every target hit
Cannot
cannot be
be-
bounced twice. It cannot be bounced twice. So it can literally, if you have like a whole line of minions, you can use like a Xavier, hit the first minion, and the lightning strike just goes all the way into the end. Yeah, interesting thing. I think we saw that just now.
Okay.
With the Farsa, but I mean, unfortunately though, it was a little bit too late for that.
Right. Understand.
But it's a lot of burst damage.
Okay.
From that, because people gravitated towards the glowing wand instead of the lightning truncheon, even for burst heroes, because it has anti-heal as well as your 1% HP damage additional for each hit. So it's sort of like links up with the bursty hits for mages.
Understand. Now, of course, we are just a few minutes away to getting ourselves our game, which is stipulated time for 2 p.m. for the second series to start, which I am super excited for. Which I believe that we should have a little bit of time, kind of get things prepared and just get the battlefield prepared as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far, okay? Because everyone else here, myself, Churros,
And in Bukit Panjang Plaza, where
Bukit
you're
Panjang
at
Plaza.
watching live.
Yep. All of us will see you guys in a short little bit. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you guys in 5 minutes. Take care.
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, Community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits. A 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now back in MPL SG Season 9, and we are going to be looking at second series.
Second series of today, Flash Singapore versus Kings Vanguard. I know I say it right this time
Kings
because
Vanguard.
there's too many Kings. There's Kingdom Esports, there's Kings Vanguard, and the short Kings over here.
We should have more Kings.
We should have more Kings.
Flash
and
Kings.
Queens. And Queens too.
Yeah, Flash
2025, man.
Yeah, we're going to call Flash Kings now.
Flash Kings. The Flashy Kings.
Maybe that's not that good of an idea. Flash Kings.
Flash Kings.
Hey.
Anywho, we're jumping into the draft.
They were NIP Flash before, so it doesn't change any difference.
It would be much better.
As Merkel always say, no Flash. Now, of course, let's take a look at the drafting stage. We do have Kalia that is going to be thrown over to the... Oh, yeah, let's talk about these guys. This Team Flash hunkered down, brought Z's into the mix.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I remember their analyst is still
it is still
KZP.
Yeah, it's still KZP.
It is still KZP.
It is still KZP.
And you have Lolzy in the background as well, so always helping them with the analyst role as well.
Yeah.
Like secondary analyst.
Yeah.
So going into the draft, banning out the Kalia and the Phovius for Team Flash. On the other side, Kings Vanguard will ban out the Fanny. Don't want to give it over the hands of Hades. I think Lucas might be an option for Hades as well because he played it in SPS. He played it in a lot of other international tournaments with great success. So last ban over here, I think Zays might not want to let that chip slip through unless it might be a... oh, actually, no.
No, they don't care.
Okay, it's confusing me
think that they
because
care.
that's one ban.
One.
And
one,
then is it-
one? Yeah, correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
KGB, yeah, the chip.
team
Don't let the
is
chip ban
In fact,
go
it's
through.
more on it's more of King's Vanguard's role to ban the chip actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I gotta have to say though, we do have the Lucas and
Kimi.
Suyo and Kimi, yes,
Yeah.
that is currently still unbanned. It could go on the either side. So the moment that we have been waiting for might actually be here.
Mm-hmm.
Suyo on one side
Sasuke.
and
Lucas on the other side. Yeah.
It might
Yeah.
happen. It might happen. But of course, which one do they prioritize? I would say that Lucas have got a higher priority nowadays.
A lot more
Yeah,
priority.
just as Suyo is more of a very comfortable pick.
Correct.
It's still a very comfy pick.
Yeah. So the Joy is being banned out right there. I think it's sort of like an inkling. They want to open up the Lucas. If Jewel opens the Lucas up, Flash will snap pick the Lucas, and then KGV on the other side might be able to pick up the Suyo for themselves. It is a lot more flexible if you pick up the Lucas, but if KGV doesn't want to deal with that, then it might look really good for Flash because they've trained and they've played the synergy before.
With the final ban, there's actually way too much things that they want to ban. Technically speaking, if we were to look at Lucas and Suyo, they are heroes that can technically be dealt with.
Yep.
Let's not forget about Jusin. Jusin is also another hero that is pretty important.
Your team is
But now
picking.
that the Harif is out of the picture, that means that it's either one of these
Yeah.
main heroes. Oh, Kimi!
Kimi will be going in
Your
first.
team
Yep.
is
Okay,
picking.
okay.
So KGV might pick up the Lucas and the Suyo for themselves, denying away from Hades. Or, on the other hand, pick up the Granger for themselves first and then secure them a good winning lane in the gold lane matchup. You'd want to give both Granger and Kimi into Flash. This might be interesting, though, because the Kimi might not only go into Curtizi's hands, but also Phoenix.
That could be possible, yeah.
Yeah, it's still like a pseudo marksman, even though her title just changed to mage.
Yeah, so we'll see how that's gonna go. But
Yep.
I would definitely say that when it comes down to the EXP role, there will definitely be a lot more variations. So I wouldn't see Lucas and Suyo on the same page nowadays. Definitely
team
the
is
Lucas in the
picking.
jungle is a lot more of a hot commodity nowadays. So Lucas as well as the Cho being picked up from the side of King's Vanguard. Unfortunately, there is no Kalia, as it's been banned by Flash themselves, so no more of that Kalia versus Cho kind of situation.
Yeah, I know JPL likes to play the Matildas as well, but he's been shifting a lot to the tank setup metas. So
Jawhead, let's not forget about that too.
looking
Yeah.
at the Jawhead, looking at the Gacha once again. I think this one might be opening up that Suyo, but maybe picking up the Granger so that
Oh,
Curtizi,
Hayabusa.
Kimi, Hayabusa. A little bit tricky. Yeah, got it in the Hayabusa.
But it's on the hands of Hades
team
after all.
is
We've
picking.
seen how strong he is when it comes down to the Hayabusa, so I wouldn't count him out from that just yet. With the Gatokacha being picked up, oh,
team is
okay,
banned.
Valentina, very good pick, especially since when it comes down to the side of Team Flash, there's always that possibility, as you said. Kimi goes over to the
Gold
gold
lane.
lane, and then they will pick up the Valentina for themselves to get a free Lucas.
Yep.
So that is definitely something that's out of the question. But that can also mean that, okay, maybe not CC anymore. Generally, when Lucas was primarily in the EXP lane, one of the best ways to counter against the Lucas is to pick up a Valentina for yourself,
Right.
or pick up a CC so that you'll be able to kind of shove that Lucas away.
That's
but
right.
if the Lucas is going to go over to the jungle, even the CC is not going to do much.
Might be banning out the CC over there because both teams are lacking EXP lanes. So Granger will be banned out
Your team
because they
is
don't want to deal
banned.
with both Kimi and a Granger, giving Liechtenstein a easy lane. I wouldn't say winning lane, but more easy. And I think if my research serves me right, I think Liechtenstein might just pick up the Nathan over there.
Okay.
Again, yeah. Because it looks like a very good front tanky wall. You have a lot of options for the Valentina to get the IMU from Flash. Just the who is the matter. So AOG is one of them. Could be Diablo picking up glue for himself again. or the CC as well, because I love how Diablo has adapted over the years. Because last time he used to play like, oh, I want to play
Very
damage
aggressive.
XP, I want to play damage, I want to be
Yeah.
aggressive, I want to go over the map, and we know him for his Vendetta or his Badangs.
Your
And speaking of
team
Badangs, we
is
haven't seen him
banned.
much at all as
Oh,
well.
you're right. In fact, at one point in time, we had seen the resurgence of Badang.
Yeah.
And he has been...
No Badang, no win. That was like one of the.
That was like a stream A, stream B thing, right?
That was a stream A, stream B
yeah,
thing.
so
in SBS.
Badang was like super good at one stream.
Yeah.
And Badang is just absolute trash on the other stream.
Hey,
Especially if it's
cool.
a roam Badang, which should not even be a thing.
It should be a thing. It should be a thing. I like it. I like it a lot.
Pui. No. That Badang roam is not a thing. It's so bad.
Oh, man, might as well say Cyclops roam. It's better than Badang, huh?
Just now it was like Pui again.
Hey, we're on stream, guys. Chat, clip this.
I'm glad that we are never seeing Cyclops ever again. There is no. Does
You don't want to jinx. You don't want to jinx it. You don't want to
wait,
jinx
does Z7 ever do that? No, right? Yeah, no.
No, it's not
Z's.
Z's.
Z's don't do
No.
that. That is a youngin thing.
True.
That's
True.
a
That's a
youngin
youngin thing. Very youngin
Yeah,
thing.
that's a youngin thing.
Huge shout out to youngin. Miss him a lot. It's been a while since we saw the gang again.
That is true. I
Yeah.
wonder how he's doing.
Yeah, I know he's quite popular amongst like the community.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now he's like coaching secondary schools, primary schools, and all that
Right.
kind of stuff as well. So the glue being manned out
team
alongside
is
the CC, so EXP lanes just thwarted away. Now,
EXP is still not picked up yet, but unfortunately that would mean that I almost say Kingsman, but King's Vanguard, they are the one with that gonna have to go for that R4 blind pick, which is gonna
Yeah.
be very difficult. They probably and very likely have to go with their goal lane of choice. They gotta have to go with the goal lane of choice. In this case, if it's gonna be Natan, it is gonna be an easy answer for Flash to just pick up that Irithel. So at this point in time,
Your
it really
team
just boils
is
down to,
picking.
okay, which one do I want to counter? Do I want to
Right.
counter the gold lane or do I want to counter the EXP lane? With the Edith being picked up, it's actually a very safe choice. Super safe choice. So I don't think that there's anything like too out of the question or something that really like brings Edith out of the picture. In fact, this will also mean that Gadukacha might actually be a viable option to go over to the EXP
Yeah.
and put in a Jawhead for the roam instead.
if you know Diablo is very versatile, so I don't doubt that at all. EXP, what am I looking at? We could see a resurgence of the
If they kind of...
Yuzhong,
Nah,
Famas,
I think those are still
Terizlas.
out. If anything, going back to double revitalize would be
High
the
loss.
best case.
Yeah, okay.
That will be the other most
Yeah, there we go.
Your team
close
is picking.
kind of situation. But I did not expect the 1-1 though.
Yep.
Not the 1-1.
Interesting. I think it's easier for 1-1 to pop the ultimate as well. So the crossbow tank will come in handy just because there's so many tanks. He just has to watch out for the Cho coming her way or his way. So now,
Free
last
Purify
pick.
though. Yeah.
True. Free Purify. So then now the Valentina pick becomes utterly just glorious pathway on glorious pathway. I think that's the
At least there's
only viable
AOG, I
option.
guess.
Unless, no, with Kimmy, you have the Traction Pulse. You steal the Traction Pulse away from Kimmy, you have also like the huge coagulation effect. Huge setup
They
for King's
can,
Vanguard.
yeah, they can make full use of that. But I'm just looking at who are great. Okay, like Lucas AoE effect is actually pretty good as well.
Yeah.
The moment that
So if you have Traction Pulse, you have
lands-
2 hits on your hand, you have that enhance first skill. Basically, it's all over from there.
Yeah.
So last pick will be the Irithel for Luxion Stain. Man, this is going to be a very tough matchup for both sides. Flash giving us something new once again. KGV going back to something more reliable. We're seeing the resurgence of Edith and Valentina once again. We'll see whether Valentina will be able to do what we have in concept, taking away the Traction Pulse, because that is such a unique and like really disastrously ultimate for your team.
I would say to a certain extent.
Yeah.
As much as I want to see Lucas playing into the Traction Pulse, I still think that the main thing that they want to play into is the Way of Dragon. Considering the fact that Traction Pulse is not that guaranteed, it's not easy to kind of set it up. Way of Dragon is a lot more efficient and a lot more important, considering the fact that if they were to waste an ultimate, just to zone someone in. They need that burst damage. And unfortunately, at this point in time, only Lucas will have that kind of burst. No one else.
Yeah. I
Maybe
think it would be
Valentina a bit,
difficult.
yeah.
It would be quite tough for Lucas to actually come in to go straight to the back line to try to target Kimmy away.
Yeah.
Because you have to deal with the 1-1 as well. And
Yes.
1-1 has a very unique build because you don't really need to build the Golden Staff. You have the DHS on hand, you have the Corrosion side, you don't really have boots, so there's one extra item right from the get-go. High movement speed, high wave clear. From that late game as well. Keep yourself at bay on this. So we're going into game number 1 of Series 2 as Bao taking a lot of damage right from the get-go from Curtizi. Able to just dash out of the way, but Curtizi has his eyes set on Bao, forced to use the flicker to get out of the way. A useful resource just thrown away.
Now, of course, when it comes down to Vanguard Esports lineup, I will say that yes, the Valentina is 100% forced, just so that they do not get countered for their Lucas pick. So that is actually a very difficult part to play for Vanguard Esports already. And to make things even more difficult, I would say that the first pick onto the Cho kind of put them in a tough spot even more, because if they first pick onto the Cho and then forced pick onto the Valentina, there is no synergy between these two. We don't have the Valentina with that burst damage. So you need a burst damage from someone else, which didn't seem to appear in Vanguard Esports. That's the main problem. As such, I will say that the catch factor from the side of Vanguard Esports is going to be heavily handicapped, whereas NIP Flash, they would not have any problems whatsoever being caught by the way of Dragon. Maybe in only like very rare situations where the Vanguard Esports 5-man group up, yeah, someone's definitely going to die.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, but it's a little bit interesting to see how the composition moves around, because now you're an assassin, and assassin farms much faster than a fighter in the jungle, so the Lucas will be a little bit tougher, dealing with 2. Able to pop his Unleash the Beast, but a little bit too late for that one, as JPL is there for backup. So Nandes goes down, NIP Flash takes down First Blood. What's the play for Vanguard Esports? It kind of seems like they're intimidated.
Definitely seem intimidated. They don't have the mid lane priority, which is one of the most important things that they would need. With a Cho plus a Valentina, they are very comical. You're going up against a JPL, we're going up against a Gatokacha, and Gatokacha is super good against very comical heroes. As such, most of the time you'll probably see Gatokacha in the middle lane, just so that middle lane pressure from Vanguard Esports really is non-existent.
Dora's pathway already popped up. Hades secures that turtle. Super Ryan caught in crossfire as Nandes trying to get as much down with that ultimate, but not enough.
They can't match
AOG, sucks in 2. That's the traction pulse in question. You've got Hades, you've got the rest of the NIP Goon squad coming in and crashing everyone out.
Now, Vanguard Esports don't even have the opportunity to play their middle lane at all. They understand that NIP Flash have a very strong front line, and they have counters. NIP Flash have counters. Just a single guy countering against 2 men in the middle lane, which is super important to clear wave, move off to the other lane, and influence those lanes. And in this case, that's just not possible. EXP and the gold lane for Vanguard Esports now will be in such a tough spot. They lose their entire river control, and especially with HO, you're supposed to get the river control. So most, if not all of this game, Bao is gonna be hunted down like a beast, and he cannot do anything at all.
Luxenstein surviving with a sliver of health, but take a look at the levels that Flash has on top of Vanguard. Hades takes down another kill from Nandes down the mid-side jungle, as Lucas not having good game so far, 0-3-0. Got that killing spree, but might not be enough because he's not going to be able to utilize the killing spree at all. Now, fun fact about killing spree, now you don't need to kill an enemy for you to get a full-on regeneration. You just got to hit someone below 30% health. So I think that is a huge, huge booster for him. On the other hand, though, Flash is power leveling. Diablo is roughly around 2 levels ahead of Super Ryan from that midpoint mark. 5-0, 4,000 gold lead. If you are Vanguard Esports, what is the play for you?
I think that the main thing is...
Nice little traction pulse. Bao trying to run away. Got the Grower's Pathway, just wasting that ultimate in Diablo, setting one for his own, trying to chase him down as NIP Flash just ramping up the momentum, taking down Walker Knacker once again. Have their eyes set on that purple buff. They will steal it away from getting pulled back. Man, the immobilization, the crowd control from Flash is just too much for Vanguard to handle. This is a 5k gold lead, 5 minutes in, And Luxion Stain's next on the chopping block on the bottom side.
Just gonna have to see that Luxion Stain is gonna be the next one going down. And this is just unfortunate point, right? Because you asked me that question. What does Vanguard Esports gotta do now? Right?
You can't hunker down. You can't play safe.
Yeah,
Because
so
they're everywhere.
yeah, I'm not even gonna lie to anyone. What they gotta do now, think about next game. What do they gonna have to change about their competition, right? Mid lane, you have no game. You cannot wave clear. You cannot do anything. Your EXP, you are so slow. In the gold lane, you are playing the late game. Your jungle plays killing spree.
4-on-2. They finally take down JPL. The Traction Pulse won't hit its mark as Vanguard Esports just take one consolation prize. Looking like they want to go for more though. Hades picks one off. You're going to Shadow Kill directly onto this Valentina. Nothing that Walker could do to walk away. Like you said, Abstract, right now Vanguard Esports way too far behind. They might be able to look for the second game, but they're sure as hell fighting for this one.
I mean, they gotta have to fight. They gotta have to show their sportsmanship and just play all the way through, right? It's currently 6 minutes into the game, and if NIP Flash really want to end this game fast enough, they don't even have to take this outcome further.
Ooh, nice little purify from Vanix with the Way of the Dragon. Luxion Stain's gonna be targeted on. The AOG lands, blocking the side of path from Bao. Diablo will take him down from the bottom side as well. Nandez just taking a little bit too much. Unleash the Beast is not enough for him to stay alive as Flash is pummeling and crashing through all of the turrets on that top side. JPL, they're just to body block the rest of Vanguard from coming out. Call it intimidation, call it fear. Vanguard Esports, it's just very difficult to watch.
There is no high ground on the side of Vanguard Esports. No way that they are able to touch anyone. Only Luxion Stain is realistically be able to do anything at all. But in the meantime, middle lane fight going on.
There's a lot of damage getting soaked up by Flash. They don't want to fight this underneath the turret, but all 5 members are there. They do have that damage to take them out. They just need to find the right angle as Hades tries to take a little bit of a gander onto Vanguard Esports, but no, he'll go straight for that turtle.
Oh, they actually want to go for the turtle. Technically speaking, if
they could wait for the Lord, Madara.
Yeah, they could wait for the Lord, technically, because they are so far ahead. They technically don't even need the economy or that lead from the turtle. What they can do is just leave the turtle as it is and summon the Lord earlier.
That's a lot of damage that Diablo, just this tanky horse centaur thing, dealing a lot. And Super Ryan, Crossbow Tang will not be able to finish the job, able to pop that Primal Wrath. Just in the nick of time though, AOG out to safety. They set their eyes, their focus onto the turrets. So objective gaming is the name of the game for Flash.
And just like that, just in the Vanguard Esports wants to go for something on Diablo, only to be baited!
Nice little shadow kill by Hades onto the back line. Walker Nacko just running away, won't be able to hit his mark and take him down, but the damage is done. Flash is so up ahead. They're 12k gold ahead of Vanguard Esports as Hades just showing us that style coming through.
Bottom lane, T3 already destroyed. In fact, they're looking at the middle lane T3 to destroy as well, since there's no more of that holy defense. As such, Vanguard Esports, as much as possible, they will want to keep the holy defense up in the top lane intact for as long as possible, because the moment that they lose the holy defense, that is a full wave clear already. NIP Flash, they will come in from every single angle, and Vanguard Esports wouldn't even be able to do anything. Unfortunately, that's the holy defense gone, and because they don't have a high ground, they can't clear that.
Vanguard Esports way too far behind. Luxion Stain dealing nothing at all to Hades. Just a trickle. You got the shadow again. Trying to bounce away. Bao popped into Jit Kundo. Gets away to safety with a pixel. As Vanguard Esports dealing so much damage. Hades with that pounce there. AOG lands onto one. Here's the crossbow tank from Vanix. Taking 2 out. They've got the minions, they've got the base. Menandez staying strong with Unleash the Beast. They lost 3 now, but NIP Flash, they still want to end this right here and right now. The minions are just pumping through that top side. Man, it looks like it's it. Glorious Pathway already laid down. Vanix taking a little bit too much damage from Luxion Stain. Doesn't want to end the game as of now, or he can't. Can't do it alone.
What the hell happened? He should have been able to end that game.
Now, Hades was a little bit too trigger happy, went onto the backside. He's got the Sky Piercer already built up as well. Dealing with a lot of damage with the shurikens just from that one burst, but I think he was locked out by Super Ryan, so good call from there. Vanix just dancing around Bao. unable to just get any hits whatsoever onto Vanix. It's just healing everything back up. So the power of the double marksman is coming back into action, my friend.
Boy, oh boy. But now with the Lord currently available for the picking, NIP Flash now takes down the Lord and will be looking at an eventual, well, pounce over to Vanguard Esports final ace. And just like that, we've got a middle lane already moving in, and unfortunately none of the members from the side of Vanguard Esports is ready. They come in from the northern side, top side, and now this is probably the end. We're looking at about 28,000 gold from the side of Vanguard Esports, while in the meantime, NIP Flash with a 10,000 gold lead. With a lot of items that is missing from the side of Vanguard Esports, there's not much that they can do.
Hades wanted to pull the trigger, unable to hit his mark onto Nandes, but he's able to just walk back, hit the concert recovery, the fraction pulse laid down. He got the Dora's pathway as well. Curtizi takes down one AOG from themselves. Volcanacro committing himself way too much, way too early, taking down all before taking down the throne. That's a maniac that I hear as NIP Flash just secures game number 1 with a dominant victory.
Yep, that is pretty much understandable since I think the first 5 minutes we could more or less be able to tell, okay, this is not going to work out great for King's Vanguard. That's why think about the next game. Identify, at least for the analyst as well as a coach, really identify what exactly is the main problem. So the main problem really just boils down to middle lane, countered by a single Gato-Kacha. They are way too committal, and the moment that they pull out, they go in to try to wave clear, yeah, they're taunted, takes too much damage, goodbye to Cho, go back home.
Yeah.
Valentina would be the same. I think that if they ever want to pick up a Lucas, don't force pick the Valentina to deny the opponents. Ban it instead. Because the last thing that the opponents would do, and the worst thing that they will do, is they ban the Lucas.
Right. You don't have that range to deal with or counter the Kimi. I think it is one of those heroes that is coming up right now in this meta to be pretty much untouchable. Remember the Jusin meta where everyone was just picking Jusin, no Jusin, no win?
Now it's Kimi.
Now it's Kimi.
Okay.
Now Kimi is taking that spot. You have an Immobilize with your second skill. You have an Escape Mechanism, your first skill. You also have the Attraction Pulse, which is an engaged tool and sets up for you. I think the issue with the Valentina, or Volcanacro per se, is basically not being able to take away the crucial ultimates that Curtizi has. Now, building Glowing Wand, Sky Piercer, and the Genius Wand alone is more than enough damage for the rest of the team. So now you notice that Curtizi doesn't even build the Berserker's Fury because it's mostly just pure and unhinged magical damage.
Right. At one point in time, I would have assumed that, you know, if you are in a tough game, it's completely fine to just go Blood Wings first. Because you're able to clear wave pretty fast since now your, I guess, energy transfusion, you kind of, it's a straight line now. It no longer gets stopped, right? So having the wave clear capability plus the movement speed that Blood Wings gives you, and of course to top it up with that defensive shields that you get, it actually puts Kimi in such a crazy spot whereby she can be all around the place and not being afraid of a lot of things.
Yeah. I think the issue also is Lucas is a very slow jungler. I know he seems viable, but it's much, much slower than a Suyo, than a Hayabusa, and you're basically lagging behind. Hayabusa is one camp faster than Lucas at any one point of time in the early game before your level 4 hits. Lucas is also very reliant on the ultimate. If you don't have Unleash the Beast, you are basically a sitting duck. You can't rely on your skills to heal everything up because your main core advantage is that you have that Unleashed Beast. You have that extra resilience, that ode of protection in your beast form. I almost say primal form. But also, the Edith, it just isn't working out. With an Edith, with a Primal Wrath, you want to be able to soak up that damage before turning into Primal Wrath and then dishing everything back out. It's sort of like that counter-attack mechanic that Fredrin has, that Edith also has, but it's just not enough. Look at how much damage to heroes that they are doing. It's just 5,000. Super Ryan is basically a support Edith.
Yep. So there's also one thing that I realized from the side of Nandes is that he picked up the Killing Spree. And I will say that in certain situations, Killing Spree is actually pretty okay. Just that you kind of double down onto really wanting that early game advantage. You want to kill, right? And unfortunately, his first item does not suit this playstyle. And that is the War Axe. War Axe is more of a hybrid item. You get lifesteal, you get defenses, you get some damage, some of each. It's just a jack of all trades. But with that emblem, you want all in. it's either you just go straight in to go for a Hunter Strike because you get the mobility, which is something that a Lucas would absolutely need. Otherwise, it's completely fine to pick up, to half build the Hunter Strike and then go straight for the next offensive items. In this case, Warwick doesn't play well with how the team is supposed to play.
Speaking like a true Lucas user yourself, huh?
Exactly. Yeah, I've been playing quite a bit of Naruto.
Actually, it's interesting for Lucas because I've seen like Lucas performing super disastrously well in EXP, not in jungle.
I would say that was the case a few months back. Lucas was really very good in the EXP because of the fact that he can
Fast
be
wave clear,
fast wave clear,
fast
he's pretty tanky
rotations
as well. He generally can dominate the lane very well. Pick up a Thunderbelt and you are constantly just in the opponent's face. And with Unleash the Beast, you just have got a lot of ways to play around things, especially if you pick up Impure Rage. I really like the tanky build of Lucas. You can get stacks up to 20 plus in just under 7 minutes. No, 10 minutes or so. I can't remember the
We
time.
played a game earlier today, and I think you got like 40 plus stacks
Was it
within
really?
like 10 minutes. Yeah, I was constantly looking. After 5 minutes, you just ditch your lane, and then you just went all ham. So I think the way to play Lucas in the jungle is just not the same as EXP.
It's not the same, yeah.
Because EXP can afford to ditch the lanes because you can count and bank on your assassin jungler to provide that
cover the
side
lane,
lane, side lane pressure. But for EXP Lucas, for jungle Lucas, you're basically constantly farming. You can't even reach into the opponent's reach, and especially since you're dealing with a Kimmy, very difficult to
Positioning,
Yeah.
understandably, is going to be the key. You can't be the first person to go in at all.
Yeah.
You're a fighter assassin now.
Yeah,
Once you pick up
true,
the killing spree.
but much slower.
Yeah,
You need
back
to
to front.
snowball. You
Yeah.
really need to snowball. It reminds me of Roger back in the day, where like if you are a Roger and you don't really do that much well in the early game,
Yes.
your late game is utterly a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's kind of like every other fighter jungler. I
Yeah.
think that this is a trend, right? Whenever it is a fighter jungler, if you were to do decent, you're just decent.
Yes.
If you're bad, you're just bad. But if
But
you
if
are
you pop
doing
off in an early
well,
game,
you kind of destroy everyone.
That's right.
That is something that even assassins themselves can't do because they are gate capped behind skill cooldowns or their own health, for example. Fighter junglers, at least they still have their own tenacity and they have their own form of sustainability to just last throughout the entire fight.
Actually, unpopular opinion, I think Alpha still works in this.
Alpha
mode.
still works, yeah.
He's the
actually, I still
fastest
agree.
fighter, like jungle camp clearer.
Yes.
He farms the fastest. So you want to play an assassin versus a fighter, Alpha is still the way to go. You have a reliable setup. You don't need to wait for your energy bar to fill up because you don't really have a lot of energy bar as well.
Short cooldowns too.
Short cooldowns for the Spear of Alpha as well. So I don't know why teams are not picking that up because maybe it's more high committal in a really professional gameplay. People know how to deal with an Alpha.
I think it's just more of the fact that he's being overshadowed, because I think that we are at that point in time whereby the new, this is kind of like quote-unquote new meta because of new heroes, new adjustments. So we're still at the exploration stage whereby everything is all aggressive.
Yes.
Once we are coming to the like kind of more mature stage, we realize, okay, what doesn't work, what would work, and then we'll eventually just kind of like go back down over to some comfy heroes such as Alpha being still being very viable, and then we'll be able to branch out and make more meta archetypes just because of that, just because of the Alpha that that might just appear in some of these compositions.
So, okay, going back to the first game's draft, the question to you is Kimmy.
Yeah.
Kimmy is a problem, and now we kind of see it. We've seen it twice today. What is the counter to it? If you say ban it, yeah, that's one way to go. But what heroes do you pick up to counter it? How do you play around it? How do you play against it?
So one thing that for King's Vanguard, what they wanted to do is just clear away fast so that they can outmaneuver a Kimmy, which in my honest opinion would probably be the best case scenario.
Right.
Because yes, you do have got that, what's her second skill name called again?
The
The Immobilize,
this is
basically,
Immobilize,
right?
yeah.
Just the Immobilize. Yes, she does have the Immobilize within her reach, but she is not a true stun hero. And that is definitely something that is lacking from a Kimmy. One thing that you want to do against a Kimmy, just outpace her.
Right.
When it comes down to the mid stages of the game, you'll want to have your roamer to just be able to clear wave fast enough with you. What King's Vanguard have is good, but it's not the right case against a Gatokacha, which I think that it was kind of a surprise to them because they would have expected a Gatokacha in the EXP lane until the
I
high
would
loss
have
came in.
expected it too.
Right. So I would say that, against a Kimi very specifically, just outpace her. There is a lot of other heroes that is non-committal, like non-committal, unlike Valentina. Heroes such as, in fact, I think that Farsa, Yves, they are all still very good additions to the team.
But we saw in the previous game, the Farsa was getting hammered by Kimi.
I would say that it's
Because
also
the
because
range.
of the range.
The range,
The
yeah.
range is one thing. And
you
of
think
course,
Xavier might
ulti
work?
to ulti. Xavier
From
is...
a lane-to-lane matchup, I think Xavier might be one of the only heroes, if not the only hero, to be able to counter that.
Counter, but not win the lane
Yes.
because of the weak lane clear.
Yes, I agree. I agree. There's also the fact that, like, Mobile Legends is a 5-man game. You have the Hayabusa picked up. You pick up the Xavier is a death sentence. But also, I think from an overarching point of view, a lot of teams are sleeping on the Luo Yi. Because you're always playing from the front with a front-to-back kind of composition. So if you're thinking smart about it, why not just hit them from the back? Find a flank, find an angle, find a nice little brush that you think that your opponent can't find you in, and try to attack them from the back. So a little bit more of a surprise element to bring into the table if you're facing up against that Kimi.
That's true. In fact, I do kind of like Luo Yi, actually. I think that Luo Yi still have a lot of place in this current meta. But hey, we're just 3 games in. We'll probably be able to see a bit of Luo Yi here and there.
Hopefully, we'll be able to see the next game really soon for Flash and King's Vanguard. I think King's Vanguard has it in them to be able to take a game off of a top team. And we all know, like, Flash is going to be winning it. And if we have our predictions right, like, Flash might be able to take a slot again. But then...
They should, and they
yeah,
would.
because they're one of the only teams that have the exact same roster as Season 8.
Yeah.
Exact same roster. King's Vanguard, totally new team. They need some time to adjust. They need some time to build up their chemistry a little bit. But for Flash, it's already there.
Yeah. I think that they have their foundation.
Yeah.
Right now, for Team Flash, they are no longer playing to compete in Singapore. The way that they have gotten Z's, for example.
Right.
This is not really, like, for them,
International is the main thing.
yeah, they're looking
MSC.
far ahead.
MSC.
Like, Singapore, yes, we need to win Singapore in order to go over to the international stage.
Yeah.
But they're, at this point, they're just preparing for international stage. And whatever that happens here, just let that happen.
One thing that I do want to point out is that Flash has a very close contender, and I think it's Evo.
Oh!
Evo is also one of the only teams that have a very similar roster. They changed things a little bit, bringing new imports in as well. But I think they are one of the more highly touted teams. And I remember seeing them during their debut when Salmon was still in, when Salmon was like, opening the games with them in Season 3. Now, 6 seasons in, Powerful definitely has some tricks up his sleeves.
In fact, I think that Evil might be able to stand a chance against Flash, very likely, because of exactly what I said previously, right? They're aiming for the internationals.
Yes.
So at one point in time, looking at your own local scene, you might get complacent.
True.
Complacency is dull indeed. So in the event, in the very event that Team Flash just decided, you know what, Singapore, all the other teams, and then suddenly an Evil just comes in and being able to show them exactly how they would have played in in their own international scene. I think that's definitely gonna blow the socks off.
Yeah. But, momentum's high. We're jumping into Game 2. Draft is already set. So first hero to be banned out. Right now, KGV is on the blue side, first pick. Flash on the red. Might be opening up the Suyo and the Kimi once again, if they're them. So banning out the
team is
chip.
banning.
Pretty standard right off the bat.
They want the Kimi then. It seems as though they want to pick up the Kimi first. That is, if Flash is even gonna let them do that, they're gonna have to ban either the Suyo or the Lucas. Otherwise, one of them is Very likely, and might very likely go over to the side of King's Vanguard. But we're talking about Walker Knuckle as... sorry, we're talking about Nandes as
Yep.
the jungler, which unfortunately I don't think that I have a lot of information about him.
I think he's a new import player for King's Vanguard as well. I think neither do I have a lot of information on Walker Knuckle, Nandes. So I think they are Filipino imports from that. So
Your
you can
team is
double check that.
banning.
But for Flash though, banning out the Hayabusa, I think they do want to play something a little bit interesting this time around. I don't think KGV will be able to pick up the Hayabusa anyways. They want to
They're
go
both
for
Filipino.
something a little bit more standard.
Yeah, they're both Filipino. And the only reason why I know that is just by reading their names. As long as
Yeah.
their name is like slightly Spanish.
Yeah,
that's
just go for the Spanish part, right?
Yeah.
So 2 Filipino imports versus 2 Filipino imports against Team Flash as well. So now, second ban, I think Kimmy should be taken off the pool. What do you think?
Kimmy should always be taken out of the pool.
It's
if
like a
they do
juice
not
in.
want to. Yeah, unless you really
Your
just want
team
to
is banning.
explore and be like, okay, well, this is just to see the stage. We got
Right.
a lot of chance to try out, learn about Kimmy, fight against Kimmy, because we can't just ban the Kimmy all the time, right?
True. So if you want to test things out, take this as
This is
more of like
probably
a
fine,
scrim
yeah.
for them, then yeah, try to find ways to
Your
deal with the
team
Kimmy,
is
but you have to
banning.
deal with Kimmy in a very holistic way. You can't just go straight in with like, oh, pick up the Valentina because Valentina can steal the ultimate from Kimmy, and it's sort of like, oh, it looks good on paper. It has to be a very macro overview.
Yeah. So at least burst is probably in the name of the game if you want to go up against a Kimmy. You need to have the reach and you need to have the burst. The main thing about a Kimmy that the main thing about a damaging Kimmy and how a Kimmy can deal damage is when you allow her to overstay her welcome. The moment that you bring a Kimmy's HP to 50% in just a single moment, trust me, that Kimmy will not be in your face anymore.
Yeah,
They-
but it's so difficult to take her down as well because like she has a
Because
lot
of
of
her-
range from her,
Your
her,
team
her
is
unique
banning.
passive.
So we'll see how that's gonna go and how that's gonna work out. I do like the Fanny band because Katisi.
Curtizi.
How about a Martis?
How about Martis mid? Maybe. Hey, maybe Martis is the answer for Kimmy.
Mobility, you know?
Mobility,
There's mobility,
Deny
there's
CC,
burst also.
anti crowd control.
Hey, look, we found an answer.
Maybe. Maybe
It's
we
the
want to try
Martis
things
mid.
out.
It's the Martis mid. That's the answer for a Kimmy. At least Kimmy is not. Is very different from the release of Juicin, for example. I
Yeah.
would say that when Juicin first appeared, it was more of an in-your-face kind of
team
moment
is
whereby we
picking.
see the game, we're like, Juicin is 100% a problem. Look at
Yeah.
all her solo kills. Look at her tanking everything. This is not really the case for Kimmy. I think that Kimmy is more of an invisible force,
Yes.
invisible impact. Yes, ultimate's great, sets things up, and every now and then you start to see the flash of brilliances
Yes.
from Kimmy. But it's not exactly like, oh my god, Kimmy OP situation.
But we haven't seen a situation where Kimmy was playing from behind yet.
Yes.
So we can't really.
Yeah, you want Kimmy.
Yeah,
Your
so
team
we'll
is
be
picking.
King's Vanguard. Pick up the Kimmy right now. Most likely having a winning lane. First game, Joy was banned out. Hades gonna be sitting on the Joy again. And now, I think maybe even pick up the EXP side because it looks like a very hot contender.
Hey, just go for Hilda.
Badang again.
Ah,
Maybe Hilda.
Just go for Hilda.
Oh, he's cycling through. He's cycling
Yeah.
through.
I
We
think
wouldn't know because this is like this is just Diablo
Yeah.
experimenting.
Honestly, Hilda is also a really good answer for Kimmy. But oh,
Yeah, badang dang.
just EXP, okay? Just go for EXP.
Might be,
Just go for EXP.
might be. Because
Don't-
this is like Diablo's signature hero.
Yeah.
This is like the hero that made him popular internationally.
Yeah. In fact, I don't think that it changed, right? I don't think that Badang changed, right? He's
No,
still,
no.
He's still kind of
just
crazy.
faster, no backswing.
Okay, still
so
the same then.
much
Okay,
faster.
Still the same.
Only I think the range that the punches give is
Okay.
a little bit less. So
Okay.
that's pretty much about it. So the highlights were picked up by King's Vanguard. So Super Ryan might be picking up, might be playing the high loss against Diablo's Badang. Very
Your
tricky
team is
situation.
picking.
Lucas getting picked up once again. I didn't know if they wanted to play it again, but the only difference this time is that the turns have tabled. They have the Kimi now. They have the Hylos now.
Yeah.
A little bit more defensive, if you ask me. So, anywho, I think Joy still farms faster than Lucas. He's gonna have a tougher time.
I think that both of them is actually quite equal in terms of clear speed. If
Yeah.
I am not wrong.
I think Flash can pick up a jaw hit here.
Jawhead.
Jaw hit works
I
really, really
do
well.
like the jawhead, but might be a little bit early to just hunker down on that.
True.
Ah, okay. So
Okay.
now
So now
team is
they got their
banning.
Valentina.
they got the
They
counter
got their counter.
for the Lucas.
Yeah. So what King's Vanguard can do is kind of flip the script. Literally, turns have tabled, right? We want to find ways to ensure that this Valentina do not clear away fast.
Yes.
If you guys want the Gatakacha, you can still go for the Gatakacha because double revitalize, OP. Flash have not banned that yet, so if you're able to lick that open, that would be great. If you force Flash to pick up the Gatakacha, I think that is still pretty A-okay. You don't lose too much.
Thinking about maybe even a Lolita
Lolita for the side
Yeah,
of
for-
King's Vanguard.
for Flash.
Flash, okay.
Because
Flash.
it's
Okay,
it's pseudo
against
counter
Kimi,
for the Kimi.
right.
Yes. Pseudo counter for Kimi because you
Your
can't
team
stop
is
clicking
banning.
your auto attack skill. I mean you can, but like you can reverse the traction pulse.
Okay.
So that might be an interesting pick for Flash if they do so.
Okay, so the glue's gone.
CC might be gone too.
Yeah, throw the CC away, throw the Hilda away.
Actually, it's interesting because like now it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make too much sense because Hylos might be going into the EXP side. I don't think Hylos does too well on the roam this time around.
No, I would never
team
want to
is
highlight
banning.
them now. They ban out Gatakacha themselves.
Interesting.
Hilda is still okay for them. Especially since it's kind of the same thing. The moment that you have a mage that is super committal and have low range, they are very susceptible to melee attacks or any form of controls. And in this case, as long as the Hilda just sticks into the lane as long as possible, it kind of puts Curtis in a really tough spot. So one thing that King's Vanguard would want to do is hopefully and possibly ban out roam heroes that will enable the Valentina. That is probably the main thing.
Yeah. Like Tigreal or...
Enablers, huh? Who would enable...
Yeah, the
Your
Tigreal getting
team
banned
is
out.
banning.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Because,
Who enables Valentina? They want control of... the
actually,
mid
it
lane.
might be interesting
Jawhead
if
is still good.
Matilda for them, for KGV.
Okay.
Yeah, it works
Matilda.
very well. Pretty OP with their composition. You already have two tanky boys. You
My
just have an
problem will be
enchanter.
wave clear.
Problem is wave clear and problem is side lane pressure. So you don't really have a lot of assassin.
And you will be putting all of your eggs in one basket onto Super Ryan for his tanky business. And,
as well as the Lucas though. You have
Your
tanky boy
team
there.
is picking.
I don't think that he's gonna play tanky. He's more of an assassin Lucas in the jungle now.
Right. This time around, there's a lot of marksmen actually being opened up. I think for
They
a lot
banned
of
the
teams,
Hilda themselves?
Your
they banned
team
Hilda
is
themselves. So they're
picking.
not gonna pick that up, not gonna give it over to Flash because they want an easy time in the jungle, especially since Nandes was suffering so much in the early game.
Khalid, Jawhead. Who else is suitable as Roma now? No, Enchanter.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be Enchanter. You have two beefy boys already. You don't need a third one. Because now you can sort of like sustain, but I don't think Angela is the way to go. I would much prefer a Florin or a Matilda. At least you have movement speed, and at least you have faster wave clear for the Lucas with the Lantern as well. So you pick up the Angela here, it's pretty much a death sentence.
Matilda, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And then of
So
course
that
Moskov.
wave clear,
Your
wave clear
team
thing.
is picking.
So Flash just needs someone in the roam for very good wave clear, and that's the answer. Jawhead doesn't have a very good wave clear, but is very good at repelling people. But that is not their... I don't think that that's currently their issue per se, because it is a Matilda now on the opposite side. So Jawhead it's not necessary.
You want to layered fights. I think that's the goal or
Layered
the
fights.
modus operandi for Flash.
Okay.
Instead of like, oh, I throw you here and then everyone just jumps on one. They don't want to pick off kind of strategy. They want something that works well and synergizes well with Diablo's Badang. So Khalid would be the way to go here, unless you want to try something different. Go for Lolita or yeah. Yes. I think Khalid would be the best choice.
Look, even Beleric is fine.
Belaric's fine too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, draft is set.
Okay.
A
So
very
is
interesting draft from both sides. Very serious. Very. I feel the pressure.
yeah, but that means that King's Vanguard will still have the same problem in the previous game. Is that they don't have very good wave clear in the middle lane. So
They
would
they
not-
do have the Kimi now.
It's just the Kimi.
Yes.
But I would still say that because of the fact that okay, so they have decent wave clear, but with the Valentina plus the Khalid, that would mean that Flash would still have a faster wave clear and a better lane priority.
That's right.
And that means that outpacing the Kimi, which is the name of the game, which I mentioned previously on countering against Kimi.
Yes.
So as long as Team Flash is faster in terms of wave clear, they will be able to get themselves over to the opposite lane faster. Kimi would not be able to do too much, and especially cannot possess the river lines at all.
Yeah. True. And you have to watch your positioning if you're a Kimi player. You can't just walk into any bush all willy-nilly because
Yes,
you're
exactly.
very exposed.
Yes.
Super
Mobile
exposed.
Legends.
So jumping into the second game of the second series of today, King's Vanguard on the blue, Flash SG on the right side. And I think starting off, we'll be able to see how fast they clear it. JPL.
Yeah, it will be fast. It will be super fast. So
That's a
now
lot
they're
of
stuck.
damage.
So you see now they're stuck, and then now Team Flash, if they want to move to the other lanes, which they should not, they will just be taking the entire river for themselves. And then from this point onwards, we are also gonna have to take a look at the EXP lane. The next important thing, whereby Hylos is stuck. Hylos is 100% gonna be very stuck in the lane, going up against a
Badang.
Badang.
Yeah. I do have to agree with you. A little bit more faster rotation on Badang. But look at how fast Flash SG. You called it with the Khalid and with the Valentina. That's a super insanely fast wave clear down the mid side. You have a lot of control up on the top gold lane. Bao can't even get close to Luxian Stain. And Vanix has the range advantage in the early game. So it does look like it's a very, very strong Flash early game kind of situation if they play their cards right.
So this will make that Lucas have a lot of issues with getting that passive again. Oh man. So that means that the killing spree is going to be another problem. You wouldn't be able to use the killing spree again.
Yeah.
And I hope that he changes his items at the very least.
Maybe, you know, I think it might have to do with like the rest of the support coming in from the rest of the team instead of just like his problem. He might get caught out, but it's still warm up, you know what I mean? So I think the previous kill from Val, just using the guiding wind a little bit too early. Hades finds his mark,
Missed the
unable to
dash.
hit the dash. Turtle already spawned out. This is the 2nd minute mark. Can't believe it's been that long, but Flash SG already in position. They know what they want to do.
Super right in the face, man. We've got
Ooh.
the beast.
Nice little traction pulse, but look at Diablo pinning 2 on the wall with a fist crack. Diablo tries to push Walker Knuckle away, chasing him down. It's Diablo on that back line, but for the front line as well. Here comes Hades charging in with the Rhythm of Joy. It's Walker Knuckle caught in the middle. Might be the next on the chopping block. Oh, that's a greedy, greedy Walker Knuckle.
So I don't think it will go down just yet. Okay, never mind. JPL just hit level 4, so that is very likely a Raging Sandstorm that will be coming right
Oh,
after
the
dash.
outplay! Won't be able
Yep.
to... That was
Oh.
nice while it lasted, but the traction pulse grab away from Curtizi onto himself was just immaculate.
So this is gonna be tough now. It's a 4-man from the side of Flash. And the King's Vanguard, they're gonna have to fight this battle.
Doors pathway. Oh, nice little fist crack onto the guiding wind. You've got knocked up 2 members. Curtizi falls. Nandis unable to walk through that wall. Traction pulse won't hit its mark as King's Vanguard breathing some signs of life to themselves. But at the end of the day, Flash SG still picking up the turtle for themselves with the economy of 2,000 gold right from the early game.
Hades is on his way, but I don't think that, yeah, he doesn't have his dash, unless he uses his ultimate again. So it really just boils down to river control now. Let's not forget about the Granger, right? Granger is all the way up in top lane, and understandably, he should have a pretty good time going up against Suction Stain, which is the Moskov. So as long as Flash constantly just clears out the wave in the middle lane, they're just gonna be hovering around the Lord's Pit. There is realistically not much place for Luxion Stain to hover around, to clear the wave and go to jungle camps to clear. So all of these farms, it's gonna go somewhere else.
Now, Flash SG getting a lot of information. You've got Hades being very aggressive. He's already 4-0-2. King's Vanguard has a sort of a pseudo late game composition, especially with the Moskov, but it's a bit tricky due to the double marksman composition that they have. JPL dodged the bullet right there with the spear onto the wall. JPL just giving a lot of space for Vanix to push his lane through. It's already level 7. Lucky Stain unable to find a range angle for him. Walker Knuckle able to pop the flicker down the mid side. Lore's Pathway laid down to push them away. King's Vanguard still able to survive.
Looks like it's still a War Axe first item onto the side of Nandez. I will still say that it's pretty okay, per se. 5 minutes into the game, especially this game, they do not have a lot of sustain. So for Nandez to go for War Axe now, I think it's, still debatable. As compared to the previous game, I think that's just...
you want to go for 100 Strike first?
Yeah, I still think that previous game, 100 Strike first is still better. In this game, it's relatively debatable.
Yeah, so taking a lot of damage already. Hades caught in a landslide. Here comes Raging Sandstorm, locks up 2 with a fist crack down on 3 members, but the Unleash the Beast roar! Curtizi takes down all 3! Nandez falls, Super Rise next to fall as well. Vanix trying to keep himself at bay. 4 members of Flash SG disintegrated just like that. Nandez making his roars count!
Oh man, that choke point! Flash SG ate that! They went straight in and very much put themselves in a tough spot. Look at that. 3 members, make that 4 members. This is a comical mage once again. Because as long as you see a Valentina, you want to comment. But unfortunately, that timing synced in perfectly to when Nandez wants to unleash the beast himself. And everyone just ate the full-blown skill 1 and just melted down.
I think it was also the traction pulse from Walker Knuckle. Able to combo that up, pulling everyone together so they get caught in the blast. Curtizi finds out where Super Ryan is. The Hylos will touch and go. As JPL taking Raging Sandstorm away. Curtizi falls by the hands of Nandez. This is the snowball coming through as Nandez trying to pull his way into the fray. There's a 3-on-3 Diablos here as well. Vanix taking a lot of damage from Nandez, taking out one more. The 6-2-2. This is the Lucas that we've been waiting for as Nandez just eating everyone up. Diablo next to fall. That's a maniac for Nandez.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
He's just snowballing through. He's got a killing spree. So that's where he's coming in.
Okay, so that killing spree finally has come into good use. And it's
Traction
great.
pulse. On to Curtizi.
Damn!
Looks like the turns of tables once again as King's Vanguard ramping up the momentum, staying true to themselves and staying true to the heroes that they know best. And Flash SG just eating everything that they are able to receive.
It was a choke point at first. But after giving that triple kill over to King's Vanguard, I guess that is just accelerated the growth of Nandez. And Flash now, they are definitely not happy about giving a Maniac over to Nandez. However, that is not the end of the game just yet. Yes, a lot of kills over to King's Vanguard, but in the end of the day, economy is still what is most important. Because Flash currently still have 23,000 gold over to themselves, while in the meantime, King's Vanguard have only 26,000. Yes, it's a 3,000 gold lead, but for a team with triple kill and a Maniac, it realistically could go higher.
The rotations are just to protect Vanix at this point. They know that Vanix should be one of the main damage dealers. They're able to put Hades on the long lanes or on the side lanes, trying to push that part aside. But if you notice this, Flash SG does not have the T2 top side anymore. So King's Vanguard has a lot of free play on the orange buff area.
The good thing is the fact that King's Vanguard have gotten all of T1s, right? Having a T2 is a good thing to have, especially it gives you a little bit more money. But when it comes down to T1s, those are utterly important in order to get yourself a little bit more momentum as well as map control, which you can see right here. King's Vanguard, they are trying to do whatever that they can to take up these rush and just do whatever that they can to push the rest of Flash SG away. Look for more choke points like they did for the first time.
Guiding Wind onto JPL. Able to use the Raging Sandstorm out of the way, but the Lord is getting done by Hades though. Looks like he just wants to touch and go, tries to clear that lane on the top side, delay the timing, delay the pressure just a little bit. But King's Vanguard is looking hella scary right now. You've got two tanky boys, you've got a Lucas on hand, and you have a Fairy that heals you right back up.
Now. They gonna have to fight now. They saw the Moss come down to the bottom lane, so Team Flash SG, whatever that they can, they gonna have to avoid all of these SODs, and this is the 5v4 situation that they want as long as Hades is prepared.
They're looking in for the crossfire. JPL taking a little bit too much damage now. Hades has a Rhythm of Joy, but does not want to commit. But look at the bottom side though. You've got Luxion Stain being busy, taking down the turrets. T2 bot side, no more. It's Curtisi, JPL. Just hunkering down, waiting for the right time to make it engage. You got a 4v5 situation on that Lord Pit, but Flash SG just can't seem to find their mark.
Actually, very good decision from King's Vanguard. I'm actually pretty impressed. They knew and they saw the current situation and knew that Flash SG would want to force the fight and force the action. As such, they grouped up together and retreated all at once, just so that Hades would not be able to land the third jump. And as much as possible, once the third jump was missed out, then there's really not much that you can do.
Oh, Super Ryan, lay down the glorious pathway. Diablo, try to find an angle. You've got the fist crack onto Super Ryan, able to get out safe with the guiding wind as JPL down on that mid side. As Hades falls down as well. Nandes versus 3 members, taking out one more.
Oh.
You've got Nandes with the triple, another maniac. What? For Nandes as they wipe out Flash SG, taking up that Lord for themselves.
2 maniacs and 1 triple against Flash SG. What is the world coming into?
I just want to remind everyone that this is a best of 3, so King's Vanguard has another shot if they are able to just stay true to this momentum. And it's just the Attraction Pulse comboed with the Unleash the Beast that made such a monster. You get a little bit too close, you need a heal. That's where Matilda comes in, pulls you right back out.
Boy, oh boy. Now, I do absolutely love the fact that King's Vanguard managed to bait out the fist crack coming in from Diablo. It was a little bit of a trigger finger from the side of Diablo.
Yeah.
So the moment that they lost that fist crack, that is a big amount of AoE damage that they Flash SG have lost. And King's Vanguard, right after pulling that out, they split the fight into 2, and they are able to take control of both of these at the same time.
There's not a lot of high ground for Flash SG as the top T3 getting destroyed. Curtisi taking a little bit too much to get damage. The circling Eagle won't find its mark. They touch and they go. Hades tries to go in. Got a stun up onto Super Ryan, but taking a little bit too much damage from Walker Knuckle. Just free hitting from the backside. You've got the Unleash the Beast from Nandes throwing in bombs after blows. Flash SG loses JPL, but that's not enough as Nandes just showing who's boss.
Dealt a lot of damage over to the back lines of Flash SG, but the main thing is get themselves the T3 up in the top lane, and they managed to get it pretty darn nicely, with not a single holy defense in sight as well, considering that it's 12 minutes and 30 seconds. King's Vanguard, they have a total of 7,000 gold lead up against Flash SG. So this is great, this is fine, and I think that they have a very good chance of actually winning this game if they continue on with the momentum and be prepared to fight. The moment that they start to, you know, kind of cower a little bit, I think that is where they will start to lose some of these momentum.
But to be honest, their composition works best within the jungles, because that's where they can split the fights into 2. Choke points, you get things started with Super Ryan, with the Glorious Pathway, aiming onto one member, bait out Diablo's Fist Crack, because without the Fist Crack, without the wall being built up, you have the whole team able to just go in and get some backup if you need. So at the end of the day though, I think King's Vanguard playing a very solid game this time around in game number 2. Very close to beating it to Flash SG. The damage that Nandes is putting onto the table is just skyrocketing immensely. And we talked about a snowball effect. That's Nandes getting us a little snowball and turning it into an avalanche.
Yep. Wow. Avalanche. That's the right one.
Avalanche.
Avalanche.
Yeah.
Avalanche. But of course, when it comes down to this entire game, right? As long as you're able to get a fighter jungler to kind of get the initial snowball, that initial triple kill
Yep.
was what King's Vanguard absolutely needed.
Yep.
Macro-wise and lane-wise, there is absolutely no way that King's Vanguard can even win Flash SG.
Right.
But a single triple kill more or less changed the tides of the game. It allowed Flash to know that, okay, this is the amount of damage output that a Lucas can bring over to our team, which is not that tanky after all, because of the fact that we have two fighters that builds tank.
Not only that, you have the Matilda in your possession as well. You get a little bit too close, you need a little bit of heal, that's Matilda coming in, so very good overall composition for King's Vanguard. The only thing that could tear this momentum apart is if Hades is able to find a long lane side pressure push that forces King's Vanguard to play as an individual.
In fact, I think that in this game, largely it's Hades that is a bit more non-existent, right? Maybe non-existent is not the right word per se, but he don't have a very specific target that he can go for all the time. The fight has been pretty scrappy, and it worked very well for King's Vanguard in some of these cases. They split the fights pretty nicely, which puts Hades in a tough spot, being unable to get full dashes and very high damage dances. So I think that that's the main thing. They are locked and get kept behind Hades' dashes. The moment that it goes wrong, King's Vanguard will find that small little window of opportunity to catch up and bring up the fight.
Yeah, he does have the damage to deal significant amounts of harm to King's Vanguard, but as long as he finds, there's a flicker and a fist crack onto Luxion Stain, able to pop that flicker out of the way, at least, the very least, taking down that T2. You got a glorious pathway by Super Ryan, SOD goes wide, caught in the crossfire, JPL pouring in, Bao, little bit too far with the guiding wind, or circling eagle. No one's following her just as of yet, as Flash SG able to just keep all of themselves alive for the next Lord that's coming down. But with 6k gold lead, giving up this Lord be the next best case for them. You gotta deal with Nandes as well. He's up and ready, taking down that Lord. JPL next on the chopping block, just focus priority onto them. You want to bow down with the Rhythm of Joy. But there's a lot of damage from Walker Knuckle and Luxion Stain just free hitting from that bag. This might be it. This might be over as Diablo just one more hit. And Walker Knuckle might be able to take the cake on this one. A touch and they go. A little bit more heals from that Oracle. As Flash SG, without JPL, without Banix, and without Kurt, will they be able to survive this skirmish?
With team composition that kind of plays to the late stages of the game with a Moskov and a Kimi, I think that this is a tough defense for Flash SG. With only a Diablo that's just right in the front line, I'm not sure what kind of damage he has either.
Ooh! There's a lot of damage onto Diablo himself. Just in the nick of time as JPL spawned right up, only to be sent back into the graveyard. As Hades all alone, we might be able to go to a game 3 as Luxion Stain cleans that one out. Man, oh man, Abstract. I did not expect that. I thought it would be a close game, but not this dominant of a performance from the new composition that King's Vanguard brought to the table.
Yeah, this is not something that we expected at all. This is just
yes.
This is just MPL SG.
Yeah, it's just MPL SG. So things can happen. It doesn't mean that if you're the top team in Season 8, maybe. But I think it's just a Kimi problem. Every single time that they got caught, it was with the traction pulse and then Nandes just going straight into that backline. I think they totally forgotten about the Matilda fighter jungle composition. I remember back when it was the Alpha. Usually Alpha gets picked up alongside Matilda and you have some sort of escape mechanism even though you don't kill anyone. But man, oh man, even without Sky Piercer, Nandes just showing us how it's done.
Oh, okay. So let's break this down a bit. When it comes down to itemizations from the side of Team Flash, Hades definitely have got quite a bit of items. In fact, 4 slotted. Vanix have got 4 items, five items. So 5 fully slotted items, but doesn't seem to be able to get a proper foothold because of the front lines, which is Diablo and JPL. Both of them are very comical heroes, and they are big play heroes. They're not necessarily heroes that can have very good sustainability, nor heroes that have high base health, base defense, so on and so forth. They still deal damage. Unfortunately, because of how fast-paced King's Vanguard play in this game, especially with the help of Nandis plus that traction pulse from Walker Knuckle, it turned the script completely upside down, where Diablo and JPL doesn't seem like they will be able to hold their ground, as what's supposed to happen is split damage between Diablo and JPL. They're supposed to stagger, go in, and out, so that they can maximize the amount of damage, even when it comes down to AoE context. However, because of traction pulse, which I think is what you mentioned, because of traction pulse, whatever that's supposed to be split up has been mixed in together with both Diablo and JPL.
Well, that's a way to
the
put
brunt
it.
of both.
That's a way to put it. I think also like Diablo's Fist Crack actually created a kill zone for themselves. So whenever you have a Fist Crack and you land onto 3 members and you catch Nandis, or you don't even catch him at all, he's able to just turn into that beast form, heal back up with Matilda's favor, and heal back up with his own damage and killing spree to create that much damage onto themselves. I think that was the one play that turned the tides for King's Vanguard. They were playing on the back foot, don't get me wrong. Like, Flash was having a lead, it was a small lead, but King's Vanguard was able to overturn all of this by counteracting Badang's play. So, back to your point in the draft, you were saying, like, why do you pick Badang? I don't think it's that good. Now, I do have to agree with you for this game, because it kind of creates a zone of a kill zone for your own team.
I think that when it comes down to Badang and Khalid, they want to play AoE style, right? They want to play team fight. They want to control areas and so on and so forth. As someone that, if I have a Diablo, if I have a Khalid,
You have a Diablo.
I always say that. If I have a Khalid and a Badang in my team, the reason and the timing for me to pop off and go in is exactly when both of these skills were to hit.
Right.
And with both of these 2 skills goes out. And ironically, this is also the same kind of cue for the opponents. So in this case, let's say Badang's Fist Crack is the one that queues 4 other players. So they have 4 ultimates to play with. However, if you are using the opponent's queue, you have 5 ultimates versus 4 ultimates. So in terms of mathematical equation, technically speaking, we're looking at 5v4 when it comes down to what kind of ultimates really work out. If you have if you have the Fist Crack or the Raging Sandstorm to start off first, you gotta have to catch someone, and the someone might be 1, might be 2.
But
Best
they can't
case
finish up
scenario,
the job.
3.
Not enough damage to follow up.
Yeah, because I don't have to coagulate people. You coagulate yourselves for me.
That's right. That's right. Even with the Valentina, I think Kurt played it well in the early game. You have a lot of damage. He understands how to poke. He understands how to zone his own the opposition laner out of
Immaculate Wave Clear and Macro as well, actually.
It's just when he transforms into the Unleash the Beast, into
He
Lucas,
himself goes in.
he himself goes in. Very sacrificial. Not a lot of damage because he's building magic damage, but all of Lucas's skills is physical damage. Unless he's able to get a very tremendous snowball, that might not happen. If you notice, he actually built the Brave Smite emblem, so giving him a little bit more tankiness in the midst of battle. But at the end of the day, he's just not tanky enough to heal everything back up.
Yeah, so this is definitely a very unfortunate game for Team Flash. In fact, I don't even want to see too much into compositions. I don't think that this is in any case a composition problem. This really just boils down to execution, which is very well executed by King's Vanguard. They found an opportunity, they dove right in and completely just wiped Flash off their feet.
To be honest, it's a very classic Ube strategy. So if you remember, like back then it used to be the Estes and then you have a tank jungler. Right now you can build up a fighter jungler. It could be the Lucas, the Alpha, or whoever the fighter is. Because usually fighters have very strong sustain on your own. You just have the little fairy at the back just to heal you back up give you a little bit more shields, a little bit more tankiness if you engage into battle. So I think that was a really, really smart move in the draft for King's Vanguard. I liked their composition, a little bit hesitant about their playstyle from game number 1, but ultimately it all worked out for them. So first game number 3 of the day. And remember, this is still the seeded stage, so all of these wins and losses in within each of the games will be taken into account.
I still can't believe that they won the game with that draft.
Actually, I can, because the Hylos and the Lucas were sort of like back in the day. We pick up the Hylos and the Baxia, and then you have the Matilda being the fairy around. So we've seen that a lot. I think it was way back when in season 5 or season 6, right before the tank meta shifted again.
Let's just put it as the Traction Pulse.
Traction Pulse?
It's just a Traction Pulse.
It's just Kimmy. I think just ban out the Kimmy. Don't play.
Just ban out the Kimmy, yeah.
Just 100% win rate for this Kimmy still.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think that Nandis will be able to score such high value skill 1 hits without a Traction Pulse.
Yeah.
That is the main reason why they are
Pull
able
everyone together and then use your S1, try to clear everyone out. That's a lot of damage from one basic damage.
Like, if you can think about it as when you unleash the beast and the full 3-hit combo from unleash from that skill 1 already do such immense damage to one person. But the problem is just getting everyone in that one shot, and you don't have the kit to allow you to do that. You only have a single mobility skill, teleport yourself behind the opponents, and only then you'll be able to get that 3-hit combo in.
Then do you think right now, I think the issue lies with Flash's composition where they don't really have reliable stuns. So for Diablo and for JPL, they have the Raging Sandstorm, you have the Fizz Crack, but if you're unable to land it or they use Purify to get out of it, that's it. It's very, very high committal. But then for the side of King's Vanguard, they're able to layer their stuns in. Nandez goes in first. If he misses, there in goes the Traction Pulse. Then unleash the Beast to refresh your cooldowns and then go in once again. If not, you also have the Moskov, who is able to use the Spear to pin you together with your teammate, creating another layer of value for your team fights.
I would say that they do have very committal, big value ultimates that stuns, but they don't have skirmish style stuns. They don't have something that you can just throw at a whim and just be like, yes, I lock this person down, let's all jump at it.
Right, right.
They are all they're an all-in team. So go big or go home.
That's right.
And I think that all of those were a go home kind of fight.
Right, right.
From the first big fight, they gave a triple kill. That is decent momentum. Not quite enough for King's Vanguard to catch up in terms of economy. The moment that the next Maniac came in, gap is even closer.
Right.
And the second Maniac shouldn't even happen. It shouldn't even happen. I think that this is kind of a situation whereby they just got caught their pants down multiple times because they think that, okay, you know what, let's just play our own game. In fact, I think that even for that game, Flash might not be communicating to their fullest extent and playing their normal game. It feels as though they're just
chilling,
winging it.
Yeah.
It really feels like
Dude,
it's kind
I
of
have to agree with you. I do have to agree with you. It's a little bit of a difference as well because you see the way Bao plays, very different from how Nick Stain plays with the old Vanguard team, but albeit it's a very new team. You have mainstays like Super Ryan and Luxian Stain, but what Nick Stain brought to the table was a lot more setup. If Bao brings to the table more support, that's, I think, how their competition might be able to work around. So going to the third game this time around, Valentina will be first banned by Team Flash. Okay,
so Valentina banned. That pretty much means that the Lucas must be banned from the side of Vanguard. The moment that you see that the Valentina ban, we want the Lucas.
I think you can pick that up for yourself. Remember, Hades used to be one of the ones that inspired the Lucas jungle in MPL SG.
It's gonna be a first pick Lucas though, if the Lucas were to be.
If it's leaked, unless Chip gets leaked as well. Also with the Fanny and the Harith. Phovius, yep. So Phovius, Fanny, Chip, and Harith used to be like in the ban pool for the first 2 games.
Oh, Kimmy's taken out as well, okay. think that Suyo, Lucas are still okay. King's Vanguard, they don't have the habit to ban either one of these heroes. So maybe look at some other opportunities. Since Bao did play the Mathilda, Mathilda is still a very good hero to ban. And in certain cases, we have even seen Mathilda with very high win rates as well. So if they do not want JPL to play Mathilda, just ban out Mathilda.
I don't think they will sit on the Matilda way too early, so the fanning getting banned out
Your
right here
team is
works.
banning.
Flash might ban out a Hayabusa if they want to repeat the same draft in the second game. Or just give over the chip. I think might be
banning
interesting.
The chip. We haven't seen a chip in a long time, at least
Yeah.
for MPLSG.
They played it in, I think, MPL ID, where they use the portal down the bottom side and the rest of the team goes like it's a backdoor play. It's a whole
Okay.
team backdoor just with the chip. So that might be a
Okay.
Your
popular pick
team
as
is
well.
banning.
So not right now, right here, very big choices.
Joy
Either
ban.
the Lucas, either the chip.
Joy is a good ban too.
Joy might be a good ban. Then you open up both, giving one for themselves, pick up the other. I don't know if JPL plays the chip though, because he has a very specific play style.
Yeah. Open the map kind
Yeah.
of thing. Jawhead.
Chip does it well, but like it's very committal, and you don't really have that much mobility as you would if you were a Cho, for example, or even a Gato.
Okay.
Yeah, I would
Your
chip
team
then.
is picking.
Okay, Lucas it is.
And then on the other side,
Your
maybe
team is
Suyo
picking.
Ranger or Suyo Jusin?
Joy.
Jusin.
Joy is fine. Joy Jusin is okay.
Because you're facing up against a tanky boy like Lucas. If you have a Jusin, you're able to just pull him up and just throw him away. So I think that might be a very good strategy if you're, if he's just pummeling down onto you. But on the other hand, though, they want to pick up the Matilda for
They're gonna go
themselves
with
right now.
what works then. Yeah.
Yeah, because they showed this, Flash kind of knows like, oh, it's on the table. They might be able to pick it, so it's sort of like mind games as well. We seldom see this this kind of background when we're in the draft. So Houston definitely picked up. They want to go for Matilda
Your
instead
team
right
is
from the
picking.
start because jungle's already picked up. They're not gonna pick up the jungle anymore
Is it
unless-
really though?
unless Diablo plays the Lucas though. Do you think so?
I will say that it's highly unlikely, but if they want to do that, they can. And why would that even happen, right? That means that Joy or Hayabusa will make sense the most for them to play that. And in what kind of situation do we want Joy or a Hayabusa over the Lucas?
Right now, Hayabusa work much better than the Joy because it is difficult for Joy to land all of the
Your
beats
team is
to the
picking.
rhythm of Joy to hit onto Bao and onto Jusin. So Hayabusa might work much better unless you want to go for back to basics, go for the Suyo. But then again, you could pick up an Enchanter this time around as well. Gato Gacha could always flex in the EXP side, or Diablo could always, or Lucas could always flex in the EXP side. So there's a lot of options for Flash right now. The thing is, Flash has already covered their side lane split push method, which is in the Moskov.
So mobility might not be the problem anymore here.
Yep.
They do have got cross-map plays. Jusin might be the issue, might be a small little issue. Yves can generally be a pretty good pick for Flash if they would want to go and play that way.
Your team is banning.
Yves with the RWM plus AOG, generally I think that those are very good ways of controlling areas. But now with the Hylos out, Hylos could go EXP and very likely EXP. So having a CC to themselves or a Hilda for the EXP would make more sense, and Gato Gacha go over to the over to the roam.
CC will work. But then who do you send to... Oh yeah, you got a Moskov already.
Yeah.
So I think they got that covered. They just don't really have a lot of sustain if things go awry. if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But for King's Vanguard, though, they do have a lot of options for the
Your
fighter
team
junglers right
is
now.
banning.
Yep, the Yve will be banned out. Cortese plays a lean, mean Yve as well. Now, Farsa might be good against HU Sin, and also, but no, because of the Matilda, it's easy to cancel the ult.
Yeah, it's a little bit different for Farsa.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing's for sure, the EXP laner needs to be a shredder. They need to put the Hylos in place. I mean, they don't need to per se, but mid lane. Let's take a look mid lane.
I think the Hylos can
True
juggle on
Sin.
the EXP side, though.
They need a decent wave clear up against
Your
Sin
team is
versus
banning.
Matilda. They're not too afraid of wave clear actually for Team Flash.
Yep. But for King's Vanguard, there's something that they really need to worry about.
Loi is an okay pick here.
Loi for Flash?
Flash.
Oh yeah, one of the signature picks as well. I think they thought of that earlier on, so it will be a team fight pick-off kind of composition. But for now, I'm shifting gears over to like the gold lane.
Gold lane
Yeah,
for
with
King's.
Luxenstein, yeah.
Okay, for Luxenstein. Is Granger available? Yes.
Granger definitely
Yeah.
available. Yeah, they
Oh,
thought about
they ban everything that I call?
Yeah, they ban everything you called. I mean, it's very simple to pick that up and very simple to execute. For that draft, I don't think they want to go for the Granger this time around, unless so Flash might ban out Suyo over here, so leaving them with maybe an Alpha, but Alpha is a very huge natural predator of Lucas. You get a true damage burst onto the Lion.
Oh, you're right. Alpha jungle for Flash is still okay. Put the
Either or.
Put the Lucas in the EXP instead, because they need an answer to they need an answer to the Hylos.
Not a lot of shred damage though.
Your team
This
is picking.
year.
A mage bursty enough, but doesn't necessarily need that kind of wave clear potential. What else? Oh, what other mages are we looking at? I think might have to be stuck with a Farsa actually. I feel that they might be stuck with a Farsa.
Perhaps. Unless you want to go something very crazy, you can go for a Lilia. Decent wave clear, decent. You can join team fights, very high mobility, high rotations. KGV going for the Irithel once again, but this time around they have the Matilda on hand.
I think. Oh, this is actually a pretty tough draft to call.
Yeah,
Your team
especially
is
for
picking.
Team Flash because right now they have options. Haven't picked up the mage and either or EXP roam
Yeah,
or
EXP roam jungle.
jungle. Suyo,
I was-
Suyo Lucas, yeah. CC. But then there's way too much damage. Not a lot of setups though.
I still kind of like Alpha. I feel that the Hylos might actually be a problem here.
True. Pick up the alpha to.
Oh,
deny the
Selena!
Hylos. Selena might be
Oh,
interesting. I totally forgot about Selena's
completely forgot
existence.
the
Yeah.
change to Selena. Selena is actually okay.
Yeah. The
Selena's
projectile
okay.
flies a lot faster.
Okay, so they decide to keep the Lucas
Your
in the
team
jungle,
is
and they
picking.
will keep the CC and have the CC in the EXP then.
Very huge
Okay.
gamble though. Very huge gamble.
Considering the fact that it's a skill shot hero for Selena, but they won't lose a lot of damage because the Abyssal Trap itself also deals a lot of damage already.
Gives vision as well.
Yep. And so I think that this still plays around the same way, whereby they kind of go for a eye for an eye kind of thing, whereby the opponent's jungle or the opponent's mage or mid lane is not that strong in wave clear, so we don't have to match it to be better in wave clear. We have the Gato-Kacha to wave clear pretty well enough. So we look into another aspect in this case, and it does seem like they want to go for the Selena for the Abyssal Arrow, and very good burst damage too.
Yeah, they've got the Xborg last pick though for King's Vanguard.
Oh,
so it's
Xborg.
very interesting how they want to play
Wow,
this
that's
out.
happy, yeah.
CC versus Xborg. As long as the Firaga armor is broken, I think CC will have an easier time, and the damage is not as much. I think Xborg and CC kind of works the same way.
Mhm.
Just spam your first skill and
Yeah.
pray that it deals a lot of damage.
Whoever deals most
But
damage.
CC has a lot more damage mitigation than Xborg.
And let's not forget that you cannot avoid the yo-yo as
Yeah.
long unless you kind of walk out of the zone.
True, correct.
So
But you can
tech-
always walk out of
Yes.
Xborg zone.
Correct. So that is probably the main problem. This is kind of like the skill issue kind of thing going on. So EXP very how do I say skill matchup.
Yes.
EXP is a skill matchup right now. In the meantime, gold lane it is what is that again? Irithel?
Irithel
and
versus
the Moskov.
Moskov, yeah.
Okay, I think that Irithel still kind of lane bullies every now and then here and there. Right?
Yeah, depends on how you want to throw your combos. Because
Uh-huh.
it's very combo reliant. Your first skill deals like physical
To
damage
Mobile
reduction.
Legends.
But you know, we'll see. We'll see. Going into the final game of this series, I can't believe it's taken this long for this entirety of the game. But King's Vanguard actually putting up a very strong fight. Man, still looking at the Xborg jungle. So it's gonna be high loss in the EXP.
Xbox Jungle.
It's been a long time since we saw this. A lot of true damage. You can take down the Lucas. You can have a second life as well. The only difference is King's Vanguard has an Enchanter this time also.
I'm actually kind of surprised that they went for an Xbox Jungle.
Yeah, I thought the Xbox would be XP lane and then...
There's so many other junglers that
True.
please. Yeah,
Well, they might
they're
have
not
something up
starving
their
though.
sleeves. They might have something up their sleeves. They're
Okay,
cooking. Let
okay.
them cook.
Let them cook. Let them cook. Okay. I'm gonna have to see though. We'll just see how that's eventually gonna go. But Vanix versus Liechtenstein, you can see that the Moskov is definitely having a little bit of a better time considering the skill-based matchup. Katizi joins into the fray up to the top side. Bao joins in as well. So this is really just momentum as well as pacing. Just move fast out of your lane, leave it to whoever that can wave clear fast. And in this case, JPL really needs to help in the middle lane as much as possible. Otherwise, you gotta have to choke out the rest of the members from King's Vanguard, which you can see.
Ooh,
Not exactly going to be the case. You can't exactly choke them out.
nice arrow on to Bao. But they don't want to commit too early. I think FLSG has learned from their mistake in game number 1. But Hades is actually farming a lot faster than how Nandes is. Rotations are in, the speed of kills are faster. I think Xboard has a little bit less of the jungle camp damage, but I don't think they want to fight any of this now. JPL pulling the turtle away as FLSG sets up for this first turtle of the game.
So that said, we do have King's Vanguard, most of them, if not all of them, except for the Irithel, is already around the Turtle's Pit and ready to go for some action. Now, Flash, they gotta have to get their Abyssal Arrow down, right? Or they gotta have to look for someone else.
Ooh, here comes Hades with the Unleash the Beast, able to take down that turtle. They set their sights up on the rest of the King's Vanguard member. Last Insanity will pop. Get first blood onto Hades as well. JPL next to fall down. There's 2 members down for FLSG. They might be biting a little bit too much than they can chew.
Yep.
The issue is Curtizi is not really present in a lot of these big team fights. If you're running a Selena, you can do sort of like pick off compositions, but when you have big team fights, it's going to be so hard for you to make a lot of impact in skirmishes.
2 for 1 then. This is currently 2 for 1. And we're just kind of looking at Super Ryan as being the only one that went down from the side of King's Vanguard. I think that that's a pretty good trade for King's Vanguard. Is it really though? They lost the turtle. They lost themselves. They lost the high loss. In the meantime, they got a kill onto both both Hades as well as JPL. I think it's equal. I think it's pretty equal. It's fun.
Yeah. Diablo's caught in the crossfire. There's a big red target on his back. He might be able to fall, getting pulled back by the Lantern as well as King's Vanguard slowly seeping on top.
What's he doing there? That's my question.
He was just proxying the wave.
Okay. Okay.
So I think it makes sense because you want to alleviate the pressure up on the top side because the rest of FLSG was on the top side. He wasn't expecting the Matilda and Jusin to come in so quickly. And that's the power of the Matilda. Just so annoying. He's everywhere on the map. You have extra movement speed. If you have the Guiding Wind and the Blessing of the Wilderness in the rivers during the turtle spawn as well. So very difficult to deal with the Matilda. There's not a lot of lockdown except for the CC.
And just like that, 4 minutes into the game, and we're going to be looking at the turtle that will be back up in about 10 seconds-ish. King's Vanguard should have a pretty good lead up until here, and they should be able to continue on with some of these damage-based composition since Walker Knuckle is playing as a Juicy. Oh, JPL almost catching down onto Walker Knuckle. If you manage to catch that, that would have been great.
Ooh, topside
Wow.
no, Vanix taken down. Luxon staying on a 1-1. The turtle getting spawned up. It's a 4-on-4 fight. SOD at the ready as well. You get AOG down on the mid side. The turtle down onto a 5th, a 10th. Hades will snatch that turtle up. JPL falls. It's a 3-on-4 right now as Hades just go in, unleash the beast. Getting everyone down low. Might not be able to finish the job as Hades falls to the hands of Super Ryan. The Juicin is right there to throw everyone aside and everyone array. It's Diablo next on the chopping block underneath the turrets as well. Bao is there keeping Walker Knuckle up and alive. They won't be able to catch Diablo, not for now, as King's Vanguard again loses the turtle. But in big skirmishes, in big team fights, they are winning all of it.
Okay, this is just kind of trolly from the side of Flash. Honestly, this is not something that we see all the time, where they will overextend
Ooh.
just to get a kill.
Nice taunt, JPL. Vanix picks up the kill onto Luxion once again. Not having a good laning phase this time around. Luxion staying 0-2-2. Able to crack down the top T1 as well. As Vanix, it would just slow hit from that back. Let the passive do the work. But the Hades, the push aside by Walker Knuckle. Misses the mark, but able to come back in once again. AOG on Super Ryan. The rest of Flash SG wants to go for more. Now they have Vanix in their possession. JPL falls. Super Ryan chasing down Vanix, unable to reach him just in time. Get that lock back. The guiding wind sends him back forward. This Flash SG showing some signs of life.
Scrappy. 6-7. Current scoreline, we've got Flash SG. They're actually just doing whatever they can to get pieces and scraps all across the map. And ultimately, I'll say that King's Vanguard, they're still holding themselves pretty well. They are 2,000 gold under Flash SG. But if we look at objective-wise, we do have 2 of the T1 turrets that has been destroyed, up in the top and the bottom lane. While King's Vanguard themselves haven't yet gotten a single one of the T1 turrets from the side of Flash SG. So far, Flash gotten all the turtles. Those are great when it comes down to EXP. But when it comes down to gold, they can definitely get do a little bit better as long as King's Vanguard gets some buffs.
Nice AOG onto 2. Here comes Hades with Unleash the Beast again. Taking down 1. They're going for the second one. Vanix is there with the SOD as well. Walker Knuckle finally falls. And now Flash SG turning things around.
There we go. With a 4-man kill, 4-man wipeout over to the side of King's Vanguard, Flash SG will be able to get a free turret in the middle lane. They didn't even bother with the Lord right now. In fact, are they gonna ignore the turtle? Sorry, I think they actually want the turtle. But yeah, they might be able to just ignore the turtle and just wait for the upcoming Lord. But Flash, they got themselves together and congregated together and just went for one player at a time. Very, very intentional with the way that they chose the targets.
Very good target prioritization. Couldn't say it better myself. As Bao and Luxion staying desperately trying to hang on, take down that T1 up top. It is easier now that Hades is coming back up online. You're able to snowball that momentum. Super Ryan lays down the red carpet. TZ forced to use a flicker to get out of the way, securing that T1. SOD also goes wide, but they won't be able to join in that fray. Hades though, he comes in, Bao taking a lot of shots. A little bit too deep though, able to get pushed away. Mega kill for Hades, going for more. It's a double, making it a 3 as Super Ryan falls by the claws of Hades.
Maniac.
You got a Firaga armor going down as well as Hades takes it down. Lucas is popping off in this series. Triple Maniacs, all for the Lucases.
Look. I think that having that Lucas collaboration skin with Naruto kind of like there's like a pseudo buff going on.
Oh wait,
Are they gonna end it?
yeah, but Luxion Stain, he canceled his recall. No recall for Luxion Stain.
Oh.
They might be able to see where they are. No, they don't check that bush. Goes pathway already laid down. Diablo getting caught out. There's a Crimson Beacon already laid down by Walker Knuckle. They took down Diablo, but the rest of Flash SG is safe. 30 seconds until Lord spawns up. King's Vanguard not giving up without a fight. 7,000 gold lead by Flash.
One good push and that is that bottom lane that have been broken into King's Vanguard's base. And we are looking at quite a bit of lead, 7,000 gold lead at this point in time. Team FLSG is pretty much happy with what they've gotten so far, and Hades with his own maniacs, he's definitely working on it. Just gotta have to break that racket of a triple and double maniac. We'll see whether we can get more.
Purify already used up by Luxenstein. This might be the call to action as the back line. Hades is in a spot of bother. Unleash the Beast directly onto Walker Naclo, able to use the Crimson Beacon to get out of the way, but Vanix free hitting from the backside, takes down 1, takes down 2, make it 3 as Walker Naclo falls in the end. Abyssal Arrow won't hit its mark, but Vanix is here and he's not here to play. He wants to win this a little bit too deep underneath the fountain, but it will be enough. Not enough minions though. Lord getting spawned up, there's 15 seconds on the clock.
Top lane auto push, while the middle lane is slowly going to go for a push, but actually in favor of King's Vanguard. Bottom lane, Bao is trying to get himself away.
Buying some time though. Time is bought and time is spent. Super Ryan cleared up that waves. Luxenstein already back online. FLSG making a beeline for that Lord right now. It's King's Vanguard just desperately trying to stay afloat. Good call by Bao though, but not sure if they want to be able to contest for this one. JPL already having that compromise down on that orange buff.
Well, all I can say is good call from Bao. They did manage to extend their lifetime and lifeline a little bit longer, but with the loss of the Lord for King's Vanguard, this will put quite a bit of loss advantage over to the side of FLSG and see how much amount of gold they can realistically be able to get throughout this time period. Because right now, we're looking at about 9,000 gold lead in favor for FLSG. A very big lead for 11 minutes game.
There's a 703 Moskov that we're talking about. Abyssal Arrow hits. Curtizi just being a nuisance. I think this is just an annoying factor for FLSG, keeping them at bay underneath the turrets. The good thing is, with the last Insanity, with the export, you do have a little bit of high ground advantage.
So, the mid lane and the top lane currently being pushed with a random Lord down to the bottom lane. Hades just going in, first one down.
He's got dissipated. Last Insanity will take him out. It's a 4-on-5. It's King's Vanguard healing everything back up. JPL getting pulled back, but Vanix's damage is a little bit too much to handle. Lord already taken care of, or should I say Madara. As FLSG, they take what they can. It's only the T3 down the mid side. As King's Vanguard still staying alive. I think all that broke down was that Hades was a little bit too trigger happy. He thinks his damage is a little bit too much, and it might have been, but not enough.
So 12 minutes in. Does seem like FLSG still couldn't find a breakthrough over to end the game, but at least what they managed to do is to get themselves the middle lane T3. The top lane T3 is still standing up pretty darn tall though, with the Lord coming up in 80 seconds in. King's Vanguard, all they gotta do is just reclaim themselves their own jungle and try to delay this game for a little bit longer. The more that they delay, the more amount of farm that they will be able to funnel over to the side of Luxenstein in order to get himself a better case to end the game.
That's a very smart way to use the Abyssal Arrows. If you notice how Curtizi aims the arrows, is not to get a stun. It's to split up the team fights. Let the front lines go to the front. Don't let the back lines come in, because Curtizi does have the damage to take the back lines out, but he doesn't want to. It's just splitting up that team fights and getting that zone of control with the Selena. So very good work for him. 45 minutes till the Lord spawns up. What's the play for Kings?
Well, Kings, hunker down. They need to defend and ensure that their top lane T3 stays alive.
It kind of reminds me of like Season 6, where it was Vanguard hunkering down the base for like, I think a good 10 minutes or so.
Was it?
I think it was way back.
We might be able to see that again. We might just be able to see that. I mean, Flash, they do have a lot of lead though, but it's not that big anymore. King's Vanguard, in fact, has been able to climb up, right? At one point in time, Flash actually had, what, 9,000 gold lead? That doesn't seem to be the case right now. King's Vanguard just slowly playing their way. They do have a very tanky beast of high loss, and they also do have the last Insanity that they can toss out from the side of Dantes. So even if FLSG has been picking up a lot of tanky items for the side of Diablo as well as JPL, these heroes can still be melted down by the amount of heat that Xbox is able to dish out.
Yeah, looks like the Lord not being contested right now. King's Vanguard, listening to your your recommendation, just hunkering down in their base. They do have superior wave clear when it comes down to base defense. And as the longer the time goes, Matilda will only get stronger, the healing factor will only get stronger, and King's Vanguard might be able to overturn team fights. The issue now is FLSG, very high committal. You have the AOG, you have the Lucas, you have the CC. It's very difficult for them to fight underneath the turret. So I think the MO for this one, take down the T3 up on that top side and just wait for the next Lord again.
That would be the best case scenario, but of course, waiting for the next Lord, that will mean that the King's Vanguard will have the opportunity to contest for the Lord. Because,
Hades doing a lot of damage. Luxon Stain almost gets taken out. Crimson Beacon already popped in. AOG knocks up 2, but it's not enough. King's Vanguard trying their desperate best to take down that Lord before anything goes south. The King's Vanguard just dashing back and forth, healing everything, coming back out as Vanix wants his eyes on that throne. We still got a minion left. You got minions waves spawning in. Shut down Vanix, and that is their call to leave. As King's Vanguard able to get another successful defense. Vanix down for 35.
Nandes is currently at level 15 now. So for the next objective pick, this is a game that the King's Vanguard can try to go for the steal. In fact, Curtisi, if he were to go down, it will be a very crazy stagger over to the side of FLSG. But unfortunately, King's Vanguard could not touch that. But they are trying to go for even more stagger from the side of Diablo.
Diablo getting pulled back. Winter Crown just in nick of time. But will not be enough as Walter Knuckle has that range to take him down. Hades caught in a bad spot. Getting seeked out by Nandes.
That's a 35-second stagger of the death timer. And now the Lord will be coming back up in 70 seconds. So at least Diablo can still be back in time for the Lord. Unless King's Vanguard tries to go on the offensive, try to steal away the opponent's river line and try to go over to the opponent's jungles as well, just to set up as a surprise attack to further stagger for the next upcoming Lord.
We're sleeping in 45 seconds-ish to the next Lord. It's been the third Lord this time around. They might have been able to wait for the 18-minute Lord for FLSG to make an approach. But it looks like now things are... The storm is settling, and King's Vanguard, they are being a little bit more aggressive. We come to the point where economy does not really matter as much. It's who can sustain, who can out-sustain, who can outlast, and who can out-damage each other in these big skirmishes. AOG locked off all paths. Vanix getting caught out by Nandes though. JPL pulled back, but from the back line, Hades found an angle, found an approach onto Luxon Stain, but healing everything back up. He's gone down. Diablo getting taken out as JPL and Vanix running for the hills, running aside. You have to deal with the base, but looking at the purple buff, it does look like King's Vanguard has the upper hand if they want to take that Lord.
If you're talking just only about objectives, I would say that Team Flash definitely have got this game. However, we have come down to the point of 18 minutes into the game where goal advantage is no longer a thing. King's Vanguard, the moment that they find a single good fight and they manage to isolate one after another and even getting the Lord, I think that that is just a single lane march down to King's Vanguard getting themselves the series victory.
Oh, everyone's here. Oh, they're blocking the recalls. Look at where Vanix is. He's going for the base rush. He's going for the back door.
Oh no.
That's Vanix. He might be able to do it though. He's got a glorious pathway. He's got the Matilda right there. Circling Eagle. Stopping him in his tracks. Vanix going down. It might be the biggest mistake of his life right now.
Vanix is almost there, but he got started. He goes down. But the main fight is still ongoing with Team Flash managing to bring Nandes down.
You're buying so much time. The Lord already taken out by FLSG. No.
Wait.
Vanguard.
Vanguard got it.
Vanguard got the Lord.
They got the Lord. They defended their base.
They took down Banks for 30. This, oh man, this is very close.
Smokes.
Lord is actually marching down from the side of the Kings.
But they don't have Luxon Stain. Neither do they have Nandes. They can force something here, but this will probably be the demise of Kings.
They do have Hades with the Unleash the Beast. They want to settle that Lord first. The AOG blocking off Walter Knuckle. Oh, nice little guiding wind just to get him away from the skirmish. It's King's Vanguard surviving again in this fight. Look at how well this has played out. You've got the guiding wind and the glorious pathway to make an approach over to Vanix, taking out the minions first. before going for it.
Oh, but the sacrificial play from Nandes as well though. He stuck around and he made sure that he will be the one that make 3 persons stay at the lock pit so that they can't just move forward. How important is that? Well, we can talk about that later because we do have Super Ryan Bao trying to push the rest of Flash SG away. They're back at the stalemate. They're still going to be fine and dandy. Hades runs himself away from the brush and does seem like King's Vanguard have still got a pretty good foothold of where they are. Now, let me break down how important that sacrifice play from Nandes is.
Yeah.
The moment that King's Vanguard is it has managed to push Vanix away. Because they push Vanix away far enough, they will be completely out of position.
That's right.
The moment that Flash SG continues to follow after Walker Knuckle, that would just mean that even though they lost Vanix, they can still kill whoever that overextended, and that is just a pathway to victory because all the lanes are pushed out already.
Yeah, prio targets for King's Vanguard is just take out Vanix and you don't have a lot of damage because they can out-sustain this Hades on his Lucas right now at the 20-minute mark. Longest game we had today, 7 seconds until the Lord spawns up. But for Flash SG, same cannot be said. If you take down Luxion Stain, you still have a lot of damage from Nandes. You take down Nandes, you still have Walker Knuckle as well. So there's a lot more options for Flash SG, but it's difficult to choose. Now Lord spawning up, they need to be able to find where Vanix is because Vanix will be playing very sneaky this time. Bao gets his eyes on him. He knows where he is at this point. No backdoor play as of now, but Diablo having a nuisance down the mid side, getting sandwiched in by Walker Knuckle, sounding the horn, going for the charge in. Oh man, Diablo.
Man.
Pop the immortality though.
It's not out of the question for King's Vanguard to get a series victory though, as now we do have God JPL that's completely out of spot. Nandes even getting the kill down onto Diablo.
Oh,
Yes,
look at waves though, top side, SOD onto Luxion Stain, able to take him out. He got the winning wave as well. Circling Eagle, able to just buy some time for himself, but Hades will take him out. Hades next to fall, Luxion Stain will take that one out as Walker Knuckle pops out the Crimson Beacon trying to chase Vanix away. Just two members down. Pouring in, Curtizi next to fall as well. 4 members alive for King's Vanguard, no bow, no problem. You've got Luxion Stain, they might be able to take down this Lord or go for the end. Man, what a turn of events, Abstract.
My oh my, series victory is literally teetering on a breaking point. It's either gonna be Flash SG or it could be King's Vanguard. It is an extremely tough game for King's Vanguard considering the fact that they do have a base that is completely a barren wasteland. The SOD unfortunately did not land, so it would not allow Flash SG to go for backdoor, but the Lord goes to
Nandes. Nandes with the retribution.
It gotta be Nandes. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they took down Vanix. That's 60 seconds that they're not gonna get back. You got the Lord as well. You have to defend without Vanix and without Curtizi from this point, giving them enough time to push the minion waves in. I think the Lord will come up in 5 seconds, so that's enough time for Vanix to, you know, just stay put as of now. But this might be it, though.
Yo, no shot, no shot.
No, we might extend the game once again. What a banger this series was. Game number 3 giving us such a close match between an underdog and one team that was touted to be on top and the true kings of Singapore.
So what Team Flash SG is doing right now is to split up the force from the side of King Vanguard by having Hades all the way up to the top side and also have got Diablo at the bottom. So they do have 2 dominant lanes and completely ignoring the Lord. Once that lane has been established, they move back home, recall and deal with the Lord and the players all together.
We're gonna taunt up, Vanix is out.
Vanix is 3.
JPL taking a little bit too much damage. Immortality popped. Will get taken out though. Walker Knuckle gets that kill. Vanix is out. He's back on the defense. Diablo trying to buy some time, trying to pull that Lord away. No minions as of now. Last Insanity will be used by Nandes. You can have 1 minion, another minion wave coming in, but they are not targeting that throne. Flash is just not letting them.
They're not gonna do that so quickly. In fact, King's Vanguard, all 5 of them is still alive. They're just trying to push out the waves as much as possible. But
just 1 minion, just 1 minion.
Single ranged minion is not gonna do anything. But for now, cut Dizzy!
Oh, here comes Hades though, on the back line. He's got that immortality, living alive. But here he comes, Vanix. Definitely trying to defend. It might be it though. Everyone's down low. What's going on? Oh,
there's no wave.
No shot.
Top lane. That might work. That might work.
One Canyon minion. It's all it takes for this. Vanix taking a little bit too much damage from Nandes.
For the
Dragon
three.
armor all down. Diablo buys some time. Pushing out a backhanded minion as well.
Clear the wave!
Phoenix is down.
Flash lost!
King's Vanguard
Oh my
takes
goodness!
the cake against Flash.
Who the hell is King's Vanguard again?
You know them. Now you know them. Man, came in here. New players, your face has been blocked. What a game, what a series. 25 minutes on the clock.
My original question was, where's Ricky? Oh, who's Ricky? Oh, who's King's Vanguard?
Who's King's Vanguard? They are the usurpers. The Kingslayers. Actually,
are they
yeah.
Are they playing around? At what point in time did they start to play serious? Were they playing serious all the
No,
way?
the defense all the way. Remember, it was the season 6 back in 2023.
Oh man!
Yeah, MPL SG season 6.
Oh, they were
where
crowned
they
4th
just,
place, right?
Yes, they were crowned 4th place. They kept defending all the way to the very end. That was their modus operandi from the start as Vanguard, and now crowned the Kings. They taken down the true Kings of Singapore, FLSG, touted to be one of the top teams, but they struggled so much in this game.
Oh man!
This is the Enchanter
This-
meta. That's what I'm telling you, bro.
Oh man, this is ugly!
This is 21 to 21.
24 minutes game.
Man, I don't even see like the. I don't even want to see the economy because it just does not matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
All the items that are missing, there's just selling items, buying back items,
Sell buy, sell buy, sell buy.
sell buy, sell buy. It's like a stock market
Oh yeah, that's true.
back in their
Yeah.
POV.
Bull bear, bull bear. Sorry, bull Ricky, bull Ricky.
But man, I never expected this, but super huge props to KGV.
Damn.
It's like we just ran a cardio.
Oh yeah, I think so.
A little bit, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's pretty much equal to running a treadmill. Oh man, Flash losing the first series of the day?
They do have another series at the end of the day. KGV is playing again later on, the immediate next match after this. They have the momentum to go through with this.
They're, okay, so KGV, they are going up against... Who is that they're going up against? Let me take
You know, I'm gonna you hold your thoughts a little bit, but I do want to
Okay,
say,
I saw
like,
it.
man, I want to see their faces so bad in Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, I think that they're gonna be loud, dude. They're gonna be
Dude,
loud,
but without
so
Nick
loud.
Stain, though, who do you think is gonna take the cake of the main taunter?
The
taunter of the team.
Lakshan lah. It's definitely gonna be Lakshan, right? He's definitely gonna be the next person that's louder, right? But throughout all this game, take a look at the statistics and so on and so forth. We do have Wakadakal 29% damage to heroes, 29%.
29%.
And-
Walker Knackle.
Yeah, Wakadakal is actually.
Actually, it rolls off the tongue.
rolls
Walker
off the
Knackle.
tongue, yeah,
Walker Knackle.
Walker Knackle. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna walk and knuckle ourselves out of this high table for a bit because that's a very heated up match, and we gotta cool ourselves down for a little bit, and so should you guys. So make sure you guys stay hydrated as we will be going off for a break, and we'll be back again in a short bit to bring you guys series number 3 between Kingdom Esports versus King's Vanguard.
Yes.
We'll see you guys in a short bit.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Challenger の本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 9. My name is Abstract, with me here is Churros. We have just concluded one banger of a match of Team Flash losing a series.
Losing a series against King's Vanguard, no less. Like, a lot of us were looking at King's Vanguard and saying to ourselves, like, who is this team? Well, they really certainly showed us who they were. Even without Nick Stain, Luxin really held his own, or the rest of the team was really coming together. First game, just to recap, was a landslide victory for FLSG. So we all thought, second game would be the same. But no, they played it to their own strengths. The chemistry just came up. It just took a 5-minute bathroom break, and then they came right back, played their hearts out, and took over the game in a reverse sweep. So kudos to King's Vanguard, but their journey is not over yet, because this series they are playing again. Kings Vanguards are going up against the Kingdoms.
Now that's the question. How is that gonna look like when they're going up against Kingdom Esports with Loiza, FMM, Melon, Malik Teasy, and Bear, which showed themselves in game number 1 going up against RSG. It didn't come up well at all. Let's just put it as that. So hopefully when it comes down to this fight against King's Vanguard, which have Nandas, Bao, Walker-Knuckle, Luxionstein, and Super Ryan, it would be a little bit better.
It might be a little bit different, but coming from the teams, like statistically speaking, if you take down the true kings of MPL SG, Flash, then
You should be
technically
able to
you
win
should be
everyone
able.
else.
That's right. That's right. So it might be a struggle. It might be a different story for them. But best things for sure, like, you know, if anything could have happened last series, this series,
That can happen.
it can happen again.
Kimmy, let's talk about that.
Kimberly,
Kimberly,
man. Kimberly should just sit in the band pool and not see the light of day.
I think Kim Lee have expanded themselves all around the place, and I think that, you know, maybe it's time for them to stop. Just ban Kim Lee.
I think so too. But we've also seen, like, even if Kimmy was banned out, there's also the second choice pick, the Chu Sin. And we were talking about how Chu Sin and Kimmy were actually in their own rights in that certain period of time. Chu Sin was always banned out. It's always left in a ban pool.
100% ban pick.
And right now, Kimmy showing that resurgence, always in a ban pool or picked up in the first phase. So this time around, I think banning out the Kimmy would make a lot of difference. A lot of teams are struggling to combat Kimmy, but I still feel like it's still quite early. That's why teams are not prepared to tackle that.
Still a little bit of a experimentation stage, if I may say that. So, I mean, this is week 1. We have a
Yes.
total of
Numero
5
uno.
teams. Yeah, so remember this. There's a total of 5 teams. And just from today's games, some of these teams would have fought like almost half of it. What's 5 divided by 2?
It's 2.5.
2.5. Is it 2.5?
So you need to win at least 3 games
Yes.
to secure your spot 100% in the playoffs.
Yep. So at least when it comes down to King's Vanguard, I think that they are in a pretty good spot now. The biggest obstacle has already been triumphed over, and the next one they're gonna have to look out for is understandably gonna be Evil and or RSG.
Yes.
Technically speaking, when it comes down to rankings or power rankings of the teams, it's definitely hard to say which one is above, Evil or RSG. But I think that Evil still stands a very good chance because of their showing last season.
Yep.
So I'll still kind of rank them above RSG for now.
Yeah, for now, a lot has not been known. There's a lot of changes, especially to the roster for themselves. They've brought new players. They have old players that are being coaches right now. shout out to Carrot. We always say, like, I remember we joked all the way back in season 4. Oh man, Evo needs a coach, and their own player became a coach.
Yeah.
So
it's
that's the
about
only
time.
way. There's the only way to go about it. Powerful is still in the system, but this game around, it's not about them. It's about Kingdom versus the Kings.
Yep, we'll talk about this, right? Evil will come later. They
Yes.
are going to be coming in for the 4th game. So we shall, kind of talk about that later. So for now, Kings. This is Battle of the Kings. I gonna have to
Yes.
say Kings and Kingdoms, I guess. The Kings to the rightful kingdom.
World War 3.
I mean, technically speaking.
Technically-
If we're talking about something completely not real, so
Not real,
I
no.
think WW4 would make
WW4.
sense. Yeah.
Anywho.
Anywho.
Welcome to Short Kings podcast.
Yes.
Back in the Imperial series, the Royal Derby.
Oh wow.
The Kings versus the Kingdoms. Not much can be said though. I remember the prio picks for both of these teams are the Fovius. Imperial kind of very royalty kind of hero to pick up too. I mean, if you're into those dark kind of stuff,
Technically,
anyways.
like
Technically,
Mincetar is kind of like more kings than anything.
true.
Mincetar's a king, right?
Mincetar, indeed it is.
don't
I
even-
think so. King's Calling.
Fair.
Fair.
I was like thinking, wait, why would I know that? I don't even know the lore.
Because king's calling.
Or maybe
Yes,
it's like,
heard
you
it
know,
before.
but it could be that the king is calling for him.
Oh, and then
Right,
he's like the
like-
the king's right hand man.
Yeah.
But all the king's horses and all the king's men can never keep Leomord at bay again.
Leomord is the real king, right?
I think so. I think so.
How many kings do we want in the Land of Dawn?
Let me
Technically
think.
speaking, they are not from the Land of Dawn. They are from the Abyss.
They are from the Abyss, yes.
Right? Leomord's from the Abyss.
But you're still a king if you're the king of the Abyss.
I mean, then,
It's like
then
an
you have
honorarium.
Then it's like kind of one king per land. So we are talking about Abyss and the Land of Dawn. So we got like one king. Wait, Dyroth is the king.
Dyroth? No, he's a prince.
Oh,
he's
he's a
the
prince.
prince of darkness
Oh.
or something like that.
Wait, so you're telling me that Dyroth is the son of Leomord?
I don't know where the lore is going with this. Oh, but
You said
but
king-
speaking of
king's
kings,
prince.
speaking of princes, you have so many. You have Gujian, Amon.
The princess?
Yeah, the princess. Like not princess, but princess.
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 Prince, bracket S.
Yeah. Back to the draft. Okay,
We
kings.
should never cast again.
You know, as the art of the king's ship. Okay, Kingdom Esports
Your team
on first
is
pick.
banning.
KGV or King's Vanguards on the second pick advantage. So they have done their homework by watching the previous matches, and they know that Matilda is a sure must-ban
Your
hero
team
for
is
the side of KGV. Take that off the table. For KGV though, banning out the chip, I like where they're going with that. So taking off all
Lucas.
signature heroes and seeing what they want to play with this.
Okay, definitely after looking at Nunda's play the Lucas, I think that's pretty fair, right?
Yeah.
That is pretty fair.
But it's none this business. it's it's none this business what they want to play, brother.
This is kind of like a perfect mime thing for me to go from
You just walked. Okay. Getting serious. Back to the draft, and I like how we're playing this around. Banning out the
team
gold
is
laners this
banning.
time. We haven't seen a lot of Moskov being banned out, but they understand that the way KGV likes to play against Flash and the way they took them down was having Moskov on the long lane or on the opposite lane away from the main objective because Liechtenstein is always landing the SOD, so none of that. They're having none of it this time around. So last ban, that should be a Kimmy. What do you think?
Should be a ban, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it only makes sense. You wouldn't want your opponent to kind of like first pick the Kimmy after what we have saw in the previous series. I
Yeah.
think that the Kimmy is definitely a kind of a havoc to deal with. So get the band out. Unless you kind of want to pick it for yourself, but KGV, they are the one that is on second
Your
pick though,
team
so
is
that it's kind of
picking.
like gambling if whether the opponent is even gonna get the Kimmy for themselves. Suyo Joy currently still available.
There is the Joy, Suyo, Kalea.
Oh right,
Yep.
Kalia. But
Yeah.
to first
FMM
pick Kalia though.
FMM was really good with Kalea in the first game. It was just that the team relied on him a little bit too much. That's why it faltered.
Your
But the
team is
Kimmy getting picked up right now for KGV. So mid lane is going to be in shambles this time, unless KE actually picks up a Loi to try to play something around. We realize that we can't really face Kimmy head on just because the damage is way too much. You can get immobilized, you can get sort of like that traction pulsed, if that's a word.
Traction pulsed.
Traction pulsed it. But then again, if you're KE, you could also go for the Juicin this time around. Be
They
difficult a
picked
little
up the Hayabusa and the
Your team
Phobias.
is picking.
So a bit of an area denial kind of play, especially since they do have the Kalia on their end as well. As such, Gatokacha is actually a pretty good pick for KGV if they would want to go for that. Plays in pretty well with Kimi, who doesn't really clear wave that fast, in
Yeah.
fact. So having one of these tanks is actually pretty okay.
Your team
You go
is
for the high
banning.
loss instead.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of things open for KGV. You got the jungle open. No, jungle's already picked.
Look, I actually don't really like that high loss pick. I think that is a little bit too early to pick up the high loss.
You just need a really thick, meaty wall in front of you. I think that's the idea that KGV is going about.
I guess so, but that also means that kind of also brings down the amount of flexibility that they have to keep the opponents thinking. As much as we would like to say that yes, Hylos is okay as a roam and an EXP laner, but we very likely would see the Hylos in the EXP. So CC is still available to be picked. I think CC is great.
You could go with the glue as well.
Glue's okay
if
as
you
well.
want to play it around that. Badang again. It pairs well with the Joy. This is what Flash wanted to do in the second game, but it just didn't come to fruition. Gato, we banned out. Does look like KGV wants to test Malik TZ a little bit, like the extent of his hero pool, banning out almost all of the priority marksmen in this meta so far. So what's left for him? Maybe Natan, Clint,
Beatrix.
Would be a far citizen.
Your team is banning.
Harif is out too, yeah. You would technically would like. You wouldn't generally like to play a Harif into. It's not say into the Kalia, but you're not afraid of the Kalia as a Harif. So picking up a Harif will always be great going up against them, but.
You know, I'm going to throw something out here. Might seem a little bit interesting for you or controversial. Double fighter lane, side lanes.
Double fighter side lanes.
Double fighter side lanes, since you already have a marksman in the mid. All you need to do is just like farm up and then you can play that around this. And you're really testing Malik TZ to his true potential.
I think you gotta look for a fighter that has decent wave clear, that is not too combative as well. Heroes like Khalid is definitely not in is not good enough for that. Terizla is not good as well. Alpha is not good as well. What are some other fighters that actually does have quite a bit of range?
X-Borg. You want to go with X-Borg again.
A bit combative to say. The cone is kind of small.
Do you want to go with fighters maybe?
Because you shouldn't, you don't want to be outranged. So one thing that you want as the fighter to go to gold lane is you need to have mobility to
Benedetta?
Punish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but risky because you're very high committal. If you don't land your hits and you don't land your electrifying blow, that creates a lot of opportunity for your enemies to counter attack onto you, especially since that is where it's at. So Kingdom Esports and Beatrix combo. So Astro Echo into the
Renner's
apathy.
Yes.
The Renner's apathy.
Renner's apathy.
That's right. So we see their combo again. They do have a lot of slams over on Kingdom Esports, but not a lot of, I would say, AoE stuns. I think that would be the problem for them. For KGV, they have the Kimi, so I'm not too worried about how they want to engage, because they can always sort of like layer that option in with the Traction Pulse into the rest of the team coming and layering in your ultimates and your damages.
Okay, so the final pick being the Hilda. So I think that in terms of priority on the EXP, I think that Hilda should take precedence in taking the EXP, which would say that the Hylos will be going over to the Roam. I'm not particularly a very big fan of a Roam Hylos because of yes, he's got a stun. He's got the Ring of Retribution, that technically Ring of Punishment rather, that does AoE damage. But if you pair the Hylos together with a Kimi in the middle lane, so that is a mid lane that heavily prioritizes onto damage over time. They do not have any form of burst, so just trying to clear the wave fast is out of the question. The moment that both of them are poked or dealt a lot of damage, they're out of the equation. They can't contest for the mid lane anymore.
So jumping into the land of Dawn for the first game of the third series of the day, Kingdom Esports versus Kings Vanguard.
We shall see how that's gonna go, and especially if with Novaria in the middle lane as well, there is a lot of poke potential that we can expect from the Novaria herself. So clearing out the waves, absolutely no problems whatsoever. I just kind of want to see what Walker-Knuckle as well as Bao has got in store for us. But for now, it does seem like FMM trying to be very aggressive right out of the start, and in fact had to depend on the flicker in minute 0.
Available resource, and look how Walker Knuckle is just freely walking into the base using the Ricky, the advanced Ricky again, to extend the range and the damage onto FMM. And I think, to be honest though, hold on a second.
It does seem as though Louisa, oh, never mind. It just seems it's going to be a jump quickly with a bow being taken down almost immediately. Unfortunately, the Star Shatter didn't really quite land onto Walker Knuckle at this point in time, but still going to be a-okay.
Yeah, the unfortunate death, and this is the first time that we're seeing a Hylos roam in the entirety of the matches that we've seen today. So it's a little bit different because now you have super intensively fast wave clear down the mid side. So Walker Knuckle can, no pun intended, but walk around the entirety of the map much faster. I think that should be the game plan for early games for Kings. But on the other hand though, I think it's a very good pick that Louisa got the Hayabusa. The main target should be the Kimmy.
And as for now, we do have a little bit of aggression from the side of King's Vanguard. As much as possible, they will want to push themselves up to the northern side of the map, just so that they will be able to put a little bit more emphasis over to the EXP. With Kimmy actually making his way up to the top side, sharing a little bit of quick waves together with the Hilda. But for now, we do have a quick stun over to the side of FMM. He's going to be all alone, but he should be fine. Although he's at level 3, he does not have the Tsunami Slam at top. Now, with him going to be taken down almost immediately by Super Ryan. We do have the Glorious Pathway. They're just going to be choked out, and just to ensure that they will be able to push the rest of Kingdom Esports away, leaving Bear all alone. But at least when it comes down to all those damage that they managed to dish out, it is done this. There's been stuck within of the purple buff and destroyed.
It's a very small mistake for Nandez, using the Rhythm of Joy a little bit too early and unable to dash across that wall once he's taken down that turtle. So in this case, I think Kingdom Esports just slowly defending. They know that they can play towards that late game, and they're playing it around FMM. We'll see how they're working around their own jungle creeps in the early stage. So that's just pushing the traction pulse to get a little bit of vision, and that's why I like Kimmy this time around. With the new and improved Kimmy, you can just spam the ultimates, and if you get someone, good. If not, it's a very short cooldown.
So at this point, with the turtle that's gonna be popping down in the bottom lane in a minute later, I'll say that both when it comes down to macro game, King's Vanguard, they are just all over the map, right? All over the place. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised with the power of the DOTs, I guess. Or is it? Do you think it's just more of Kingdom Esports not being aggressive enough to King's Vanguard's mid lane?
I think they're playing it reserved, so they don't really need to be aggressive at this point. They can be counter-aggressive, like this.
Tsunami Slam onto Bao, more than enough to pull him right within the turret's reach, but with a quick little red carpet, he runs away and didn't even get sniped by Melon.
Yeah, so King's Vanguard is already being aggressive. Kingdom Esports is able to just wait patiently for them to come a little bit closer than expected and just counter-engage. FMM's doing it really right with the Tsunami Slam into the turrets. Unfortunately though, we got the Glorious Pathway laid down right there, and then Turtle spawned up. Looks like King's Vanguard is gunning hard for this one.
Yup, Bear being the first person on contact with the side of King's Vanguard and constantly just hammering away. He's not going to go down just yet, but very soon, as now he loses his life together with Louisa as well as FMM, leaving Maliktizi as well as Melon, the two members available, while King's Vanguard didn't even lose a single person in that encounter.
I might have missed it, but the traction pulse into the immobilize by Walker Knuckle to set everything in motion, including Bao with the Glorious Pathway. Nandez just really prayed to someone out there because he was living on a sliver, and Bear actually hopped over with the Infernal Pursuit into the mix of battle instead of chasing him down. If he would have taken Joy down, he would have been able to defend that back line and get Maliktizi to just get free shots in from the front.
So, oh man, I gotta have to say, right? Throughout all of that fight, it seems as though Kingdom Esports, they are not quite ready for the turtle fight at all, right? Even though I really like how Bear started the fight with first contact together with FMM, they just don't have the damage in the early stages. Like most of the damage is actually banked in onto a skill shot locked behind Melon. The moment that they can't exactly land that out, they lose a lot of burst potential.
And again, King's Vanguard ramping up their tempo. Super Ryan already marching down into that bottom side and making sure that King's Vanguard take away the T1 bottom. And since it's already 5 minutes, they can just hunker down as 4 and let Nandes do his thing.
Just continuously applying pressure is ultimately going to be the name of the game for King's Vanguard. They do have a very strong pressure down to the bottom lane to bring down the T1 turret. Next one in sights is very likely going to be the top lane T1. It's currently down to about half HP. Naturally, the mid lane will come sooner or later, right? It's going to be the most important turret, and understandably, Kingdom Esports want to fight that as soon as possible.
Nice little tsunamis left.
Indeed. And now, and Super Ryan caught completely off guard with his hands down and taken down immediately.
Nandes on the top side, able to dash away from the Wiggy Shadow kill to a very good degree. He's just slowly pushing up on that top side T1 as well. And King's Vanguard, their economy it's rising. So we're receiving into the 7-minute mark. This will be the last turtle game. Kingdom Esports is not in any position contest for this. King's Vanguard will make quick work of it, and Kingdom Esports is back on that defense. Having a very aggressive draft with the Phobius and the Kalea, I feel like they are able to make a move as long as it hits the mid game mark. But I feel like they're putting all their eggs into one Malik TZ, where they're waiting for him to come online. And having a Beatrix, it's easy for you to deal that much damage. When you dash in with a Joy, you just gun him down with a Renner.
I'm so sorry, but I have yet to see Melon actually landing any of his Astro Spheres, unfortunately. King's Vanguard seems to be sidestepping those to an absolute precision, and there's just so much poke potential that Kingdom Esports is just lacking of, because this is a poke composition. You want to enter into a fight where the opponent is already slightly injured, if not have taken quite a bit of those snipes coming in from either Melon or Malik TZ. But it doesn't seem like they are able to execute all or any of that, because they just can't create that distance and do those damage using those distance. But speaking of distance, FMM flickers himself away, creating some distance, but wasn't really quite available to get himself alive from all of that. So very expensive there.
Yeah, a very nice traction pulse from Walker Nagro to set things in motion on the top side as well. We can see how King's Vanguard is actually synergizing around. They're playing a 3-2 composition where Luxion Stain, Walker Nagro, and Bao are just situated together as one. Two marksmen dealing high amounts of front range damage, protected by a mighty steed. So very difficult to break through, especially if you are a Beatrix. Difficult to farm as well. So King's Vanguard understands how Kingdom Esports plays around the starving that farm. So very good call.
So they all said, this is King's Vanguard with, what is that? 3,000 gold lead, it seems. And when it comes down to the junglers, we do have Nandes that is already at level 13 versus Louisa at level 12. So they can still fight for this, but definitely the advantage goes for the King's Vanguard. We shall see if the Madara will be going down to Nandes. And the rest of the members coming from the side of King's Vanguard is just going to be clobbering themselves right over to the side of Kingdom Esports with 2 members down, Melon as well as FMM. And unfortunately, Nandes has overextended himself. While in the meantime, we do have Bear that managed to push himself right into the face of Walker Nagro and Bao, splitting the fight into 2, as such managing to, kind of reduce and minimize casualties.
Yeah, but the damage from Malik TZ is actually starting to show. Slowly but surely, we'll be able to see when the itemizations actually come back up again. But in the meantime, it does look like the Beatrix that is used right here is sort of like a pseudo counter to this Joy. Come close, I'll gun you down with Nibiru, and it would be a little bit difficult for Nandes to get into that back line to take out Melon along with him.
So with the Lord is going to be pushing down over to the bottom lane. The middle lane should be the #1 priority for King's Vanguard. Otherwise, it's kind of tough for them to take control of Kingdom Esports jungle. Not like they're not doing that at all. Because you can see that we do have Bowders already right within the opponent's jungle. But here we go, yet another Tsunami Slam. But unfortunately, FMM, he's way too comical with no one to come in for the help. Wakanako gets a kill down to Louisa while he was looking for an opportunity to go over to the back lines, and the plan is foiled.
A very bad angle. FMM's making all these great plays, but the follow-up from King Esports is just not fast enough. FMM not having a good game this time, 0, 5, and 4. Even though he's initiated in all of these fights, it's just not enough as the counter re-engage from Walker Knuckles' Traction Pulse is a little bit too much to handle, especially for a Kalea.
So I think that one of the main problems is that even after the Kalea goes in for the Tsunami Slam, they realistically have got 0 follow-ups.
Yeah.
They can't layer anything, they are just focused on damage, damage, damage. But this is skill shots coming in from 2 heroes, okay? I think we gotta have to remember that to a certain degree, right? Have one hero that is based on skill shot, okay. 2 heroes based on skill shot, now that is a gamble.
Yeah. It's a little bit interesting how Kingdom Esports actually wants to play this. So no more flicker for that Beatrix and for the Novaria.
Okay, Melon still have yet to hit anyone in the brushes just yet. I have to put it out there. Every single one of these astral spheres, which is supposed to kind of scout out people or to poke people down being their main win condition, is not landing any of these.
I think if you're playing in this professional level, you're able to just dodge away. You're playing like Meteor or Asteroid. What's that game again?
But they're
Like
not
asteroids.
technically asteroids.
But they're astral spheres, so it's pretty similar to that respect.
Asteroid blasters.
Asteroid blasters. You're just sidestepping all the way through. The difficulty is, even if FMM layers in with the ultimates, the only damage is coming from Malik, and Malik is not online just as of yet. It takes a little while for Melon to charge up the Astral Echo, to charge up all of the skills before landing it onto the opponent. So second Lord of the game, looks like Kingdom Esports wants to try for this one.
And now the Lord slams down his trident in the hope that he'll be able to do a decent amount. As Louisa steals the Lord away from the side of King's Vanguard, but unfortunately at the cost of 4 persons live, with only Melon staying alive, and this is going to be the downfall of Kingdom Esports even after getting themselves the Lord, as King's Vanguard quite literally garrisoned themselves right in front of the mid lane T3 turret. This rally is going to allow them to push on and push through that T3 that gives them a mega creep.
I hope we had a replay for this because I don't know where the damage was coming from. FMM set things up in motion so well with Nandes and pulling that away, denying him from getting the retribution. But when Louisa came in into the face of Walker Knuckles, sort of like Traction Pulse, and you see right here, FMM pulls everyone back. The Traction Pulse pulls 2 members in, and the damage from Lucky Stain and Walker Knuckles just free hitting from that back just came in. Super Ryan doing a good job keeping Melon at bay. I like the fact that we had that slow-mo, so props to the production for that one.
I think that I think that it was the Kimi's ultimate that also had the
Yeah,
it timed
I love
perfectly
it.
as well.
I love it.
And that is why I say that that's kind of like Kimi's farts.
To get, oh my gosh. Here we go again.
A little bit of D minor.
Another inside joke, C minor.
Oh, is it C minor?
It is C minor.
It's C minor.
But we won't do that on stream. In the meantime, though, 15 kills up ahead against Kingdom Esports, and King's Vanguard are 6,000 gold lead. This is still seeping into the late game. Luxury Stains coming online. Walker Knuckles untouchable with 3-0-9 as well. The damage is coming in from a majority that Kimberly. It's so difficult to get to her. It's so difficult to disrupt her. And I think FMM needs to change that strategy. I think going for the jungle isn't the right move. Try to get one of the main backline dealers.
Look, Kim has been a menace thus far. And 3-0-9 is current scoreline for Walker Knuckle. I think that Kingdom Esports, they technically don't have an answer to this, right? When it comes down to the back line, yes, Louisa, great, you're able to do all of that. But realistically speaking, This is a lineup that is kind of, it's not front to back per se. This is more team fight.
Very team fight.
Very team fight. You just want to go for team fight. You want to blast everything. If you're able to go for pokes, this is kind of like the, I say, prerequisites to winning in a team fight. You want to get those pokes done in with Renner. You want to get those pokes done in by the Astrospheres. If you're able to land those, then perfect. You are slowly creeping yourself to victory for the upcoming team fight. But so far, we haven't really quite seen that from Kingdom Esports. Why? Because their front lines is actually aggressive.
Yeah.
FMM, I think that he's not exactly in the same line because whenever he finds an opportunity, he's going for it. But I feel that the main game that they want to go for is extend. Pull out the fights, drag out the fights, and only when you are very sure the opponents have either number one overextended or number two you find the perfect opportunity to ensure that the Renner's apathy plus the Astrosphere will land on this person, and only then you go for the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, I like how they're doing this Tsunami Slam. Speaking of which,
You see, so fast. He's just going straight in whenever he have the opportunity, he's jumping for it. But speaking of jumping for it, King's Vanguard literally opened the pathway, allowing them to run straight in the face of the rest of Kingdom Esports, wipe them out, and push them all the way back home. Now, Kingdom Esports, they have nowhere else to go.
okay, I think the issue is FMM and Bear going into the backlines, not having a defensive backline for themselves. So Malik TZ, Melon left to their own devices. This gives King's Vanguard an equal opportunity for Super Ryan as well as Nandes to just jump straight through to their own backline. If you notice, Bao is always a huge wall protecting Walker Knuckle as well as Lucky Stain, so that creates a lot of opportunity for them. But the Glorious Pathway laid down Malik.
Nice start onto Malik TZ. He's going to be all the way in the front and taken down. But in the meantime, we do have the Oki Shadow kill coming from the side of Louisa, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to get any kills thus far just yet. The Lord is still hammering down onto the core. The core has lower than 50% HP, but the rest of the members coming from the side of Kingdom Esports, they are just going to be fighting the rest of the members from the side of Kingdom Vanguard away. As such, Melon, he's almost dead, but he managed to make his way back to his own base. Well, Walker Knuckle, he still wants to go for a little bit more, but Astrosphere he still won the game!
Wow, I didn't see what happened. I didn't see who was the last hit, but that was just crazy.
I think it's the Winions.
It was the Winions. It might be the Winions.
Winions.
It was the mid lane Winions coming in and dealing that damage on the throne because the traction pulse was keeping the Hayabusa at bay. Dang. What a game. What a game. What I tell you, statistically speaking. Momentum. Last game, they had a huge victory against Flash Esports, and right now, King's Vanguards are on the right path. They're on the right approach. They're ramping up the gears. And I think this was totally a landslide. And for a player like FMM, who is touted one of the better roamers, I remember he was called like JPL's apprentice or something like that.
Really, I can't remember.
I can't remember, but I remember he was something like that alongside Nick Stain, and both of them were like, okay, we are learning from JPL, and we always have like all of our teams are counting on us to make the right plays, but every single time FMM makes a play, there was no follow-up, or if there was follow-ups, just no damage.
I think that they're gonna have to get in sync and in line for what they are trying to do. Because FMM, if we were to look at it in another perspective, if they are a team that specializes in catch and they have very good burst damage at the touch of a button, sure, what FMM is doing is great, and I adore it.
Yeah.
I'll say that is the right thing to do. Right. But unfortunately, this is probably one of the first times that I'll say that FMM is probably not playing with his team.
Yeah.
This time, it feels that FMM is the disjointed one, as he's always trying to look for these opportunities, but the team are either one, not ready for it, or number two, they don't have the ability to do what he's asking for. Because this is a lineup, like I said before, they are a poke team. They are a poke team is the prerequisites of going into an all-out team fight. You want to poke first, and then you go for all-out team fight, having Bear and FMM go in. Yeah. But now it's constantly just FMM, I'm gonna start the fight. Yeah. I start the fight, and then now all hell breaks loose. So how is my backlines, being the Beatrix as well as the Novara, supposed to coordinate and try to poke that one important person out?
Matter of fact, their back line was always targeted by Super Ryan. So Super Ryan is the ones that's taking the most damage because he's in the face of Malik TZ, bearing the full brunt of the force from Nibiru, whereas Bao was actually on that back line, defending and protecting Walker Nako and Luxian from Bear. So Bear was actually doing the Lord's work, going to the back line, trying to disrupt Walker Nako, trying to disrupt Luxian Stain, but just because Bao's there, the healing reduction, the attack speed reduction, the main passive, and it's just a huge jock, a huge a horse right in front of you, denying you from taking any one of the little minions out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so I think that having the high loss is also going to be one of the main attributes for KGV to be able to hold themselves in the fight so long, right?
Yeah.
So Poke going up against such a high base HP hero is definitely not going to do so well. They have very strong burst. They have very strong base damage, raw damage.
Yeah.
But true damage is what we want.
True, true. Speaking of which, also, Bao has 100% kill participation.
Ah.
So everywhere on that map, everywhere that there's a kill, he starts things off. But the rest of his team, you can always see like a 3-2 composition. Luxian, Walker, and Bao, one unit. You have Super Ryan, Nandis, another unit. Super Ryan is just protecting. You don't really see him farming up in the late game as well. So I think the composition is just very hard to break down.
So I think that composition is definitely one thing, and then executing the right composition and executing the right thing to do in that composition is ultimately going to be important. So with how FMM play, I think that what the rest of the team could potentially do, because FMM is very gutsy. He's very ballsy, right? Well, he will look for all these opportunities to go for a fight. If they want to continue with the Kalia, I think that that's completely okay. But they just need to find mages that can actually work with a Kalia. Heroes that can burst him down, burst people down pretty nicely. Beatrix is still a very decent pick because of how Nibiru works.
Yes.
With the Nibiru's passion.
The idea is there.
Yeah.
Nibiru's passion as
And
well as
Bennett's
just
rage.
Honestly,
In fact,
just
we
the
haven't
basic
seen
attack.
those two.
I've seen the Bennett's Rage, but every time it was thwarted by the Traction Pulse.
Right,
So
okay.
Kimi was always there trying to disrupt that, so the Beatrix couldn't even get close. The range from the Traction Pulse is way too far ahead. And when they clump up together, that's where, like, imagine like Xavier, you know, every single hit minion you hit, you have an extra boost of range. Kimi is something like that, similar but not the same. You hit an enemy, the bullets actually go through the enemy and hit the back line. So the more you coagulate together, the higher the damage is, and the magic bullets or the magic burst actually splashes.
Right.
So you have AoE damage from Kimi herself.
So the only unique hero that has ranged splash built into the auto attacks.
I think range immobilization and ranged sort of like implosion. Imagine like you don't have to throw
Ranged
and commit.
implosion. Non-committal implosion.
Non-committal implosion.
Ah.
Basically, if you think about it, it's basically
technically it
a
is.
Tigreal ultimate, but you use it from long range.
You send a Tigreal in.
Yeah. See where I'm coming from?
Yo, that's
Are you
OP.
putting down what are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I definitely picked up what you put down. Put it down.
Puts it down. With that, okay. Second game. What's the plan? What's the strategy, man?
You tell me.
Kingdom. I think the draft. There's nothing wrong with the draft. It's the execution.
Execution.
It's really yeah.
Because
To be honest, like I get where they're coming from. Hayabusa to disrupt the Kimi couldn't even get close.
Yeah.
Beatrix and Novaria try to disrupt that back line to try to add some extra range. Super Ryan's always there on their butts.
Right.
Can't run away. You got the Bear using we don't have to talk about Bear because he's doing his job right.
Yep.
But FMM gets a Tsunami Slam, no follow-up whatsoever.
I think that I think I might have to solo my words about FMM previously, because now that I think about it, I did say that yes, FMM is the disjointed one from the team, but I can't exactly just pin it right on him only, because now that I think about it, Beatrix is a very adaptable hero.
True.
And we talk about the prerequisites of the team fight being poke. It doesn't mean that you can't put catch as a prerequisites to your team fight, but that will also mean that your Beatrix have to be so adaptable that you need to understand how does the Beatrix want to use her ultimate, right? Nibiru's passion as well as Bennett's rage. You would ideally, in the most ideal situation, you want to keep both of them for big plays when
Correct.
everyone is just together. But there's no one in the team that can realistically be able to do that. And FMM is the only one that can pull people in. So if you want a guaranteed shot, which is not a skill shot, such as the Renner's Apathy as well as the Astrosphere, landing both the Beatrix Ultimate onto that one caught person might have been a better idea.
On paper, it works. Because you have the Extra Echo, increased hitbox, and then you have the Renner's Apathy. You don't really have to aim well. You still have to aim, but you don't have to be like that accurate.
Right.
In that respect. But it's just there was no opportunity for them to execute that play.
Yes.
So this time around, let's see. So KGV actually going into the first pick this time around. Will they open up the Kimmy? Because it seems so disastrous. 100% win rate today, play 4 times.
I think that they will still want to pick up the Kimi as much as possible, and it is the opposite team's effort to try to go for the ban.
Yeah.
There is just so many opportunities, and I think that as first pick, first ban, the main thing that you are looking out for is heroes that you you just want to slim down and lower the amount of OP heroes that can be given over, because you're guaranteed 1 OP hero, technically speaking.
Guarantee 1 OP
I wouldn't
hero.
even say OP, but high
One prioritized
tier.
hero.
Yeah. So with that all said, let's kind of take a look at what are the heroes that we would like to see. Right?
Previously, Kingdom Esports actually banned out the Matilda Lucas combo.
Okay.
So they might open it this time around.
For themselves.
Considering,
Okay.
for themselves, and then giving over maybe Kalia to Kingdom.
I think that
to KGV.
Yeah, I think they're pretty okay with giving away Kalia. Kalia doesn't seem to have a very good track record at this point in
It's
time.
a flip of a coin, I think.
Luck of the draw, I guess, to a certain extent as well.
Then again, they want to play chip. To open up all of the priority heroes, ban out signature picks, but open up priority heroes. Open up the chip, open up the Kimmy, open up the Joy or the Lucas.
Do you want to massively open up all of these heroes?
Massively open up, give opportunity for Kingdom to actually pick that up and play around with it, because FMN can play any hero. I think he's a very versatile player back from season 4 or 5 when we first saw him as well.
I would say that as a roamer, he's probably a very versatile fighter
Tank,
roamer
yeah,
hero.
yeah.
He's not really like a very
Enchanter
or a typical tanker kind of thing. Like if we're talking about high loss per se, I don't see him as a high loss player.
Right.
Belleric, I don't see him. Tigro, I don't see him.
Very high, like you need some form of mechanics. Like a Cho, you would definitely see him.
He's
that kind of
definitely
thing.
gonna play that. Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen Cho yet in this
In
entire
fact, we
series.
haven't seen Jawhead.
Jawhead
for
too,
the
yeah.
entire day.
I think it's just people adapt to the meta.
Or maybe
and it's just maybe not Singaporean meta.
Singaporean, yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
it's just
Singaporean.
not
thing.
Singaporean meta.
Yeah, probably not a Singaporean thing.
Yeah, Singaporeans like to play macro, and we like to. I don't want
Well, air quotes. You know what? His air quotes means emphasis.
it is an emphasis.
It's an emphasis, not a sarcasm.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So we like to play like.
Thanks for the beer.
I know. I get that reference. I get that reference. But yeah, back to my point. I think Singaporeans like macro gameplay.
Yeah,
Uh,
But more
for emphasis.
similar to Filipino playstyle.
More similar Filipino playstyle, but we are more reserved. So we don't want to try things that are too aggressive. We want to be aggressive, but not overly aggressive.
So we want to play comfy.
Comfy, test the damage, test where we're going with things
Yeah,
all
just kind of
around.
like test how far distance. Okay, then we can go for. a
You're off the
fight
screen.
kind of thing. No,
Oh, but you're off the screen.
I don't understand the context.
Can you get back into the screen? Because we're jumping into the draft soon.
I don't understand the context.
I don't understand context either.
Yeah,
Can you come back into the...
I don't know. I don't.
So we're doing this alone. Okay,
Can
okay.
you do it alone?
Maybe not, maybe not. I can try to do your quotes. Oh, right. Okay.
We'll switch identity for the next one.
Draft. KGV. First pick. Open up the Kimmy.
Open up the Kimi.
Open up the Kimmy for themselves.
For themselves. Wow,
Okay.
I'm tall.
Oh.
Oh.
That's your true height.
Yes.
Yeah, 6'5".
This feels I'm not American enough to understand 6'5".
Yeah.
What's 6'5"?
6'5"?
Yeah.
It's like
180.
So 6 foot is 180.
Oh damn! Wow.
Like
I'm
1 inch is maybe.
3 cm.
Damn, I can't remember.
1 inch is
Can't remember.
6 cm. No, I literally.
I
do
know a
not
foot is like 30, and then there's 12 inches in a foot, I think.
Feels like 5.
Feels like 5? Okay, okay. We're restarting the draft. We're restarting the draft. We're going back in. KGV on the first pick. Comfort bands. Kimmy, definitely they want to fight for it. They might ban on the chip again. They've been doing it for the previous
I think say
4
goodbye to-
games that they played.
I guess so. I think for KGV, they themselves will want to open up the Lucas. So
Yep.
right on the money.
is
You
there.
Right on
got-
money.
You got a chip that's taken away. KE themselves, I think that they have enough respect. Very likely that their
team is
ban
banning.
is going to be very similar to their previous game. So that will be the Matilda, the Lucas, as well as they didn't ban the Kim.
Moskov. They banned
Was
out
it
the Moskov
Moskov?
first.
Okay,
Yeah.
Moskov.
Yeah. So it was very targeted towards KGV. But on the other hand, though, I think KGV had a plan in motion. They were targeting Malik TZ, and I think it worked beautifully, putting him in a marksman that he's not very comfortable with dealing. And Luxenstein just out-farming him, out-laning him from the early game up till maybe 6-minute mark, and then he's just all over the map.
Your
So
team is
this time
banned.
around, Harif again being banned out. We always see
Your
a
team
Fanny
is
ban being that
banning.
last in that first phase.
It should be.
Should be again. And then Coach DJ just banning out the Moskov again. So that's my prediction.
Yeah. I don't think that it's going to stray off the tangent all that much. Although I gotta have to say that for the side of KGV's ban, it might change because this final ban, it might not be Fanny. Like, yes, Fanny is pretty darn annoying, but there is a very high chance that it can technically be a gamble that Louisa don't play that.
Your team is banning.
I don't think either wants to risk it with a Fanny because it's high risk, high reward though. It's
Kimmy.
very targeted. The
Okay.
Kimmy will be banned out. So this time,
Moscov's available.
Moskov, Kalea.
Kalea, but do they want the Kalea?
You can always go with the Grounger first.
Okay.
Kalea, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
Bao is
Your
confident.
team is
Okay.
Bao is
banning.
confident.
So this will put the ball on the court of Kingdom Esports. Suyo Joy is banned, so Suyo is available. Alpha is something that we can potentially see as well.
They might not go for the alpha. Easy to read, too easy to read.
Too easy to read.
Yeah.
Maybe too early for them to kind of lock in onto that one for now.
Yeah, Phobius again.
Suyo's still okay.
Phobius again for Bear. It kind of works.
Phobius for Bear.
Yeah. But I think then KGV will pick up the high loss for themselves.
Okay. I'm okay with Granger first pick.
Yep, Granger is
I'm
okay.
also okay with Kacha second pick.
Safe pick.
Yeah.
Safe pick
Very
for
Your
K.
team is
So
tanking.
because this is technically their blind pick, right?
Yep.
So coming up with the blind pick and with the third pick, they would be able to get that one hero that answers the answers the questions that KGV posed for them. So at this point in time, they do have the Kalia that is looking at catch, perhaps.
Catch, pickoffs. But they need follow-ups from the rest of the team. So I think this time around, they could be able to pick up the high loss once again, or opening it up to the last second, and then you pick up the something like Hilda, something that could chase someone down. But hey, if Suyo is open, might as well pick it.
Yeah, Suyo plus the
Ah,
Kalia. It's
the
actually a pretty
Juicin.
good combo with a Juicin. Oh, okay.
Oh
yeah.
man, I
yeah.
totally forgot about
Yeah.
Juicin because we always
It
like
slipped out our minds.
we were too focused on like Kimmy or Kimberly.
Yeah, or
we,
Kimberly.
We forgot about Juicin.
Kimberlin.
Chen Juicin.
Chen.
No, I don't know what to say.
Chan. Kim,
Yeah, maybe
Juicin Chan. Kim. Juicin Chan.
Oh, like you mean the Japanese
Yeah, like the
like
Chan,
San
yeah,
Chan?
yeah.
Okay.
And then the very famous song nowadays, the Chocominto thing.
I don't know.
Okay.
I
good.
don't want to know either.
Yeah, you shouldn't know that. Don't. It's a
Why are we whispering?
low stakes.
Low stakes.
Choco mint is low stakes.
Okay,
Oh,
but hey,
yeah.
speaking of stakes though, since the Eve is getting picked up over here, I want to talk a little bit about stakes for this match, especially for KGV.
Okay.
One game out of Flash, if you take one entire series off of
You're or less
Kingdom
in.
Esports, you're more or less in.
Yeah, you're
The
more or less
only
in.
biggest issue right now that you have to face is either RSG or Evil.
Yeah. And I don't think that they will have a lot of issue per se.
I don't think they'll have a lot of issue.
I think that it's fair enough to say that they will lose one of these series.
Yep. That's a very
Safe thing to say.
optimistic
Yeah.
outlook. Like, okay, we'll
Your
lose
team
one,
is
Yeah.
banning.
but we'll win the other.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
You win some, you lose some.
Yeah.
But I can understand the Yves pick, of course. When it comes down to looking at a Juicin on the opposite side, Yves has always been a very good answer to making sure that you win the lane. You do have the superior range as compared to a Juicin.
Utility versus control.
Yes.
That's what I always like to say.
Okay.
The only thing is, who do you pair with the Juicin? Actually, no. It's already paired with the Kalea. So it's the Kalea versus the Gacha in the
That's the layering.
yeah, in the mid side. You have the
Your
zone
team
control
is
for Yves with the RWM. So that creates a lot of space and pressure for the AOG to be brought onto your opponents. Going into the ban though, taking out the Moskov, taking out the Hayabusa, I think that might also be a Irithel ban.
Your team is
That might
banning.
also be another jungle, and I'm thinking assassins. You want to risk it with the Hanzo, maybe?
Oh, Hanzo is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's emphasizing a lot on the assassins.
Yeah, but I'm not too sure whether Singapore really plays a lot of Hanzo per se.
Not a lot. I think
Yeah,
in community tournaments, yes.
We are more fighter jungler.
I remember Hades actually picked up the Hanzo quite a bit, but because of the changes in meta, it might shift.
Your team is picking.
This is like the same moment when I called out the Yves and the Loi.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is like
The even lawyer.
we're getting our own pop
We're getting our own.
We're
It just
getting
takes
our
time.
own-
It just
yeah,
takes
yeah.
our time.
Takes 9 seasons.
It takes 9 seasons to pop off.
Okay, so now I actually really like the fact that they have decided to pick up the Gato first, being a very comfortable pick, and only then after pick up the Yves. Considering the fact that having a Yves on your own and then the Gato on the opposite side, it actually cancels RWM because of the taunt. Since you
Right.
cannot cancel RWM with a knock-up, with a stun, with a root, with only a taunt or a suppress.
Actually, taunt?
Taunt can because you are forcing that attack. And
Your
when
team is picking.
in RWM, if you force an attack, or rather if you use basic attack,
Oh,
You
okay. I get you. You're forcing the Yves to get out of RWM and use a auto attack. But like I said, the Hylos will definitely be picked up by KGV. It's too valuable for them.
I think this is like their thing now.
It's their thing. It's
Yeah.
their thing. It's either the Lucas Matilda or you just pick up the Hylos.
Yeah. If they want to go for the carry here, I think it's
Good choice though. You have to purify away from the Cho. That would be enough, and then just a traditional front to back. You just have to play safe, because in a lane to lane matchup, Granger will win you any time of the day.
the only thing I'm concerned is about range, right? The main
Yeah.
thing that a carry suffers from is range. But it's okay.
Your team
We've
is
got that
winning.
locked in. And the final pick that we want to see from KE when it comes down to jungle. Now we gotta have to look through the list, man.
Fanny Ling.
Oh yeah, Fanny. I'm completely. Oh, Leomon is okay.
Ooh.
Leomon is okay.
Nolan.
It's like we completely forgot.
We completely forgot. It's just like how Layla forgot about him as well.
Is that the law?
Sent to the void.
It's not the other way around. I'm not sure. Because
Nolan
usually
forgot
it's
about the daughter. No.
Because usually
he's
it's the dad that abandons the daughters, not the daughters.
for
that-
buying milk.
I mean, yeah.
So he went to the void to get milk.
Yeah. Excuse me.
It's Ling. It's Ling. It's Ling.
It's like okay.
Okay. It's Ling.
Very bold.
Risky. Haven't seen Ling for a long time.
If we want to look at lane, we need to look at lane priority.
Yep.
EXP lane, what are we looking at going up against the high loss? They have a Gatokacha,
Yep.
right? Not gonna go anywhere.
Yeah.
We
Ranger
look at-
doesn't deal a lot of damage to the high loss alone as well.
Not gonna go anywhere. Mid lane most important, right? I think that having the Yves that wins against the Juicin is great.
Yep.
But when it comes down to the roam, who is the roam of KE?
Kalea.
KE.
No,
KE.
KE.
Yeah.
Gato.
Oh wait, then who's
Yeah.
the EXP of KE?
Hey. We're going-
it's coming to my mind very soon. I think I'm
can't
starting
remember, I
to
can't
remember.
remember.
No, I'm starting to
starting to
remember.
remember?
Yeah. The
Cho.
Cho.
Oh, okay,
Wait, they
okay.
put Cho.
Cho EXP,
EXP
Bear
over
Concussive
Rome.
Blast.
They
That's why it's so
flipped-
forgettable. That's why it's so forgettable. I think
Huh?
they swapped it around.
Huh?
Okay, FMM getting pulled back. Lots of damage from him.
Okay. I think that is a pretty interesting development. Normally the Cho is the Roma
Yeah.
instead.
But I think they want to try something out. You can proxy the wave as well. You're a little bit more fast movement. But we'll see how Bear plays around with the Chow.
With the Chow. Okay, so how's this gonna work out? The main thing I want to look for is Ling. Ling has not a very good wave clear. Jungle clear, right?
Actually, it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. The only thing is, he is right now quite susceptible to a lot of stuns. You can use Temples of Blaze, but then you waste a valuable resource, and you're very snowball reliant if you're playing a Link. Walker Knuckle take a lot of damage from FMM though.
Wow, that is a lot. But in the meantime, now FMM is probably... Huh? He could have walked away.
He walked away.
He could have walked away, couldn't he?
But I think Bear was over there already, so I think he was saying like, "Oh, go! I'm here! I'm
Might
here!"
as well, kind of
Little bit
thing, right?
too soon, too late.
Oh well, but it's okay. That is just the first death coming from Sada Kingdom Esports. I think that there is still possibilities, of course, because we're still so early into the game, right? So I don't think we need to talk too much about the gold lane in this case. None of the teams, or maybe only King's Vanguard, because they have opportunities to go for kills on Ranger. But Ling, I think that it's far short to be able to get a kill down to carry this early, especially since they have the Gacha and Slow.
Right.
If they get a Cho roll, we would have probably do a lot better.
I would say it kind of works the same. It's just you have a lot more faster roaming. Since you have the Concussive Blast as well, you can proxy the wave and start to roam. So we see Bear a lot more in the cross-map plays rather than Super Ryan's high loss. But the issue is, once you hit the 5-minute mark, you're going to see King's Vanguard playing that 3-2 composition that we know and love. But for Kingdom Esports, we'll see how FMM tries to set things up, because we've seen it in the first game of today, or first series of today, where they're banking on FMM to make the plays with the AOG. And when that doesn't happen, the rest of them just stops and just backs off.
So, at this point, I think... okay, hold on a second. It seems like the RWM is just going to be popped, but fortunately, Melon did not manage to do anything to anyone at this point. In fact, all of the members from King's Vanguard walked away completely scot-free. And they're fine.
Yeah. I think it was a little bit of a panic for Melon. They thought they could beat all... they could take all of them out, but Walker Knuckle actually popped the ultimate just in the nick of time, or just walked out the RWM. Not enough damage for now. Louisa is a little bit too slow on that Ling so far. Oh, FMM, again, getting pulled back into the pool of water right there that Bao created. Here comes Bear as well.
Yep, that is a good amount of knockups as well as the Wheel of the Dragon on the Bao, but
Oh, he's still alive!
himself away, and he even got a pretty nice pickup. But FMM managed to iframe away with the Avatar of the Guardian. It's gonna be A-okay now, and there's no casualties at all.
Yeah, we're talking about action, reaction. King's Vanguard is very, very reactive, and Bao has been doing such a great job just taunting and pulling everyone out. So no retribution for Louisa. The turtle looks like it's going into the hands of... Nope! Spoke too soon. Nandes goes down.
Yeah, and doesn't seem like that's going to be the end of the fight just yet. We do have yet another Tsunami Slam. It worked out pretty well.
Ooh,
but
nice
Bear, with a return way of the Dragon, pushes Bao to where he came from. And that is kind of like a nice retaliation.
Too much aggression coming in from King's Vanguard. They stayed in the purple buff way too long. Good call by Louisa, forcing the retribution down and then taking out Nandes in the process, buying them some time to fight for that turtle. Now, remember if you're a Ling and you're playing an assassin, you don't really necessarily like to do the turtle or Lord dance. You rather have the rest of the opponent's team whittle the HP down first and then swoop in with the retribution. So a lot of timing is necessary. 5 members from King's Vanguard down here trying to go in. No contest whatsoever from KE. And King's Vanguard takes down yet another objective.
1-2, current scoreline, 5 minutes into the game already. And this is the point in time where there is gonna be a lot more movement all across the map. So I think mobility is gonna be the name of the game, right? Kingdom Esports, they have got Bear that can move around fast. We've got Ling as well, and pretty much that is all. FMM, yes, it does have the AOG, so you can initiate from many different angles too. So put that all into context. Kingdom Esports should be able to respond should be able to respond most of the aggression that King's Vanguard decides to throw over to them.
Yeah. Looking like you're nearing each other. You got a Glorious Pathway already laid down for minions to slowly march in. Desperately want to take down that T1 bot though.
But unfortunately, the creeps did not stay alive for long enough for them to do anything. While Bao settles himself onto the wall and was hoping that he'll be able to look for an opportunity, only for him to tidal wave out.
A very good call by Kingdom Esports, just waiting for the Glorious Pathway to end. A little bit too trigger happy for Super Ryan. If he waited a little bit longer for the Glorious Pathway to get laid down, he might have been able to take down that T1. But hey, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Kingdom Esports now still having the slight advantage in terms of economy. Not too much, but Matic TZ with a core item pick up with the Sky Piercer. So expect a lot more aggression coming in from Kingdom. The King's Vanguard though, very defensive, very passive, more reactive. AOG.
Yep, Tsunami Slam lands on, but it doesn't seem like Luxustin will be able to stay alive for long enough, but he's going to be staying himself on the back for a bit. But Walker Knuckle, he decides to go all the way to the back lines. He did manage to get a nice pickup on the Malik TZ, but doesn't have enough damage to do any of that. While in the meantime, we also do have the Surge of Life passive that actually managed to clutch the cat onto someone from the side of Kingdom Esports. But from that point on, that is both teams that have decided to call it stalemate and truce.
Oh, man. Close but no cigar. I think it was very close for King's Vanguard. Very risky move, especially by Walker Knuckle underneath the turret. Sandwiched by 3 members. No flickers, no Crimson Beacon. Using the Crimson Beacon to reposition himself to try to take down Malik TZ. But in the end of the day, it was still a free and easy sort of escape mechanism from that. So a little bit more time until the Crimson Beacon comes online. But look at how Walker Knuckle is actually pushing everyone away with the pepper spray.
Pepper spray. Very apt actually. But for now, big little pickup over to FMM, only for him to get Way of the Dragon, as Bao doesn't seem like he will be able to stay alive for long. But before breathing his last breath, he did manage to get a nice tidal Tsunami Slam out, and now the RWM also just going to be capping and putting everyone boxing it all up. Nundes as well as Luxustin, only last 2 members remaining, but Luxustin, he still have got a lot of these light wheels to throw over to Kingdom Esports. As such, 1 for 3 trade. That's not looking good for King's Vanguard at all. But at least Nundes is still alive, and he can try to go for this turtle unless that happens.
Beautiful reaction time from Louisa. But the damage from Luxustin, you can see it's coming to fruition. It's coming in hard. Kingdom Esports was staying a little bit longer than expected. Taking a lot of damage right there. Look how they trapped everyone in. Louisa blocked off all the entrance. Walker Knuckle underneath that bush, and once the RWM gets laid down, the AOG comes in. That's the zone of control that we're talking about for Kingdom.
Yep, and not only that, right? I think that is played very well within of the RWM, keeping and making sure that Walker Knuckle is unable to just casually walk right out of him. They held him inside there, and all of the damage that's currently that's like thrown in from Melich came to fruition. But now it does seem like we found the Hunter got hunted. Boy, oh boy! Now is that a plot twist that we see?
Yeah, a very tricky situation that Louisa was in, but Bao having the Tsunami Slam has it has sort of a longer stun duration. But then again, King's Vanguard ramping up that tempo once again. Next big objective will be the Lord in 50 seconds as Kingdom Esports trying desperately to defend their T2s. Cracking down on the T1 mid would be the top priority for either side as both teams, again, with economy, even Stevens.
So I think that this is a stalemate, right, all the way through and through. We've seen a couple of these team fights that went on around, but personally, Churros, which one do you think has a higher chance over the later stages of the game?
I think King's Vanguard has a better chance, but I wouldn't discount Granger's, you know, unlimited scaling potential with the passive.
Right.
The more you slay minions or the more you slay creeps, you get more. But hold on a second right here with Dragon.
Does seem like Bao, he's trying to get himself out, and he did manage to get himself out actually. With a quick little pickup coming from Walker Knuckle, brings Bear down to draw all of that all. But Malik Teasy, he managed to get the kill down onto Luxionstein as well, one of the main few important members. But King's Vanguard took that opportunity to wipe out the rest of the members from Kingdom Esports, leaving Malik Teasy the last member alive.
Free Lord, free T1. Malik Teasy wants to find a way to try to disrupt them. As Walker Knuckle really down low, but not enough for Malik, not enough damage, not enough range, not enough reach to take him down in the process. So free and easy Lord over the side of King's Vanguard, but what a play from them. You see, the damage from Luxionstein really starting to show. It's the damage that he deals over time, although, albeit a single target, it's just too much for Kingdom Esports to handle at this point. And like I said, in the later stage of the game, the longer this goes, the damage of Luxionstein will scale. And Malik Teasy, though, the longer he stays, the longer he can spam those skills. So I'm saying it's still a 50-50. It might be a stalemate all the way. It is a stalemate now. We'll see how much that Lord can do.
So the purple buff currently being tackled by Louisa should be able to keep Louisa at level 15 so that they will be able to contest for the next turtle with great efficiency, as both junglers would be at level 15. But with the fact that they have lost 4 members in the previous fight, I think that is a I guess it's a very good reference to what they can expect in the upcoming fight. They have to be extremely careful with how they position themselves, especially since Ling haven't really found much opportunity to jump over the backline, since this is a very backline heavy line. They need to coordinate together and well enough. And speaking of coordination, that is Tempest of Blades fully used up. And that is even Malik Teasy coming in for nice little snipe to bring Nandes down. So that split push did not work out well.
Yeah, but the Lord's still marching down the bottom side. It's no longer a Madara right now. However, though, I think it was Nandes just playing with his food a little bit too much. We're going back into the previous thing that we talked about in the draft. Like, how do you deal in a late game situation, especially within Granger? And I think Malik Teasy has been popping off.
I think that there's definitely a lot more potential for both of the gold laners. This is just one of the games that really depended on the gold laners and see what we can potentially do with both of them. But there is still how can I say this? Because this is such a stalemate game. Kingdom Esports is mostly winning because of objectives and the fact that they have a Suyo. So Suyo
is King's Vanguard.
Yeah, King's Vanguard.
KGV and KE. Yeah, KE on the other side though. Louisa has been doing a ton of work with the split push objectives, making sure that the lanes and objectives are being halted. And look how far he's pushing in. No one can actually stop that Ling unless it's Bao who focuses on him with a Tsunami Slam. This is a very, very long cooldown, enough for the rest of the team to take him down.
So at least Nandes, in terms of jungle to jungle, if you're going down to the 50-50, it's not exactly 50-50 due to the fact that Nandes has got his Blade Surge. I think that he's still able to win in most of these fights, while the only thing that's working out for Louisa is the fact that he does have Tempest of Blades, so he does have iframes while he's trying to snipe out that lot in that 50-50 window. But most of that advantage still goes over to Nandes, and Nandes is the one that sets the pace and sets the timing for when is the optimal time to do retribution.
So it is something that King's Vanguard likes to play around. Luxionstein's online, just protect the President to the best of their abilities. 30 seconds until Lord spawns up. As long as Luxionstein stays alive, then Kingdom Esports will not be able to take the cake on this one, because it is easier for carry to deal sustained amounts of burst damage or melting damage onto themselves rather than Malik Teasy to land all of his bullets all in one shot.
So what's gonna be next? 10 seconds left on the clock for the Lord. I would definitely like to assume that it is all about the game of Lords and objectives, but there must be something a little bit deeply rooted in for all of that to eventually happen.
Yeah. So Lord spawning up. King's Vanguard is already in position. Here comes Bear.
Bear, where is he? He's just gonna be hovering around the Lord, looking for the right opportunity. He does have Flicker, he does have the Way of the Dragon as well. Louisa very far behind, just so that he doesn't get caught in the off chance that King's Vanguard somehow managed to touch him. And wouldn't want to allow that to happen at all. Unless quick little idea and opening up onto the brushes. Complete stalemate. Both teams are very unwilling to do anything, but here's the difference though. Super Ryan is a little bit deeper into the brushes together with Luxion's State, and that is a very bold move. FMM doesn't have a lot of HP to work with. In fact, he's been poked out quite a bit. In fact, 1/3 of his HP has already been whittled down. Nanda's position, we need to look out for that. Nanda's position might actually catch someone completely off guard. I think they should be able to see where Louisa and FMM is. So with that Blade Surge alone, keeping FMM lower than 50%, I think that this pretty much deters Kingdom Esports from doing too much.
Yeah, and Louisa's presence all over the map, especially on the long side, is biting King's Vanguard in the foot as well. Because there's not much that they can do, no one that they can send. If they send the Suyo over, then Kingdom Esports is able to take the cake on the team fights on a 4v4 situation because the zone control is just way too immense for King's Vanguard to handle. Melon needs to get close. The range of the RWM will be a strong threat to Kingdom.
Oh,
there.
Immediate jump coming in from the side of Bao, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to do too much.
Low.
Bear is going to be the first person taken down. FMM quickly, AOG right on the spot, hoping that he will be able to do something. But in the meantime, Louisa all the way to the back line. He did manage to find a kill down Luxion Stain, but now he is currently under threat. He tries to run away, or rather Bao tries to run away. Louisa got himself up onto the wall and continues onto the pursuit, but doesn't have enough damage to continue onto that fight. As such, they're going to be moving on to taking down the Lord after getting themselves a nice kill on Walker Knuckle and Luxion Stain.
Yeah, they just can't take Louisa down. And slowly pushing on that top side as well. Minions are pushing in the favor of Kingdom Esports. Luxion Stain being wide and open, being targeted by Bear, set everything in motion. You have Luxion Stain so easy to take down as well. And Louisa there for the cleanup, so it's very good target prioritization right before that Lord, because they know that if Luxion Stain continues to stay alive, King's Vanguard will win any situation whatsoever. The issue is right now they don't really have an enchanter, so not a lot of heals, not a lot of sustain, reliable sustain coming in from the KGV side.
So now Kingdom Esports, they have the Lord working for themselves. A single crash of the Lord should be more than enough to do a decent amount of damage over to the T3 turret, but not quite enough to bring it down just yet, as Kingdom Esports did not try to move in tandem with the Lord. But there we go, that nice little catch! Bring Bear down! And now with 4 members down from the side of Kingdom Esports, this is actually an opportunity for King's Vanguard to find even more of these catch. In fact, the catch is on Malitizi, forcing the flicker over to the side of Malitizi. He managed to create a decent amount of distance, but that is economy and that is skill. Flicker that has been taken away from Malitizi.
Yeah, Walker Knuckle actually committed the Crimson Beacon as well. And I think that would be a very good catch onto Malik because he hasn't died one bit. 4-0-5 for this Granger. King's Vanguard having a tough time taking him down or finding an angle to do so. Again, we're right at a stalemate once again. 49,000 gold lead, 1,000, not gold lead, but gold for either side. So this is really looking like it could be anyone's game. As long as King's Vanguard loses Luxion Stain, then it's Kingdom Esports' game win.
So this boils down to team fight. The moment that a single team has lost too much members, that would just end in the demise of someone. Bear was almost being caught right in the brushes that he resided in, but if he were to play a little bit aggressively, I think that he could have caught Walker Knuckle, because Walker Knuckle played with a flicker, not a purify. So anytime that Bear finds the opportunity to go for the will turn the tide of the battle a lot, and in fact, they did manage to find a kick on the Walker Knuckle. As such, first person down, but they're going to be moving on to the next one. The AOG coming in from the FMM is just going to be cutting off the rest of the escape route coming from the side of King's Vanguard. Nandes as well as Super Ryan, the last 2 members remaining. How exactly are they supposed to deter the aggression from Kingdom Esports?
Oh man, that was such an unfortunate sequence of events. You said it, it happened. You're really jinxing King's Vanguard this time around. As Kingdom Esports slowly but surely showing why Granger is the unlimited scaling hero. punching in as well. Super Ryan next to fall by the hands of Malik Teasy. Won't be able to survive that. Nandes,
Oh,
looks like it's
staggered
going game 3.
and ended. This is the second. In fact, I think that this is the very first MPL that we have seen two series that went all 3 games.
I remember one of the seasons we had one day, every single one, but it's not the first day.
It's definitely not the first
Every
day.
single one, every single week was every single match.
series.
Yes,
was
every single series
full 3 games.
was full 3 games, and that was like a 12-game day for us. Super tiring, not only for us but for the players themselves as well. So kudos to
Kudos.
Kingdom Esports. We're going into another game 3 up
Ooh.
against King's Vanguard, and I think King's Vanguard has this sort of like thing with them. If they have that momentum, they're able to ride the momentum all the way. But if it's a stalemate, they kind of lose their composure. And now, turns of tables once again. Kingdom Esports have the momentum, have the upper hand after this game's win. So looking over or reflecting on the previous, on this game, what do you think went wrong?
Honestly, I think that this game is just more the fact that they have got no ways to really deter the dive. This is KE's game to dive, and whenever they find the opportunity to open up that kind of dive, be it Bear or Louisa, to jump over to the backs, KGV, realistically, they don't have enough bandwidth to immediately respond. Because Bao, he wants to be the aggressor.
Yeah.
Super Ryan, he also wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be that garrison all the way in the front, and unfortunately leaving Liechtenstein and as well as Walker Knuckle kind of untouched. And
Yes.
in fact, even if Bear were to find the opportunity to just kick either one of those, one of these heroes, none of these players can help. If Walker Knuckle is the one that got kicked, then we lost the stagger. We
Yep.
don't have any ways to kind of follow up after Bao. If Liechtenstein is the one that got caught, Walker Knuckle needs to take time before he can realistically be able to pick anyone up. If you want to make it faster, you want to make it 2 times faster, you have to use your Crimson Beacon right in their face.
Right. I have to say as well, remember when we started the game, we talked about Singaporeans and macro gameplay. KE really showed us that they are playing the macro game. Louisa wasn't in the team fight at all. He was slow pushing on the opposite side of the map, in the long lane as well. Once Bear and FMM actually created that setup pressure onto any one of the members, Louisa hears the sound, hears the alarm, and sees the bad signal and flies into motion. So I think it was still overall good pickup. I would have said a Hanzo, if a Hanzo was picked here, remember, in the draft,
Yep.
if a Hanzo was picked here, they might have lost because they can't deal with the side lane pressure.
Fair.
KGV, on the other hand, I think Nandes didn't play as well of a game as he should have because he wasn't initiating on the opposite side, and he was very, very gung-ho. Remember that one-to-one kill on like against Ling? He wanted to go in, but he wasted all
right.
his
Yes,
resources and got that kill by Louisa. So
I think it was Malik Tizi. He came in like for the final snipe.
for the final snipe,
Yeah,
yeah.
final
But
snipe.
that created so much
Momentum.
stacks for the Sky Piercer as well.
Fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes even the Sky Piercer kind of like completely takes me off guard. But one thing that I definitely need to mention is Melon's damage here with the Eve, right? In the previous game, when we were looking at the skill shot style, when it comes down to what was that, Novaria, clearly didn't do anything. But now with the Eve, I definitely applaud them for picking the Gatukacha and then into the Eve. I really like the fact that they picked up both of these 2 heroes and kind of the way that they drafted it as well. I like it. And with the Juicing on the opposite side, gives you even more reason to pick up this Eve. So the game is definitely great coming in from Melon, which explains why he got like what 39% damage output. So it really just comes down to Malik Tizi as well as Melon because the game is paved for them. Well, like you said, the macro game is on to Louisa. There is a lot of these pressure that has been taken away from these players because they just need to focus on their own lanes.
Correct. Yeah. There's not much else to be said about this. It was very a masterclass in macro into team fight and layering of your skills or ultimates by Kingdom Esports. So a very good and well-deserved win for them. Now moving on to that last game, and this is where the high stakes really come in, because the first match of today, or first series of the day, Kingdom Esports lost to RSG, so that means that they're one game down against KGV. And KGV still has the upper hand because they beat Flash. Flash is one of the, if not most of us would understand, one of the top teams in Singapore as well. So them having to fight Flash as well would be a little bit more challenging as the weeks go by.
I would agree that everyone would not want to fight Flash.
Yeah.
But I think that in the previous series, after looking at KGV winning that series against Flash, it might have given some teams this
Information,
confidence, as
Yeah.
well as happiness.
like Matilda and Lucas are definitely off the tables for them. As long as you take that out, then KGV might have a shot for defeat.
Yep. Gods can bleed after all.
Gods can bleed.
And we all thought that it's going to be a one-sided match for Flash, but nah.
No.
In fact, after looking at KGV winning that game against Flash, we thought that KGV would have made a one-sided game going up against KE.
Yeah.
So reverse sweep again, maybe?
Maybe. Difficult tour order
Things are
because
starting to spice
now
up.
KGV also has information on KE and how they'd like to play. So KE
KGV
actually
is second
works.
pick now.
Yeah. KE actually is a very good team when it comes to zone control and zone team fights because everyone is already there. You don't have to split the team fights. Once you have that split team fight, you see FMM in the front, Bear in the front, and then the rest of the members in the back. You can't play that long-range artillery anymore. You have to play everyone coagulated together in a single, I wouldn't say circle, but a single mass. And you play within that skirmish. So I think that is the way that KE is able to win out the games. As long as KGV is able to disrupt this in the draft that's coming up, then I think they would have a much better shot.
Okay. So what's the next thing that we want to see? Is there any like very specific heroes that you want to see but have yet to show us?
I want to see how Yi Sun Shin gets played out because it's a very new and reworked Yi Sun Shin. There's a lot of new mechanics involved as well. But I don't think we'll be seeing that. Way too risky. Way too risky, especially since...
Unless you have a MOBA Zane.
Have you ever heard of MOBA Zane? Yeah. True. But have you heard of Nandez?
But have you heard of Ricky?
Have you heard of Ricky?
Have you heard of Ricky?
Like Bear.
Like
Ricky the Bear.
Bear. Who?
Whoa.
Now I see his golem.
That's true.
It's kind of actually technically if you kind of
I remember that specific jungle camp as Ricky.
But if
It's still Ricky. It's still
technically it is a Ricky if you look if you use the older map.
But if you evolved, if like the bear evolved and had like
Can you
stone
not-
armor,
Can you not?
you can always go to the older map.
Yeah,
but I want to see
right.
the Madara map.
Then the Ricky is there, right? If
I
you
want to
go
see the
to
Madara map. I don't go back to the old map.
It's only Madara that changed, right? It's only the mod that changed for Madara.
Madara's changed. You have the minions actually throw shurikens
yeah,
instead.
throw
Yeah.
shurikens, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's pretty cute.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the flying, the flying arcade mode thing.
What flying arcade mode?
You haven't seen?
No.
So like there's this mode back in the advanced server where you step on the glyph and then after a couple seconds you fly up
Okay.
and then like you can land anywhere you want. So I think that's a cool feature. Yeah, it's something like Mayhem or
Sounds like a very mayhem thing.
yeah, it
because
sounds like a Mayhem
shaves
thing
off a
with
lot of
like
time.
with like added stuff, added features, which is cool, which is fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I like myself a non-stressful. Actually, Mayhem is very stressful because of pace of game. It makes me super stressed. Like you have to win this game fast. You have to snowball fast. If not, it's not gonna slide.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you just play like super late game heroes such as like a I don't know, Sicilian?
Then what's the point of playing Mobile Legends? You want to play games fast. It's a fast-paced MOBA.
True.
I don't really like late games.
But we're Singaporeans. We play macro. We play late game.
Yeah, macro, but like fast early game.
Then go Malaysia or Indonesia lah.
Why? Skirmish.
Because they play
Brawl.
fast lah.
Brawl.
Yeah. I mean, you're going
Are
Indonesia.
you incinerating something?
I mean, I'm not insinuating anything, but you're going to Indonesia soon, right?
Yeah.
So
Just
So
for
this guy is like adapting.
I'm
This
adapting,
guy,
I'm
This
adapting.
guy is what's the word?
I learned a lot of words that I'm not supposed to say on stream. So that's one. But
I mean, if this is your final season,
I'm gonna be gone anyways. But hey, you know what? That's good news because I don't have to hear from you. The draft is already ready, and now Kingdom Esports are the first pick, and KVG are the second pick.
Okay.
Is it KGV or KVG?
KGV. Yeah.
King's Vanguard. So KGV.
But it could
Your
be
team is
King's
banning.
Vanguard.
Kivskin.
King.
Okay, so there's a typo
Vanguard.
over there. I think it's KGV, but
But
Lucas
it,
getting
but-
banned
but
out
it
by
does
Kingdom.
make sense for me to be KVG as well. King's Vanguard.
I mean, it makes sense because like it sounds the same, like KGV, KGVG,
No,
same
it's not.
thing.
It's not the same thing. It's like
Your
King's
team is
Vanguard
banning.
or King's Vanguard.
Oh, true, because the G can be anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. I can't remember which one it was. It was like King's Vanguard.
King's Vanguard or
Or
King's
vice versa.
Vanguard.
Or vice versa,
Or
right?
vice versa, yeah.
Okay. Lucas Matoda banned out by Kingdom Esports, and then King's Vanguard banning out the chip once again. We always see the Harith being,
See
yeah,
what
Your team is
Harith over there.
banning.
Yep, Harif, understandable. But the Kimi is still not thrown into the banning phase just yet. Lucas is still goodbye. Not gonna see that at all. It's fine.
Actually, fun fact.
Yeah.
Kalea is 100% loose this like today.
For real.
For real.
Is the computer already
4 or
updated?
5 games played. All 5 games lost. I don't know why people are still prioritizing. Kalea might have been better if you prioritize something like a Granger, a little bit more reliable at this point. Kimi played 4 games, won all 4 games. So we will be able to see what comes through right here. Hilda will be banned out by Kingdom
Your team
Esports.
is banning.
So that's pretty cool.
Okay, so far we've got some
statistics
that
today.
already got
Yeah, this was actually
released.
after the previous game because they haven't put in the information from this game yet.
Okay, fair. So at least for our dear friend Kalia,
0%.
no, I actually got win once before.
With who?
I don't know.
Can't remember the FMM or is it with Flash? Might have been with Flash.
It might be
JPL,
RSG.
JPL, yeah.
Might be RSG, is it?
So 1 win out of 5, so very toss of a coin.
It is RSG that no, wait.
No, it's not. No, you play the KE actually played it against RSG.
KG.
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
KE, yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
Kimberly's open.
Yeah, RSG won one game with
Kimmy's open.
that's understandable.
Your team
Yeah,
is
yeah,
picking.
RSG did play one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I remember now.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember now.
I don't. Oh,
It
it's a Zaz
was-
game. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Zas game.
Yeah,
First
Zaz
game. So Kalea
Your
and
team
Joy
is
getting picked up
picking.
right here, facing up against the Kimmy. You know how dangerous Kimberly is?
Oh, can you imagine just the Kimi plus the Blade Surge? Just how much damage that would be.
Kimmy, Blade Surge, yeah. Hard to deal with. You have Kimmy to chow everyone down, and then the finisher being Louisa. That
Your
could
team
be a
is
high possibility.
picking.
Yeah.
But then KE has not won a game today, but coming up from the previous game, they might have that momentum, so they're looking strong. They're looking hella,
Yeah.
hella positive.
I mean, statistically, this is a very bad statistics because it's like low sample size.
Low sample size.
Yeah, whoever won game 2 will win game 3. Because there's only one game.
We're talking about like Team Flash all over again.
Yeah.
Okay. So you calling it, right? You're saying KE?
I'm
I'm waiting to the draft till I say mine.
Look, it's absolutely gonna be great to see that it's kind of like a snake eat tail kind of situation,
Fair.
right? Snake eat tail.
Your
Tail.
Oh,
team
actually,
is
Chip.
banning.
Oh, okay.
Chip's
Chip
banned.
is banned.
Chip is banned.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I thought like someone would pick that chip, and it might be FMM, right off the bat.
I think so. Yeah, I think FMM does play the chip before.
He was the one. He was the one that introduced the chip Loi meta back in the day when they were Rift.
Wow.
Yeah,
What a
yeah,
name.
yeah,
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's take a look. What are we expecting and what do we want?
team is
For
banning.
Kingdom Esports, they are looking for a single EXP or roam plus a single gold laner. Both sides is almost the same thing. KVG still does not have a EXP laner. They do not have a mid laner as well. Okay, so a little bit different. Both teams just lacks EXP. One of them needs
A
gold
mid.
and one of them needs mid. With a Kimi, Yves is still an okay pick, I would say.
I would say go for Loyi instead. Then you have a lot of cross-map plays that you can play. But knowing
is it
how
a team that
KVG or
likes
KGV,
cross-map plays? Yeah, I think they're okay.
yeah, but knowing them, knowing KVG or KGV or whatever,
Or
they
VGK.
don't really, yeah, they don't really want to risk a lot of early game engages, unless they're very, very far ahead.
Okay, so Hylos is gone. No more Hylos for Super Ryan. So what other EXP laner does Super Ryan plays? Because so far, I think Super Ryan does not have a very high hero pool or very big hero
Thamus.
pool at this point. Thamus.
I keep remembering him for his Thamus. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah. Back in the day, back in
Your
the day,
team
back in
is
season 8,
picking.
Damn,
back in my day.
that's not that far.
Young
away.
Padawan.
That's not so far away.
It's not so far, but you know, it is what it is.
I remember for his Khalid.
You want to put Super Ryan on Khalid again?
No, I do not.
Actually,
want. That's what I remember.
Phoveus. Is Phoveus? Phoveus?
Phoveus is unbanned.
Phoveus.
S-
Or
Phoveus-
Glue,
Phoveus is actually
CC.
okay pick for KE. I
Yeah.
think that would be pretty nice.
Glue would be a death sentence because you're facing a Kimi. And once you have that split, unintentional split as well, Kimi would just burn through
Burn through
everything.
everything.
Yeah. So either a CC or a Phoveus might work, and then you latch on to the back line. And you also don't give Bear the opportunity to use everything.
Your
That's a glue.
team is picking.
That's a glue. But it is, you know,
It's not
positive.
as bad as going into a Vexana
Fair.
or Vexana. They can pick
Yeah.
Vexana.
No, you can pick Faramis as well.
They can pick Faramis as well.
Yeah, it's a easy like counter. Usually a split will be also like it's also still a very bad against Faramis.
Do we have the same glue links? Like same amount
Yes.
of glue links?
Yeah.
Exactly the same?
I don't know how
like
many
it's
glue
not
links.
lesser?
How many glue links usually? I don't count. How many splits?
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 9.
In a triangle?
9. No, it's not really a triangle.
Yeah.
I think 9.
9? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe.
We shall see.
We shall see.
We shall see. Please, Vexana or Faramis. This is like...
Ooh, no.
Okay, so they
because
do-
the Kimi is already there.
Hey,
We
look.
keep forgetting that Kimi
we can
is.
put Kimi in gold!
We can
we
put
can.
Kimi in gold.
Right?
But we keep forgetting that Kimi is a mid laner now, and everyone's just playing Kimi mid.
no!
The M
Just-
in Kimi stands for mid.
The M in Kimi means marksman.
Oh, there's double M's?
Yeah! That's why she's Kimimi.
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 Yeah.
Marksman mage.
But
Marksman
then
mage.
on the other side though, for KVG, Valentina just to get the traction pulse from Kimi. Ooh,
No,
I don't really like
no,
the
no,
Selena
no,
pick
no.
right here.
Not here.
There's a
not
lot
here.
of dodgy, but
Not here!
but you need that information. So it will be the
And
Selena.
Novaria?
Selena.
Novaria would be better information.
No, it's too slow. I feel it's too slow.
But the Astro Echo though makes everyone big. When everyone big,
If you land it, but you don't have like a
no,
persistent ward.
Astro Echo is like a
But you don't have like a persistent ward. You need a persistent ward in the Selena. We'll see how Walker Necro plays it because I think this will
Okay.
be the first time that Walker Necro played it. The previous one was Cortese. Kurt? TZ?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. So jumping into the game.
They lost, right?
Yeah,
they
Flash.
lost,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't talk about that.
Yeah. We talk
Yeah.
about what?
Talk
about what?
We talk about the next game that's coming into
Exactly.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
KE versus KVG or KGV.
KGV.
KGV. Wait, what was the Chinese team with a similar
5
name?
seconds till the enemy reaches
KBG.
the battlefield.
Keep
Smash them.
Keep
Yeah,
yeah.
keep best gaming.
That's why I
KBG.
find it so like familiar, dude.
Keep
Welcome
best
to
gaming.
Mobile
Yes,
Maybe,
yes,
maybe.
yes.
Okay, jumping into the game, we have Glue, the debut for MPL Singapore Season 9. Super Ryan will be playing the Glue. We'll see how this plays out as well. But we always see like 100% win rate from that Kimmy. So if statistics is right, low sample size, either way, Kingdom Esports will take the cake on this game.
So right off the bat, it does seem like Super Ryan. I mean, it's going up against a Cho. So honestly, it's been a long time since I've seen a Glue going up against a Cho. So we'll see how that is eventually gonna look like and how fun that is going to be as well. I want to see those lootings.
Level 2 power spike. Yeah, there we go.
Level. Oh, those. You immediately turn. Okay.
You immediately turn.
So that's cute. That's cute. But you last for a while.
It lasts for a while, but it will heal most of it up when it comes back together. But Bao, keeping himself safe for now.
He's okay. He's okay. But middle lane, I think that we can talk about this a little bit. When it comes down to Kimi plus the Gatokacha, wow, Luxian! Kimi and the Gatokacha, they have pretty good wave clear as compared to what we have from Selena and Kalia. I highly doubt the amount of damage that they can do.
Ooh.
But that is a very aggressive jump coming in from King's Vanguard. Nonetheless, it's all Bao just dove right in and immediately stole a kill off of Louisa. And now Louisa is stuck at level 3.
Turtle being spawned up in 15 seconds. Looks like King's Vanguard ramping up the tempo just a little bit. They don't want to lose this game as well.
Oh, this is
KGV, yeah, I told you.
KGV.
Yeah, KGV. I was looking at it.
KGV.
I just noticed it as well.
KGV, yeah.
KGV, not
KGV.
Yeah. This is what I remember looking at their names. Oh, Traction Pulse into 2.
Way of the Dragon knocks Wakanaka, and that's gonna be the first person that's gonna be taken down from the side of King's Vanguard. Nandes joins in the group. He does have got his rhythm of choice, but doesn't really do any form of damage. In fact, the rest of Kingdom Esports has now managed to push the rest of KBGV. I can't anymore.
I know, it's confusing. It's confusing. There's too many KGV, KBGs.
I'm calling it King's Vanguard from now on. Okay?
King's Vanguard.
No more acronyms.
No more acronyms. It's still day number 1.
Before we could start calling Kingdom Esports KDE.
But we're still warming up, brother. So in this case now, Bao, still not yet level 4, does not have the Tsunami Slam, but here comes Luxenstein with a nice little rotation down the mid side. You got a Purify already used up. There goes Bao underneath the turret. Those Tsunami Slams sacrificing himself though.
1 for 1. It does seem like 2% is just going to be taken down from the side of Kingdom Esports, as now the rest of King's Vanguard is pretty happy with what they have gotten, and they are just going to be walking themselves right out of that fight, being very happy with what they've got. But Nandes, oh wait, hold on, sir. Abyssal Arrow did not land. Oh, so close though. But Nandes should be able to get himself out, no problems.
Yeah, a very, very good aggression coming in from King's Vanguard though. We haven't seen the Glue in action just as of yet in big skirmishes of big team fights, but we will after the 5-minute mark once they start the heavy rotations coming in. But that was a very, very good latch on by Bao to sacrifice himself, knowing that he will turn level 4 just in the nick of time to take control of Melon though. I think that was a really, really good idea that he had, but at the end of the day, you don't want to risk yourself like that.
Yeah.
Unless you can 100% for sure take that Kimi out.
I'm not too sure whether that the Tsunami Slam was absolutely necessary or not, because
he walked into the turret and then he used the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, but the thing is, he died shortly after, or rather the Kimi died shortly after from the Abyssal Trap. So the question is, there's 2 ways around this. Number 1, the Tsunami Slam was super high IQ, pulled him into a Abyssal Trap and killed him. Or mistake, because the Abyssal Trap is already on him, and then he continued to try to go for more damage.
I think Melon was already ready with the Abyssal Trap, so pull in, and then that's the only thing that he can do at that point, because you're Selena anyways, unless you go for pickoffs, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, that's what they need to do for the entirety of this game if they want to keep themselves in. KGV, King's Vanguard. King's Vanguard is having a good game so far, although it is a stalemate at this point. Even Stevens in terms of economy, even Stevens in terms of kills. The matter of fact is, Kimi always has a 100% win rate, and we'll see how things play out, because it does look like Melon's damage is starting to scale, and starting to scale fast.
Yeah, so What's the main goal that we want from both of these two teams? What kind of win condition are we looking at actually?
Man, if Bao is able to hyper focus and take Kimmy out, then they would lack that damage in high stakes skirmishes
Right.
around the objectives. So
Right.
that is Bao's only main focus.
Okay.
Go for the Kimmy, go for Melon and take him out. So that is, I think that should be the mode of operations. Save the Tsunami Slam just for that.
Okay, so Tsunami Slam only onto Melon. But in the meantime, Bear can also extend the Way of Dragon onto literally anyone. If they want to take out the front lines of which is Bao, that will leave Super Ryan as the next front line. The question is, can Kingdom Esports remaining players deal with a Blue? Because as far as I'm concerned, Blue is always one of the last few heroes that's left standing.
Yeah, because it's very, very tanky. Difficult to take down. Once you have that split already, it will be difficult to take him down because he regens all the HP once again. We see the Brave Smite as well. So here comes Super Ryan, zoning out for that turtle. This will be one of the big high stakes objective takes.
As the turtle now returns to his pit, both Kings Vanguard as well as Kingdom Esports, they're testing and they're measuring the angles of attack to make sure that they get the right one. If they are able to land an Abyssal Arrow from Walker Knuckle, then the better it is. Looking for more of these objectives and small little kinks in the armor of Kingdom Esports is very likely going to be the name of the game. As Walker Knuckle is kicked and dead by the hands of Louisa. Nandes looked for an opportunity and zoomed right past them, but unfortunately popped the Rhythm of Joy just so that he can effectively run away. It is 5v4 now. Super Ryan even flickered in but did not actually do too much. He's latched onto Louisa, tries to pull him away from the turtle as much as possible, but Louisa still managed to take the Lord for themselves. But now look at Nandes. He's got his Rhythm of Joy. He got himself running away. None of the members from inside the Kingdom Esports is taken down, while in the meantime they are all hard focusing on Super Ryan.
Oh man, what a turn of events. Walker Knuckle just literally walked in.
He Walker Knuckled in.
He Walker Knuckled in to the fray. Nandes trying to chase up Louisa. Might not be able to do it. Gets taunted. Oh.
Wait, that was not a...
The burn though. There's literally a pixel left.
Okay, so Nandes...
Like he can hear you.
Although I gotta have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that he continued to stay aggressive despite the fact that he did not get that 3 dashes properly.
Yeah.
Right? Because the only reason why, and the reason why we can see that is because he got locked down.
Yeah.
When you have the 3 dashes that is executed to perfection, you are actually immune to crowd control. And at that point in time, he got crowd control.
Difficult to utilize this joy under these kinds of situations. Can't even walk up to a Kimmy. So difficult to break down the structure that Kingdom Esports has built for themselves. Melon is playing like he's untouchable. Very difficult to get through to him. And I think Walker Knuckle shouldn't have Walker Knuckled in to the face of Melon. Never chase a Kimmy. I think that was one of the main issues. Tsunami Slam.
There we go. Connecting down to Bear. Bear will want to look for an opportunity Way of Dragon to send himself right back in, which he did, as Super Ryan was his proxy to get himself closer and back to his team. This is the problem. This is the problem. If you were to go for the Tsunami Slam on the Bear,
AOG to disrupt.
I think the main thing is just don't let him kick himself back.
True. But man, I think that was using the AOG just to disrupt that. The taunt though, on to Bao.
I think that is gonna be fine. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Arrows haven't exactly been connecting thus far. There are definitely many times that we have seen that... in fact, this is probably the first time that we saw in MPLSG the interactions between the Kalia as well as the Cho. But keep in mind that Kalia actually does have got a better advantage against Cho. As that is definitely... Okay, this is unfortunate. Bao... he technically could have reacted, but it's actually a little bit tough. Yeah, you gotta have like insane reaction time in order to get yourself onto the wall and just completely cancel that potential crowd control from the Cho.
Very good read by Bear though. I think it was all prowess, all the understanding of the logic of the game. He knows where Bao is standing, Bao is waiting, goes straight for that kick, and it kind of is like this. I wouldn't say a buff, but like Bear is a very humble player, but when he picks up that choke, he just recalls every second. So I like to see how fun he's playing with this hero as well.
So he's going all in aggro over to the opponent's jungle. They have already gotten 3 turrets, which is make that 4 turrets actually. Kingdom Esports is actually getting themselves the game. They are ahead while Stain goes for a split push up in the top lane. Wow, I can't even tell who exactly is and who is really getting himself the lead actually.
Now, Kingdom Esports definitely going for all the major objectives, opening up the mid side. So jungle is not safe for King's Vanguard, but Kingdom Esports know they have to watch their 6. They have to watch their top lane, because once they leave that one open, they have to send someone in. The issue with Suyo is not very reliable if you send him to the long lane, because it takes a longer time because of the adjustments with his cooldowns, with his skill 1 and skill 3.
Aww.
He's unable to make that fast movements and fast rotations down to main objective. And speaking of main objective, Lord spawning up in 20 seconds.
Some time remaining. Almost 10 minutes into the game. King's Vanguard, they still have the holy defense, so I don't think that they are too afraid unless some macro plays is made just so that you can whittle down or rather completely destroy the holy defense. That is the best way that you can min-max the amount of damage that you can deal to the opponent's base within a short span of time. In the meantime, Malefic Gun has been picked up from Malik TZ, so they definitely do have themselves that power spike. As now the Whale Dragon just going to be connecting down over to Super Ryan, but unfortunately Super Ryan is going to be staying alive while Bao is going to be the sacrificial lamb instead. Malik TZ picks himself up with a double kill while Super Ryan takes down over to the side of FMM. In fact, 2% down from side of Kingdom Esports. It is a 2-for-3 trade right now. Melon wants to get a kill on Walker Nagel, but here comes Bear. Oh, Flicker! Outplayed and outpositioned against the Bear. He's gonna be fine. But Kingdom Esports, they took the Lord.
Very smart move by Bear, setting things in motion with the Wheel of the Dragon onto Super Ryan, taking him out first before targeting onto Stain. Even though Stain was untouched at the end of it, it was creating that much pressure where Stain was found in an uncomfortable position and taking out Nandes in the process as well. So just creating that sort of like Jeet Kune Do, Way of the Dragon into an AOG had that kind of big setup opportunity that Kingdom Esports was able to utilize again and again and again. And I say again, like, man, Walker Knuckle picking up this Selena, not doing justice for this game.
If they're able to somehow find a way to allow King's Vanguard to just kind of immediately, or rather just kind of like drag on the middle lane, it would be absolutely amazing. Like this is a quick little replay of the previous fight as such, allow them to get to where they are right now. In fact, I think that this is more or less a very good answer and an understanding as to how Kingdom Esports would have played and how they could have played.
Yeah, so what went down right there was Bear, We Have the Dragon, Super Ryan back, and then Nandes and Bao was trying to protect Super Ryan from harm's way, locking in the AOG. Following that up, Melon throws in the Traction Pulse. That created so much pressure for King's Vanguard, and ultimately Kingdom Esports just skirting and kiting around that Lord Pit just to hit all of them down. So the double marksman meta, now Kimmy in the mid side, is actually coming to fruition, and I like the way that Kingdom Esports is playing this Kimmy.
With all of the members from King's Vanguard just hovering on themselves inside of their own jungle, there realistically isn't a lot of places that they can go. They can't be overly aggressive as well because, remember, we have Bao to go for these picks, but they don't have the burst. Unless they somehow manage to find a perfect way to layer, and this is all about opportunities, and this is all about communications as well. We gotta have to allow Bao go in, Tsunami Slam, and then prepare that Abyssal Arrow. Hit right.
Directly onto
the Abyssal Arrow.
difficult to, it's a dis-synergy. I would like to say, because when you have a Kalea, you want it to be, you don't want to aim. You don't want to put that much pressure on yourself where you have to aim it right on top of a
Fair,
abyssal trap
fair.
also, and you also don't want to aim the arrow into like guessing and approximating where the Kalea would land as well. So I would say the Selena here, not a very good pick, and I would agree with you that like maybe even if you want to play long range, you want to play vision control, you want to play map control, you want to play more sort of like long range pickups, then Novaria would have been better. But then again, it's just so difficult for Selena to do anything at all. Walker Knuckle not having a good game. This entirety of this match.
Yeah, seems like kind of like a sitting duck position, right? I throw this, I throw Abyssal Trap, throw Abyssal Arrow. Did it land?
And then pray that someone steps on it.
Pray. Yeah.
Pray.
In fact, the front lines generally are going to be the one that disarms the Abyssal Traps most of the time, so it really just doesn't do anything at all.
Right.
It's come down to the point whereby you don't really plant the traps anymore as much as possible. You don't. Last time you kind of plant trap, and then it's for vision, and then you can also technically do damage pretty nicely. But now it's come to the point that there is a lot more dividends in actually just dropping the abyssal trap onto your target, because there's so much more damage now. It feels kind of wasted for you to throw it in a random floor just for the tank to pick it up.
Yeah, but the good thing is you have very short cooldowns right now, so I think that's the name of the game. If you land a stun, someone without a Purify, still play. They want to take out Bear first. You've got a Tsunami Slam, holding that in.
There we go, then we've got a Tsunami Slam, while Bao immediately flickers himself away just so that he will be able to ensure that, unfortunately, he did manage to allow Bear to escape. But now it's going to be Super Ryan, the last member remaining. He did manage to get a decent kill onto Louisa though, but that's not going to be enough for them to deter the entire Kingdom Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that is pretty much it, right? We've got 30 seconds onto the clock with Walker Knuckle with 10 seconds. I don't think that this Selena can do anything to stop these 4 members. As such, I think it's official. King's Vanguard, the one that's slain Flash, has been slain by Kingdom Esports.
What a turn of events. Just like that, jumping after the pause and then going into a immediate engage. I think Bao was waiting a little bit too long for the Tsunami Slam. And they know that once the Tsunami Slam is used, AOG onto the Tsunami Slam to disrupt everything that went their way. The Kimmy and the Bruno was so good together as well. You have Kimmy to whittle everyone down, and the Bruno just like pick everyone off. So Kingdom Esports actually came back from their loss this morning against RSG, beating the team who beat Flash. So anything can literally happen in this Season 9.
This is peak entertainment right here. This is peak entertainment. We have never seen a point whereby a snake eats another snake's tail, and then its own tails get eaten by another snake. We've never seen that in any MPL SG seasons at all. It has always been top heavy, bottom heavy.
No,
and
we have. I mean, Season 7 or Season 8, if I remember correctly, it was a whole circle, and they even made a graphic out of it. You remember that?
Was it?
Yeah.
Damn.
It was like Evo beating Flash, Flash beating like RSG beating something, and it goes one entire circle. I remember that graphic specifically.
Damn, okay, so that's not the first time.
Yeah.
But it's the first time for day one.
It's the first time for day one in Season 9.
Yes.
A lot of things can happen though, but this is still pretty high stakes for either teams. So let's put this into perspective. Kingdom Esports lost 1-1-1.
Lost 1-1-1.
KGV 1-1 lost 1.
1-1 lost 1. Yeah. 1-1?
1-1.
1-1.
1-1.
Oh, 1-1-1.
1-1.
1-1
Lost 1.
lost 1. 1-1
Yes. I don't know where he's going with this.
1-1 lost. I can't. Why can't I do this? 1-1 lost 1.
1-1 lost 1.
Okay, I got it.
1-1 lost 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, I think Kingdom Esports really played their hearts out. I think they really had a strong redemption, and I think you were right all along. With the team that wins the second game, wins the series.
Yeah, still 100%.
So you're right.
Statistics.
So you're right.
Statistics.
And still, Kimmy is undefeated 100% win rate.
I think it is, right?
No one can take Kimmy down.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because there's a lot of different builds that we saw today. Crit TZ likes to play Kimmy without any attack speed addition. Just Glowing Wand, the Sky Piercer, Genius Wand, and then full-on magic.
Wings.
Yeah, full-on magic penetration, and then the Blood Wings to give you an additional shield. But Melon goes for the Feather of Heaven, which improves or enhances the magic attack basic damage. Yeah, I remember back in the day before the Kimmy reversal, I was like, oh, I'm gonna use Kimmy. And I tried her out, and I was like, I hate swapping over the attack button to the skill button because it takes that 1 second. And if you're having a high stakes, I mean, back then, if you're playing like a game, high mythic game or something like that, you get stressed out because like, what if like your phone's responsive is not as responsive, and you miss that skill, and then the energy goes down and all that kind of stuff. But back then, I played also like Kimmy with DHS. Go to Hunter Sword, and then it kind of works. So I remember that like physical Kimmy days, and then it changed the itemizations a little bit. So teams are still experimenting. Bottom line is teams are still experimenting with Kimmy. They don't really know how to deal with the Kimmy yet, not as far as what we can see right now. But 100% kill participation just from Kimberly alone. She is making waves.
100% team participation.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
Bears. We have the Dragon into FMM's AOG into the Particle Accelerator. Or Traction Pulse.
Traction Pulse.
Particle Accelerator.
What's Particle Accelerator?
Particle Accelerator.
What's that?
That's like, I don't know, this is something like Kimmy would say. She's like she's like a mad chemist or something.
Okay. But this portrait is really good looking though. Right?
I'm gonna ask you that question. I'm not gonna ask you that question.
Say it.
Yes.
I know you do.
It's MPL.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna.
Great art.
Pretty great art.
Great art.
Pretty great art.
Unbeatable, huh? Unbeatable. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is very conclusive and of course quite a banger of a match again.
I wasn't expecting
two
the
best of
results.
threes.
I wasn't expecting the results.
I wasn't as well. In fact, I think that in the next upcoming series between Evil and
Flash is playing again. The Flashers.
Oh, Evil versus Flash. I
Yeah.
think that is gonna be one heck of a game to watch, especially with their performance in game number 2. I think that the upcoming game is something that you guys would want to tune in as much as possible. And unfortunately, this guy will not be tuning in with us.
I'm going to tune in from my mobile device.
Sure. Just scot off. Because I'm going to be inviting Jays to take over you.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we got the Short Kings crew back together. We should start a podcast. We should start a podcast.
Who the hell would tune into us? But maybe you guys would tune in to the next game. And as we said before, it is Team Flash versus Evil. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere too far. We will be right back with you guys. Bye, churros.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
Yeah, now I'm teaching you guys marine life as well.
Wow.
Orcas are actually like a-holes. Like they literally like kill for fun kind of thing.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I heard about that
yeah,
article.
and they like literally like there's no one stopping them from being a-holes.
I like the fact that we're literally steering towards that way. We're trying to find out who's the Orcas.
Yep, who's the Orcas? Okay, so at this point in time, who's the Orcas? We don't know. Who's the Seal? We also don't know.
Yeah, I
Fun
think
fact, Seals are also like really
apex predators.
Not really apex.
I don't know
predators,
why
because
you-
they're hunted down by Orcas, but Seals, they themselves, they are like.
Sorry, I find it how
killers.
uncomfortable close we are. I know it's my
I thought
first
we-
day
I
back.
thought we have been very close.
We are, but I think this is a little bit abnormally close. Look, like there's so much space on that side, and I know you miss me. I know I miss you too. Especially we know we haven't
Yeah.
shared the same camera for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm
I agree.
feeling a little bit uncomfortable right here, but yeah.
Why though? Well, what are you doing over there?
Of course, I think more importantly, the reason why I'm feeling uncomfortable is because I'm being shoved away. But okay, let's focus about the games upcoming because Team Flash versus Evil. Let me give you guys a bit of a history breakdown. This is the grand finals match of last season as well, albeit a slightly different Team Evil this time.
Okay, so what exactly are we looking out from both of these teams? At least from Team Flash, I think that we have our standard players. But we'll take a look at Evil, okay? We have Vincent, Powerful, Sailor, Ven, and Gear.
Isn't that Nako?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, I think here we gotta have to emphasize, of course, Vincent, you've seen it before in MPL Indonesia from Geek Fam, albeit a kind of interesting ride for him from Rebellion and then all the way to Geek Fam, working alongside Beloyski, you know, the like. So he definitely does have some MPL Indonesian flavor into this. But then you add in, you know, the Singaporean flavor such as Powerful, Sailor, and Gear.
Actually, when we're talking about MPL Indonesia, or rather Indonesian players, we have always been talking about the fact that Malaysia and Indonesians, they play together very well. And then Singaporeans and Filipinos plays together very well.
Definitely.
Because of how each of these regions, we have our own micro-based or macro-based game. With the former being the micro-based and the latter being the macro-based. So this is one of the teams, which is Team Evil, one of the teams that actually brings in a Indonesian import, which actually worked well for them because remember the Evil Magic?
Yep.
That is the micro game that we're talking about.
Yeah, definitely. I think something that we have to take a look out for in this particular matchup is that Evil matchup. However, they're facing the Titans, the super team of MPL Singapore, you know, Team Flash, albeit not a very good day for them. This time around with Hades, Curtizi, JPL, Vanix, and also Diablo. They have been really trying to, you know, scrounging up some points actually, but losing that game against, you know, Kings and Vanguard. Now you're starting to wonder, right? Okay, number one, I lost a game earlier just now today. It has been a long day for them as well.
Yep.
How is it gonna feel going up against Team Evil where they're literally fresh off the boat, fresh start for them?
Yeah. So I think that most importantly for Team Flash is they just wipe out their memories, right? Don't even think about the game that they have played previously just now. It definitely looked a lot more scrappy. They dove into situations and were hungry for kills, which they normally wouldn't have gone for.
Definitely. I feel like Team Flash, there's always one problem. You know the story of the tortoise and the hare?
The tortoise and the hare.
Yeah, exactly. So
A story about complacency, right?
yeah, that's exactly what happened in the last regular season, right? When complacency takes a hold of them, Team Flash would do something weird, and then after that, they'll drop. However, I feel like earlier just now, they do have a chance to win because they're literally pushing Kings Vanguard all the way to the edge. I think they were like, what, quarter HP on the core as well, but Kings Vanguard managed to find and just literally route them back.
It's just all about the game of defense. And
Definitely.
I think that they hunkered down pretty well, but, you know, we put that story aside.
Yes,
especially
we
since
should.
we want Team Flash to not remember about all of that.
Yep, so literally, you know, the Men in Black, you know,
Yeah,
the
it's kinda
memory
like
wipe thingy. Yeah.
Yeah.
They gotta have to do that. And definitely you're looking into the coach, right? Zays coming in from Indonesia as well. Working alongside with Vincent this time from Indonesia. Maybe there's a little bit more synergy coming out from Team Flash this time around. Maybe they're just hiding some strats because, well, technically speaking, we're just only day number one.
Day number one, but yet we already have such a banger of a series time and time again. Game number 2 and 3 being the exciting one with 3-game series all the way through. In fact, when it comes down to well, Team Flash going up against Evil, I would definitely not count any of these players out.
Definitely.
As such, let's jump right into the draft.
Yes, you talk about the players from Team EVO. Don't forget, Sailor and Gear were basically the power duo of EVO Singapore all the way in season number 2. And now they have reunited again in a different identity alongside Team EVO, working together with Powerful, which has been proven quite a very strong in terms of shot calling, in terms of macro, and I feel like this is going to be a very interesting team going up against Team Flash.
One of the other powerhouses that we definitely gotta have to talk about. But for now, bans. We've got Kimmy that is thrown right out of the phases already, so it's pretty much understandable. Some of the other heroes that we definitely gotta have to talk about, right? Suyo, Lucas, Kalia, Hayabusa, Fanny, Jusin, they are all always heroes that is very available and of course very suitable to be banned at this point in time. But really we don't really see a lot of Suyo being banned actually. In fact, I think 0% ban coming up from Suyo so far. While Lucas, we are looking at maybe close to like 70% or somewhere along there.
I like the point of being brought up for Lucas as well. He's suddenly start being brought out into popularity because you know that the meta right now just kind of focus a lot on assassins. It's either the Joy or the Suyo. That's why you see the bans coming out from them, Hayabusa as well. But now you start to see a lot more fighters and a lot more initiators coming in because of the CC immunity that Joy used to have, but now it's just slow immunity right now. And now it's being transferred into Lucas, someone that could kind of hold the line in the middle, in the front. Because right now, we mentioned about Kimmy, you need somebody to tank in the front line, basically to form that wall. And it seems like we're going back into that weird meta hybrid where junglers, do I want assassin? Or do I want fighters?
Technically, Joy still has his her control immunity as long as she gets the 3 perfectly timed dash, right?
That's right.
So at least that's still that, right? Now, okay, so here we have, at least for Team Flash, they immediately went out for a Valentina ban. And that straight out yells, we want the Lucas. As such, Evil immediately went on and went to ban out the Lucas. So that is one ban, technically quote-unquote wasted, over to the side of Team Flash. And they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. What are the couple of heroes that they would potentially want? And what is the hero that they believe will be first picked by the side of Evil? At this point in time, I think it's still relatively fair to say that Kalia is the hot commodity. It's either Kalia or Suyo.
Yeah,
especially since we're talking about Evil.
Yeah, I'm sure you talk about Kalia immediately. I think Team Flash, Zaze heard about it. Seems like, do you have communications, Eric, to Zaze? Is your headset connected to Zaze?
It's actually at the bottom of the table. This is a single buzzer. So we're actually tapping in Morse code.
Nah, I don't think that's the case. Well, I'm just pulling your leg. But anyways, Zaze hears you, takes away the Kalia, and don't forget Flash. Both of these mid laners, both Evil, Sailor, and also Kurtizi, they're very creative, especially when you put like Sailor into the hands, Valentina into the hands of Sailor. He can come up with something creative, but Team Evil right here, if they really want to throw something out of the ordinary, the Cyclops is still available, just to let you know, Abstract, and ouch! And also the Kagura, if you want to really go something out of the norm, just to try to throw everything off.
Thing, right?
Yep.
We know Sailor for the Kagura. But we also forget about one thing.
Okay.
Loi.
Yeah.
Loi is definitely one of the other heroes that Sailor is really good at as well. Even though we haven't seen Loi being picked up today, in fact, there is more of a resurgence coming in from
the other regions as well.
Other regions we don't... Technically we do, yeah.
It is one of the band priorities, right? That's why, the global repositioning to try to catch people off guard, to basically provide that push. Coach Carrot also knows it, takes away the chip as well. So which means that I'm feeling a little bit more Farsa coming out from this one as well, because the Team Flash taking away the Valentina means that they really want something big, something easy to set up, right? So now we have to take a look at Evil's first pick. Immediately Flash takes away the Phobius. It's a red carpet for Harith.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, that means that, Harith will always go for the Purify. So at this point in time, crowd controls and all the kind of jazz is definitely not going to be too much of a problem for the Harith. So we'll take a look a little bit more towards area control. We no longer have got the Phobius, but we still have a couple of mid laners that can play around that pretty well. As such, heroes such as Farsa, as you mentioned, Yves can also be really good. But when it comes down to Juicin too, not too bad. But when it comes down to EXP laners, I think that there is still a little bit of debate of how we want to play things around it.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Flash really spicy right here. Goes for the fanny pick. You just want to have to try to go ahead and pick up the Harif. And immediately I was thinking about the Khalid coming out from, which is something that Flash likes to use in the hands of Diablo. Going up against Harif, when you put down the Zaman Force, you really want to try to find a way to basically control that area. The first thing that comes to mind is the ultimate coming out from the Khalid. And in a sense, I was thinking more like very weird, even Juicin ultimate, right? Try to push the Harif out of the ultimate.
Okay, we've got the Badang, which is actually picked up by Evil. Not something that I personally would expect. Well, we also do have the Hayabusa that Vincent will be working on, so I think that that's definitely gonna look good.
We don't talk about Harvest abstract. Harvest, no Harvest. Okay. Hayabusa, not confirmed yet. Yeah. Okay, anyways, Badang is really good right here. You just want to punch the Fanny away. But there's no Harvest. That one's locked in, so that's why I can talk about the Badang. Oh wait, that's already locked in. Man, I miss casting, man. I have missed casting with you. We really can go a little bit unhinged this time round. Moskov being selected right off the bat, basically counteract against the counter for Fanny, but also you can use that to push away. Remember, we talk about the goal of this particular team fight against Team Evo, right? You will have to push Harif away from the Zaman Force.
We do have cross-map plays here.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? Fanny as well as Moskov both are extremely great for cross-map plays. So at this point in time, I think that Evo will want to look at a little bit more mobility. They do have a Hayabusa though, so they're not too afraid. In fact, Hayabusa into the Fanny can actually be really good because you kind of trace and you kind of lock on over to the Fanny, especially if Fanny just kind of beeline himself all the way back to base. If there is no creeps, perfect. Every single hit is gonna go.
Yeah, as a gold laner myself, when I see a Hayabusa, I tilt. Because once you tag onto the quad shadow, basically you're done for, right?
Yeah.
You just get Shuriken down and iframes, and you're just basically a sitting duck. So really wise coming out from Team Evil to go ahead again. You can follow that Fanny wherever she goes. Now we got to focus on the bans right here. Team Flash, going ahead and taking away that Juicin right off the bat. I think coming out from this, definitely eyeing for the far side.
More crowd control is probably necessary for both of these teams, especially when looking at AoE crowd control.
Gatot?
At this point in time, Gatot is a good choice. Yes. Tigreal probably not due to the lack of mobility. I think that is a problem because the both teams have got very aggressive and fast-moving junglers. So if the Tigreal want to set things up, I think that they gotta have to go in tandem with what the roamer says and what the roamer does, instead of having the jungler just solo Mio and just do their own stuff.
Yeah, I feel like Team Flash is definitely feels like they're looking for the solo Mio because the Fanny can go in and out very quickly, find the damage onto the Harif and then immediately shut the Harif down, get out of there. And when Evo coming in, maybe even if you put in someone with a AoE stun like a Tigre right now, imagine you got a Badang with the ultimate and also that wall. That's so much damage being locked down into one exactly area. So Team Flash has to really play it smart, play it wisely. And that's why, that high loss, we're looking at the high loss. Maybe it could save the day with the Revitalize and also the Glorious Power.
So now, back over to the topic on
Kufra.
pacing.
Wow.
I actually like to talk about pacing because mid lane control and mid lane priority ultimately plays a very big part as to how both lanes work and how both lanes are all in all gonna be affected, right? So as long as you have the lane priority, you more or less will be able to put up some assistance in a certain lanes, especially if your EXP laner is gonna be a fast EXP.
Okay.
Right now, both teams, they have a slight inkling of what an EXP is gonna be, right? With a Badang or perhaps even the Hylos. Personally, I would believe that both are going to go to the EXP. I would hate to have any one of these go rogue.
I feel like if Team Flash and Team Evo wants to go a little bit rogue, and the Badang can go to roam, the Hylos can go to roam as well.
Hylos roam.
So much disdain for that one.
Yeah, I hate it. And I will say the same thing for a Badang roam. Yeah, technically right now, roam position has been solidified, at least for me, that there is a desperate need for some form of pacing. You need to be quick on your feet, or rather that character needs to be quick. They need to be relatively good in wave clear as well. So at least they will be able to take some slack off of the mage, not needing to be locked into someone that wave clear as well.
Yeah, wise choice coming from Team Flash though. I think a little bit cocky in terms of the draft. Locking down the Cho, we talked about, you know, the mobility and the AoE stance. There you go, JPL. With a signature Cho coming in with the knockup, that's gonna set up things very wisely and can switch the Team Flash roster kind of into a pick composition against Team Evil, pick somebody off, and then after that we rinse and repeat. Team Flash feels like they've been doing this for past few games, right? In fact, one of the games they picked the Selena as well. They kind of went for a pick composition, but they need to try to end the game well.
Yeah. So now I do like the CC pickup coming in from the side of Evil. They would be able to deal with the Hylos pretty effectively. EXP to EXP. Forgot about that.
That's a Badang roam, definitely.
Yeah,
CC going in. I guess the Hylos is great, right? The percentage HP damage. Oof.
Yeah, it's okay. So there might be a chance that because there's a CC in the EXP, they don't want the high loss in the EXP anymore.
Yeah.
So double the.
Imagine Diablo goes in with the Cho assassin build as well. Then you
look, it happened.
Yeah,
look, it happened.
I love this. I love this particular draft, right? Like Zayce is basically keeping the his option really wide open, and now it feels like they're going for even more utility, going for even more picks. The Novaria locking in as that last in the last moment, going up against something like a clash composition. Like Team Evil has always loved to clash. They love to clash, but
Evil Magic.
Evil Magic. The way to counter that Evil Magic is to go for a pick composition. Pick them apart one at a time.
So I don't think that there's going to be a swap on the high loss as well as the Cho. Thank God. So that means that the Cho, that means that the high loss might be in a little bit of a trouble in the lanes, and that would in turn we need to look at how the mid lane is gonna look like.
Yep.
We do have a Novaria that's picked up, Novaria plus a Badang, both of which have very non-committal skills that will be able to wave clear well. So they're not exactly at the mercy of the opponent's mage by any means. There should be enough damage for them to clear pretty well.
Yep.
So they know they will never need to show any form of presence in the EXP. All they need to do is raid the opponent's jungle, stay over at the gold lane side of the river, and just ensure that their gold lane is going to be fine and dandy. In this case, Harif.
We talk about, you know, raiding the jungles coming out from the side of Team Flash. There you go. There's also JP on his signature Cho, known to literally stay in the enemy jungle for ages, forever, because of his mastery on this particular hero as well. Team Flash, you know, especially with Cho coming in from the side of the roam, they're really playing for comforts.
Yeah, okay, so Evil is actually onto the Vexana, and then Flash is the one with the Novaria. So they got a little bit swapped. But I think that it is still generally the same idea. With both the Vexana plus the Badang, they can still be very non-committal in their lanes and can actually wave clear pretty fast. The only thing they're gonna have to look out for is the Astrosphere that will be thrown out by the Novaria. But regardless, I think that both of these teams, Evil and the Flash, have got a pretty good grasp of the middle lane priority. In fact, very similar in terms of priority.
Yeah, like there's also the flexibility, right? We mentioned that how Team Flash going for more of a utility. Team Evil this time around. Yeah, they can also start with pokes, right? You poke with say Lava. Hold on a second. Hades spinning around gear, still unfazed.
Yep, it's not too big of a problem. It's just a small little annoyance coming in from the side of Flash. Just kind of let him know, look, I could be very I could be just around here.
Here comes round two. That's first blood given over the side of Hades. Allow Team Flash to basically have a bit of a control on the top lane.
That's actually more of a warning shot from the side of Hades, right? But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Gear took that memo. He continued to go a little bit more aggressive against Diablo and took the L. Which I can understand, right? You are a CC going up against a high loss. The main name of the game for you is to punish and bully the high loss out of lane.
Definitely, right? And so it's a very smart decision coming up from Team Flash to basically kind of support. Look at that. Diablo is already hit level 4, ready to use a Glorious Pathway, whereas CC, still struggling behind.
So we do have the turtle that's currently available. All 4 members from the side of Team Flash has already hunkered down to deal with the turtle. But we do have the Glorious Pathway.
Glorious Pathway laying down, but Gear opening damage. JPL doesn't have the kick as of yet, just trying to zone it out, buying some time. Hades picks up the turtle, but JPL in a spot of trouble. The slow coming out of Nobara ultimate. Hades jumping on. Gear at the same time. Gear the punching bag from the side of Team Flash against Team Evil.
Still at level 3, by the way. I do
That's
need
bad.
to mention that. EXP laner still at level 3. That means that the whole idea of picking up the CZ has been crumbled and dismantled.
yeah.
The EXP lane is no longer a winning lane for Evil, and this is starting to get a little bit difficult and touchy for Evil.
Yeah, Vincent has to play around Ven right here. The only way that Team Evil can get back to this is basically switch attention all the way down the bottom lane, because Ven does have a lot more killing pressure at level 4 as compared to Vanix.
So, this is a tough game. I will say that Evil now, they're gonna have to change
Summon
that
Force,
entirely.
that's also ultimate missing right here. Vincent trying to make a play out of there. JPL will have to jump away. Sayla flickering forward, but will not be able to connect onto any spells onto Team Flash.
Entire game plan definitely have to be changed. I do like to see that Gear have decided to make his way over to the middle lane to try to snag up some of these farms to keep himself up the level. But
Hades, man. Hades is basically using Gear like a minion right here. He's farming, using Gear to try to get even more higher levels at the same time, pushing Gear down to EXP deficit.
he's a jungle creep.
I'm sorry, Gear.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? But luckily though, he's got Brave Smite, and he's currently at level 5. So with the growth since level 3 to level 5, it would have put him in a more decent spot. Yes, he is still 1 level below of Diablo, but he's no longer that far away anymore. He still can do something in the lane. He might still be punished a little bit by Diablo, but it would end up being a skill-based matchup instead of a hero-based matchup.
Yeah, so basically Gear has to hunker down just a little bit more. He knows that he doesn't really have a lot of killing pressure, but hold on a second. Vincent, Quad Shadow does tag. JPL flashing that Evil's SG emblem at the same time, man. Just emoting right here. That shows the confidence and the comfort of JPL. Hades off the bottom lane will be able to take down Ven, which is basically where we want Evil to focus on.
Yep, so with Ven currently destroyed, unfortunately. But it's not like it's going to make any difference to the upcoming turtle take anyway.
So it's halfway right here. Vincent still snags onto the turtle at the same time. Here comes the ultimate from Powerful. Will not be able to do enough. Hades comes in with the ultimate at the same time. Sayla getting spun. Diablo taking that kill. Gear has to run. And Flash, the bloodlust is there.
So this is my problem, right? Powerful picking up that the Padang. Yes, you can set up a really good fist crack, or rather fist break, and build up the wall. But from that point on, you let out your fist crack. You're just a sitting duck over there, not dealing any damage because you are a tank Badang.
Yeah.
You are cutting off the opponent's escape route. But you're essentially telling people, hey, free kill here.
No, it feels like, you know, Badang is like, I've got you trapped with me. But then Flash is like, you are trapped with me instead.
Yep.
Yeah, force him, use the benches to try to stay alive just a little bit longer to buy more time. Vincent will be able to find the shadow kill onto Hades, but Hades will still stay alive just a little bit longer. Diablo on the chase right here. The stun will not be able to connect for now. Curtizi charging up that second skill right here will not be able to find anything. The damage coming up for Curtizi though will allow Diablo to finish that job. The burst from Team Flash.
1-7 is the current score line. 6 minutes into the game, we're already looking at a 4,000 gold deficit for the side of Evil. In fact, when it comes down to the objectives, top lane and bottom lane has already been taken down, with the next objective being the middle lane T1 turret. And only after that, we can pretty much and more or less expect that Flash will be able to take control of the entire map already, putting Evil in such a precarious spot with nowhere to realistically play. Fortunately for them, they don't have a Joy, because Joy in a backwards game is definitely very difficult to play. As a Hayabusa though, you still kind of need the purple buff.
Yeah, Team Evil is in the downward spiral, right? How are they going to have to try to jump out of that? Speaking about jumping up, JPL doing so. Ven jumping around, using Zaman for JPL will finally go down, and that's only the second kill in 6 minutes mark from Team Evil against Team Flash.
So, cross-map plays. Take a look at the top lane. We do have the Fanny that is just available to be just knocking down onto the top lane very soon. It's going to be a pretty big wave coming down soon. So Evil really gotta have to respond to that. And because of that response, we can apply more pressure coming from the side of Flash onto somewhere else.
And you mentioned about top smack play, but I have to hold that thought just a little bit longer. Glorious pathway from the side of Diablo. Hades trying to reposition right here. Will still retreat that turtle away from Team Evil, putting down even more goal deficit against Team Flash. Man, how is Team Evil gonna have to climb out of this hole?
Yeah, it's not exactly a 50-50 there, right? Hades is level 11 and Vincent is a level 10. There is a disparity in the retribution level, and that is going to make a bunch of difference. Unfortunately, Evil, they are very confident in their micro game, but I don't really quite see it here for now because of their lack of crowd control. The only thing that is working out for them is powerful single fist crack. Fist crack. I say everything wrong.
It's okay, but Cartesi, his fist is definitely powerful, of course. But then Cartesi, man, the Astro Echo just reviews everybody. The second skill just punch onto Van like a truck as well. Evil's getting poked out right here.
It doesn't even require them to bring down the T1 turret middle lane to take control of the jungle. They are already doing it and snatching the jungle away from Evil. Evil don't have that kind of damage to realistically be able to fight back unless the situation actually shows up right in the face of Evil. They just need to look for someone that is completely out of position once and try to snowball from that point onwards. But even for JPL, he is the engager, he is the initiator, and he doesn't really quite have that kind of tanky items. As long as they're able to find that lockdown, then that is all fine and dandy. But what kind of lockdown do they have?
Yeah, not only just the fact that, you know, as a Cho, you can burn away at another person's lockdown, right? And then after that, you just triple away. You basically just remove the debuffs, and you're basically nice and dandy. So I think just Team Flash understanding what needs to be done in terms of baiting out, you know, these CCs coming out of Team Evil. You mentioned the only one that can reliably land a CC is powerful, and that's it, right?
Yeah, the only other thing is probably the Terrify from Sayla's grasp. But even I myself think that, yeah, you can definitely apply to that. But from that point on, you gotta have to smash out your combos. Sayla plays a very important role in layering these crowd controls and the damage. Because in terms of AoE, that is just Sayla and powerful. In fact, I don't even know what kind of damage powerful can realistically be able to do. AoE style for Ven, that will be the Synchro Fission, but everything else, Chrono Dashes are all single targets.
Consume players at the same time, removing the information, but revealing one for themselves. JPL takes a lot of damage this time around. Powerful will be attributed to that kill, and now Team Flash, they're one member down. Powerful stepping forward as well. The ultimate coming up from the Vixana. This is exactly what Team Evil is trying to look out for, but Hades is right there, spinning for the kill. Vanix also joining in on the fight at the same time. And also will try to just pay back some of the damage, but now Team Flash is 2 member down, but looking at the retribution, Vincent taking the retry against Team Flash, but they will suffer at a cost. But then turning around, taking down Vanix as well, and this is exactly, maybe this is perhaps the starting snowball that Team Evil's look out for from the shutdown gold.
3 for 3. Well, in the meantime, Turtles also take... Sorry, that's not a turtle. That is the Lord that has been taken from the side of Evil, okay? So we gotta have to remember that. There's definitely a lot that Team Flash is realistically trying to go for in that previous fight, but unfortunately it does seem like their follow-up from JPL was just not that fast. They did jump in, you can see that JPL kicked in, but there is a solid 1 second of allowance that wasn't done. That has no damage done at all. And I think that is the main reason why they are having so much problems. Because Diablo could have survived longer if he did not live.
And this is exactly what we're talking about, right? Team Flash, their main goal is to try to outpoke Team Evil. They were able to do that earlier part of the game, but now when Team Evil comes in together with Team Fire Magic and Speaker of which, they're also going to try to do that again. Try to tempt that magic, try to tempt that fate at the same time. There's also going to be a spell of destruction landed. I don't think Vanix is going to take it, but Team Evil routed back for now.
So we have got the goal lead that has been decreased by a tremendous amount. We are only looking at about 3,000 gold lead in favor for Flash SG. Middle lane T1 is actually still untouched over for Evil, while Flash SG's T1 is actually almost at the brink of destruction. The moment that Evil is able to touch that turret, just sneeze onto it, I think that is more or less enough for them to take quite a bit of control and will make things a lot simpler for them to hide within of brushes and not too afraid of overextending anymore.
Flash is just buying time. But I mean, both teams are trying to buy time. Flash is trying to raid the countryside to basically put pressure in the mid, but Evil is still unfazed. Evil, on the other hand, with that Vincent steal on that Lord, will be able to just buy some time just for themselves. You mentioned about the gold deficit is starting to collapse just a little bit more. You know, Gear starting to pick up the items, and that's exactly the time that they're trying to look out for.
But now we do have to cut down, but it does seem like we are looking for Van almost taken down. But Hades might be looking at a separate angle of attack. Didn't see quite much, and the separate angle of attack is actually the T2 in the bottom lane.
Yep, raiding the countryside, exactly what I was talking about, right?
What did the countryside do to you?
I come from the countryside.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Man, I miss home already. But now Team Flash, you know, they're trying to push down the mid lane, and that's exactly what, you know, Team Evil throwing out even that ultimate, trying to wave clear that extremely quickly, trying to make sure that as long as the center lane, mid lane, trying to stay alive. But Hades just raiding once again.
Yeah, the countryside.
Yeah,
it's all about the countryside. You know, from now on, we're gonna keep calling it the countryside.
the side lane's the countryside, huh?
Yeah, suddenly the countryside. The middle lane is like Singapore.
So what? The EXP lane is the EXP lane island where you guys farm.
Just pull out the Tekong.
And the gold lane. I see one lane and one lane only. Hades jumping over the wall right here. Gear activating that vengeance. Powerful coming in. The Fist Cry will not be able to land. Vincent with the shadow kill as well. Powerful picking up a double kill. Team Evil found the magic that they've been looking for the past 10 minutes. And they finally found against Team Flash.
That is exactly the combo that we have been asking for, and this is what the draft is made for.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, they're lacking on Vakimi. Or else everyone else will be just sucked into the middle. But regardless, this is good enough, right? As long as Powerful is able to set something up, then Sayla will go all ham.
Vincent right here, the jungler right here, they're looking at the Lord. Team Flash, Curtizi and Vanix. There's no Hades around unless, you know, Vanix was able to steal that away. That's going to be the Astro Echo committed by Curtizi. No way for Team Evil to allow Team Flash to come in. The Fist Cry and the ultimate coming up from Powerful, catching on to Curtizi, and Evil managed to turn the tide just a little bit. A small play in the early game, now converted into something else.
What exactly is going on here? We are starting to see that Flash is catching their breath against Evil.
Man, Flash woke up on the left side of the bed today.
Hey, what's wrong with the left, man?
You're not supposed to wake up on the left. It's bad omen.
Really?
Yeah.
Feng Shui?
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, like that about
You
it.
should have woken from the right side of the bed, and it seems like Team Evil, they're the one that woke up from the right side of the bed and pushed Team Flash off
What if
that
the
bed.
exit of my bed is on my left side?
Then you need to check your feng shui.
Okay, fair enough. As we continue to move on 15 minutes into the game, we do have Evil that managed to push the rest of Flash. Oh, I don't think that Gear is gonna go down that easy.
Yeah, especially when, you know, Gear does have some levels right here, and he's actually putting some good damage against Hades. Gear is no longer the minion at the 2-minute mark. Now Flash has to pay a lot of respects onto Gear right now.
Unfortunately, the Fanny just can't burst him down. Of course, we're talking about a Vengeance has been popped by Gear. He also did pop the Yo-Yo Blitz, so it is an investment. I would say that it is also an investment from Hades.
And
it's not too big of a deal, though.
Curtizi is basically just trying to outhook Team Evil. This is exactly what happens, right? Team Flash enter with a good game book in the early game, and then after they throw it away during the mid part of the game. Handshakes is bad team fights against Team Evil, and this is exactly what we're talking about. The Team Evil magic, Abstract.
Oh man, okay. We're looking for that opportunity and waiting for that time. Powerful goes in, Fist Crack, but that's not gonna do anything. We do have the Astro Echo that's thrown out though, so everyone's hitbox has increased. Brought Van to a pretty decently low level, so this is actually the opening that Flash SG would be able to dish out. They still have got the intimidation factor, and they still have got the damage that they can churn out over to Evil to say, hey, we're not too out of the game just yet, don't toot your own horn too much.
Yeah, definitely right. Team Flash slowing down the pace just a little bit more. They're losing turrets already. Earlier just now, Team Flash was literally playing on Team Evil's side of the map. Team Flash right here. Now the map is split in half.
I definitely would say that Team Flash's way of playing is a lot different now, I suppose. They're not that dominating. It's either that they are not dominating, or the standard of gameplay of MPL SG is just higher now.
Yeah, you can start to see the improvement coming up from Team Evil, right? Ooh, Vincent will be able to dodge that damage away. Now you start to realize, Hades starts to realize that he cannot even assassin the other assassin on the other side.
You can't. You gotta play as a team now.
Yeah.
The solo rodeo kind of thing no longer is gonna work out for Hades. He's probably maxed out in items, but he can't do anything here.
Yep. Right now, it's just all about buying time for both of these two teams. Team Evil was able to buy some time early just now with the second Lord takedown. Team Flash, on the other hand, has to abuse the mobility, right? Basically, play ring around the roses against Team Evil. Just take a look at how Team Flash is kind of spread out like perfect butter, peanut butter on the bread in breakfast in the morning, whereas Team Evil likes to clump up like Jello or something. I'm hungry now.
Yeah, you did that to yourself.
I don't know where my analogies is going on, but then again, I could definitely say that Diablo is a dead one right there, getting caught by 2 ultimates, and maybe that's worth it. Now there's not a lot of frontliner coming out from the side of Team Flash right here. JPL will be next on the block. It's gonna be Hades getting terrified right here, trying to spin for the win, but Vincent is still right there. Vanix trying to output the damage gear, goes into the Vengeance at the same time. Hades will get deleted by Sailor. The damage explosion. Vanix, the Lord! Vanix comes back, picks up a double kill, trying to turn things around against Team Evil, and now Vanix will be able to try to do the damage against Vincent right here. Powerful, but Vanix just shut down the triple kill. The only one left for surviving from the side of Team Flash.
Oh, hell, Lord Vanix is still around.
Definitely.
And he is definitely still gonna be hunkering down and just, no, in fact, not hunkering down. He wants to end this. He wants to bring as much damage as he can over to the turrets.
Yep.
He can realistically be able to do quite a lot. In fact, I don't think the Powerful can deal enough damage.
Powerful was holding on to the ultimate. It did not go off. That would be a dead Vanix if he actually cuts it. That's a spell of destruction. Not too sure whether he's actually going to commit of there. Ven coming in to save the day for now. Team Evil still keeps their base intact.
No realistic damage to the structures of Evil. Nothing realistic just yet, as we don't have any proper gratification to the upgrades of Flash SG, right?
Yep.
No mega creep just yet, but at least it does help a lot if Flash actually take this Lord, because that would guarantee 1 turret destruction the moment that the Lord actually crashes it.
Same could be said over to Team Evil though. They're hungry already. They're hungry, and now take a look right there. Just literally stacking both Sailor and Powerful right hit there. Powerful, all the ultimates are up from both of these two teams. Vanix does not have the SOD as of yet.
So, continuing on as the Lord is gonna be finding himself at about 50% HP. They're preparing. Flash SG, they're preparing as we are looking for an ankle.
JPL, that's going to be okay. We'll be able to single out Vincent. Vincent goes down for the count at the same time. Gonna have to take a look at the Lord. Hades picking up that one. Vanix going a ham onto the team of Team Evil. The Lord and the Savior of Team Flash right here. Just outputting damage all the way in the back line. He continues on, ignoring the CC damage. Katizi slams that actual meteor right into his face. Van, the only one left alive, but now with 2 members, the tag team of Katizi, Hades, and even Vanix joining in for the count, allowing Team Flash to secure the Lord.
Now, unfortunately, that is game. This time out, I will definitely say that the amount of downtime coming in from Hades is a lot lesser, and they found more spins to win in order to output all of those damage, and not to forget mobility as well as positioning from Vanix that ultimately played the way of the game. They opened themselves and they kind of like spread themselves out very evenly to make sure that that Zaman Force does absolutely nothing.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong though. I would say that Van stayed in his Zaman Force as per game. He knows that he gotta stay in his Zaman Force. And he used that time to kill, I think, Diablo. So that is great. But after that Diablo is dead, he no longer has Zaman Force. He's still got 3 more person to deal with. What do I do?
Yeah, it's all about that consistent burst versus that consistent DPS, right? Ultimately, this one, it is Vanix that's landing down the DPS constantly, the reliable, as long as he's outputting the basic attack, he's basically outputting damage, whereas Harif, once his Zaman Force is down, like what you mentioned, basically the Harif just has to wait for the next Zaman Force, right?
So, it really just boils down to being able to control in that area and win in that one fight. The moment the opponents have got enough mobility or they spread themselves out far enough and wide enough, then there's realistically not much that Sailor himself as well as Ven could possibly do. So I think Flash just figured out and just played their game.
Yep.
Let's just split up. Let's just split up, and the moment that chaos arrives, then they're like, okay, Hades tag team with JPL, Diablo stick over to Vanix and Curtizi, you guys do your thing and make sure that you guys don't stay close to Diablo. So the main thing is the taunt is onto Diablo. He gotta have to take the attention away from Van.
Yep. You can start to see, like, Team Evil invested so much trying to take down Diablo. You talk about instant gratification, it did not pay off well for the side of Team Evil. Yes, you are able to take out Diablo, but how do you deal with the rest, right? You can start to see Team Flash as well. Curtizi is literally poking Team Evil to the depth. That last Lord fight, if Curtizi wasn't able to bring down Gear's health down to that low, I don't think Team Flash has the confidence to even enter at all.
This is by no means an easy game for Flash at all. This is probably one of the other games that they are really hanging on and trying to catch their breath.
Yeah.
In fact, they're drowning. They just have a single nostril that is like outside of the water that broke the surface tension. Like that single nostril. The other nostril is in the water, okay?
I'm actually imagining that in my mind. I'm imagining your nostril.
Just a little bit lower and they're sucking in, water already. They're that close to defeat.
Yeah, but then you ask the question, right? Is Team Flash on life support right now, right? Even against
No, they just have one nostril outside. They don't need life support yet.
Yes, life support. I call that life support. If you have to rely on one single nostril to stay alive, I call that life support because they don't really have a very good day number one, and now Team Evil show that hey, they're starting to be able to abuse the mistakes that Team Flash did. Albeit Team Flash realized the mistake halfway through the late parts of the game, took back that notebook they throw out in the window, and then play the poking game once again.
Now, it just kind of... Okay, so now comes from your opinion. Because for me, there is so much things going on.
Diablo is the most handsome player in the world. That's my opinion.
Completely... You don't have to say things that I already know.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think that Flash, they're throwing caution to win? Or do you think that this is like them genuinely playing their best?
I feel personally... It reminds me of last season where tortoise and the hare. That's the storyline we started off before we got into this game, right? But then again, you start to see some mistakes coming in from the side of Team Flash, and they start to forget what their draft is meant to do.
Okay.
That's what I felt Team Flash forgot halfway through the game, but they still remembered, luckily for them.
So we're talking about memory loss, huh?
Oh, you want to put that MIB Men in Black thing again?
So they're all just old.
I think Vanix is quite young.
How young is he?
Definitely very young. I think he started very young.
Okay, fair. Everyone else is old then.
And JPL definitely has been there since 2017.
He's in fact like MYSG, right? He's like the most veteran.
He's
like
the first MSC, brother.
Yeah. Dude is old.
Yeah, but he's
still
playing.
Competing in the professional level, dude.
Exactly.
At most situations, you like if it's me, I'm just like, yeah, my back aches. I'm not playing.
No, my joint aches if when
that's
it
carpal
rains.
tunnel. That's different.
I'm a marksman player as well. I tapped that out.
13 years old with carpal tunnel. Is this age? No, it's stupidity.
Bad life decisions. But anyways, now we gotta have to take a look. Team Evil, on the other hand, they do show signs of life in terms of this particular. Even though they have to change the roster almost every season going up against, but they still maintain the consistency. That Team Evil magic, you thought it's lost every season, but they somehow find it back.
I guess this is more about brewing with the perfect formula. Is this the perfect formula? It's just week one. Oh, we don't really have an answer to that. But it is an answer for their own players after, up-teen amount of games and, training in the scrims. Then they just kind of decide, okay, this is good, this is bad, this is maybe okay. But with the very fact that they put Team Flash in such a difficult spot in game number 3, I think that this is already very good. It could just be a very bad day for Flash.
No,
it could be a very good day for the others.
I mean, if it's once, it's a statistical anomaly. If it's 2 times, that's a pattern. We're starting to see a pattern.
If it's 3 times?
That's a confirmation.
That's 4.
That's a double confirmation. Come on, let me finish that analogy, right? No, don't go 5. Don't go 5. But my point being is that if King's Vanguard is already putting such a statement going up against Team Flash, is it the question is Team Flash being sloppy or in live support, or is it the fact that Singapore is starting to realize Team Flash's weakness?
I still think that leaning over to surviving with a single nostril being the answer.
You know, whenever you say that, I imagine you with that one nostril just right.
Hey, look, it's a little bit different if you're putting me in there. I don't need life support with a single nostril, okay?
What do you need?
I have life
Caffeine
support.
in my veins.
Look, if you put me and you in an encased box,
Actually,
I
yeah.
can tell you that I have more reserve
Actually,
oxygen
yes.
than you do.
Actually, yes. I'm the one that need life support in this, I guess, among
Dude,
both of us.
no one would want to be stuck in a room with me.
The
casually
amount of
flashing.
intake, the amount of
Just
intake
casually
air.
flashing the entire world with
You
my
just
nostril
revealed.
size.
The amount of intake.
You know, the
air
amount of
you'll
people
get.
that's gonna clip and then they are just gonna measure it off of the amount, the size of my nostril. It's like 3 cm of nostril. 3 cm of diameter.
Hey, I do have my measuring tape in my bag. Do you want me to get it?
That's just overcompensating.
But anyways, let's talk about the game right here now. Team Evo this time around. I want to see more out of Gear, right? Gear is finally given that EXP role back, right? This is something that he's been kind of denied for the past few seasons. Sailor, on the other hand, yes, you can still see his Vexana going really wild, but you also have to say that, you know, maybe this is the first particular game in an MPL stage, together with newcomers, right? For example, Van and also Vincent. We talked about, you know, Indonesian and Filipino, the language barrier, man.
Yeah, I think. Crap! I hope that the language barrier is not gonna be that big of a problem for them. But we shall see how that's gonna go. Maybe
Definitely.
we'll be able to have some, you know, interviews and ask them how the communication is like, how good their English is in order to, you know, set up these communications.
Yeah, I feel like you have to do like a IELTS test or TOEFL test before you actually come to play in MPL Singapore at the very least.
Yeah, so
Feels like that, man.
Yeah, I mean, communication is #1, man.
Yeah, definitely.
If you know English, no play.
No, but at the same time, imagine if you can actually understand what the other players are playing just because of your understanding of the game overpowers that. Basically,
Can you speak telepathically.
you never know. The chemistry, brother.
Your team is banning.
Sometimes you just have to
Possible.
hope on the chemistry, and that's exactly what Team Evil has to hope for, right? That chemistry, that that Team Evil magic against Team Flash in game number 2.
We've got the juice in that is going to be thrown into the banning pool almost immediately.
Definitely.
As compared to the previous game, Coach Z's have decided to go for the Valentina
is
first
banned.
ban, which I think it just tells everyone, yeah, we want to go for the Lucas, right? It is one way to think about it. Number one, I ban the Valentina so that you ban the Lucas so that I don't waste my ban. Number two, you can also always come down to the point to say that, okay, I want the Lucas, so I'm gonna last ban the Valentina so that I can guarantee the Lucas. However, you can also remember that now that Team Flash is gonna be first pick, first ban, technically speaking, if they were to do that, then Evil will have that final ban to go for the Lucas ban.
You know, I lost you when you mentioned about Lucas ban.
Okay.
But my point being, I feel, right, it's just so many options, right?
Yeah.
And that's why coaches are very important. You saw, you know, because Coach Yep decides to go back to Onyx ID, and all of a sudden Onyx ID, hey, they have fists. Yeah, he's back.
Wait.
Yeah, Gold is back.
Good.
Yeah,
Really?
really.
Back.
Back.
Like on ID, they are like solid, but
Yeah,
no.
yeah. I'm always been supporting of Onyx ID.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice,
of course. And you know, with Zaze coming into the picture, hopefully that's something, you know, the coach factor that Team Flash is looking out for, albeit, you know, looking a little bit shaky for day number 1.
Okay. So now I'm excited. Oh,
team
Lucas
is
out
banning.
again. I think that I would love to see the Lucas on the Hades once again, but I guess not today.
Yeah, we
Not
can see
today.
other things, right? Like,
No,
you know,
what I want to see is
Hayabusa.
Lucas plus Suyo. The Lucas versus Suyo.
Lucas versus Suyu matchup, right?
Yeah.
That's definitely interesting, but unfortunately Lucas is already out of the picture. You gotta have to go next, right? Team Flash still bans away the Phobias, right? Still very concerned about the Harif pick, and we mentioned about, you know, Team Flash going in first pick this time. Team Evil has to be a little bit smarter in terms of the bans, right? And, you know, and
so much
also...
is available.
Yeah, so much is available, and because of so much is available, going second pick is actually a very wise choice.
Yeah, so at this point, okay, so Kalia is out of the
Your
question.
team is banning.
At this point in time, what else? Kimi. Kimi's still available. So, It really depends on which one is going to be the banned one. Is it Kimi or is it Harith? Whichever that is not banned will be first picked, coming in from the side of Team Flash.
But personally, I feel like Kimi is so powerful in this particular patch.
It has to be banned.
Yeah, it has to be banned because that ultimate is like a non-committal flicker ultimate Tigreal implosion.
Yeah.
That's so painful, and you can shoot it from miles away.
Actually, I would kind of see it. Now that I think about it, I wouldn't even call it implosion, because when you press implosion, the moment that the circle appears, it's a guaranteed lockdown already.
Yep.
But people can still run away.
Yes.
So
definitely.
I would actually call it more of Phovius Asteros' Eye. It will be more apt to say it's a longer range Asteros' Eye.
You talk about it. Fanny being opened up, being banned away from the side of Team Evil this time around. Team Flash.
Kimi then.
Which one do you go for, the Kimi or the Harith?
Gotta be the Kimi. I think it gotta be the Kimi. Harith, you can deal with it. No problem. Kimi, you can definitely set up a lot more, right? You can definitely set up a lot more with a Kimi. So, have a Kimi, give your opponent the Harith, you play AoE.
Yep.
You want to play in you want to play in your Zaman Force? Sure. Let you play in your Zaman Force. We all just play AoE. We play team fight. Team fight magic. You want to play team fight magic? We magic with you. Whack.
Yeah, but this time around, you know, Team Flash using a Kimi. I mean, today we've seen Kimi being used either in the mid lane or the gold lane, right? Personally, I'm a huge fan of gold lane Kimi.
Okay.
I'm that kind of guy, and I like my attack speed.
That kind of guy.
I'm like a Feather of Heaven's Kimi at the same time. You know, the passive yum just on top of the percentage HP, percentage damage on top of each basic attack, and the basic attack goes in like so quick. Man, Team Flash right here on using that one. You need to be able to deal with it, right? Something to jump to the backline. Definitely the Hayabusa. Vincent has been playing it quite decently in game number 1. They're going to have to do that again. Harry being picked up right here from the side of Team Evil.
So, Suyo, okay. So, Suyo do have got the advantage when we're looking at a 50-50 lot stake. So that is good over to them. It does seem like Team Flash really likes playing the high lords. They want to have that beefy front lines, but that, okay.
Throwing bodies, man. This feels like, you know, Diablo throwing his body against Team Evil, trying to bait out most of the damage and most of the ultimates away from Team Evil, like what you saw in game number 1, right? Eating the Zaman Force, taking the ultimate from Sailor. That's how, you know, Team Flash wants to play this game as well.
Okay, so what else do we have got here? It does seem like they even want to snag away, okay, the Cho. Something that Powerful definitely plays very well as well.
Yep.
So it's fair to say that we've got a Roma locked down already. We've got Evil that needs to qualify, needs to fill up for Mage and EXP. Well, in the meantime, Team Flash, they need to fill up for the Gold Lane and Rome.
Yeah. Feels like mid is definitely your hot commodity right here between these two teams. The Valentina, the Farsas. If you want to go even weirder, you can go even the Lilia. But then again, you've already got, you know, your gold laners are already dealing magic damage. Do you want to stack onto magic damage again?
I think you need more of a support mage, such as a Eve.
A Novaria at the same time.
Novaria is okay, but I don't see the need for that kind of high ground yet.
It's too early. It's kind of early in the draft, right?
That is also I think for me it's mostly because there is a very big wall in the name of Hylos. So technically, the Hylos is just going to be absorbing most of those astrospheres as much as possible. It's not going to do too much in terms of poke damage per se. I think that I want to look at more utility, a lot more utility out of this mage instead of skill shots and as well as information. I want slows, I want lockdown. Vexana, Aurora, all of these are pretty decent pickups with still pretty good burst damage as well. Eve being the other mage.
Definitely, I think Aurora is really smart from Team Flash. If I were a Team Evil, I'd take that away. Aurora, that secondary life allows you to buy so much time against the AoE against, not only just with AoE first, right? Against the burst coming out from Vincent on the Hayabusa, you also deny the zone from the Zaman Force. I think it's hot. It's actually a good mage pick from the side of Team Flash. Team Evil looking out for that one maybe, but they are looking at the Glue Band instead.
Glue Band, okay. Glue Band is okay. Generally speaking, Evil will want to be a little bit more aggressive in their EXP. Hilda being one of the possible questions that Evil might want to look out for. But it's actually kind of interchangeable between EXP and Rome. The Hilda, okay, never mind. Take that away.
Hilda taken away because I personally feel like if JPL plays the Hilda against, you know, Vincent on the Hayabusa in the early game, the Hayabusa doesn't really do much damage. Whereas if Team Evil picks up the Hilda for themselves, they're going to have to deal with Suyo. Suyo pops off at level 3, and basically you're just sitting duck.
So what else are we looking out for, I guess?
A lot of roams being taken out from the side of Team Flash as well, right? The Kalia, you also taken get the Kato Kacha away at the same time. Kato Kacha can always go into the roam, and then you switch that Cho over to a EXP if you want to play Assassin Cho. I don't know why today I'm so about Assassin Cho. Maybe I just face them too much already. It's just so annoying.
I don't think that it's going to be an Assassin Cho.
Definitely not.
I do want to lock in onto Team Flash's roam though. The lack of a roam is actually a little bit concerning. We haven't seen a Jawhead the entire day, and I think that it's relatively bold of me to assume that it's going to be a Jawhead as much as JPL is concerned. We have also seen Grok being played by him many times before, but I'm not too sure how that is gonna work in this meta.
Grok is actually quite cute, you know. If you really want to go for Grok, you know, there's something like
that. You're right. It is more
off-meta roam. Yep, Nova being picked up by Team Evil. Team Evil feels like they're kind of reacting against Team Flash, right? Not only banning away what they don't want to face, like for example the chip, and even the Fanny using game number 1, they also counterpick that Novaria away from Kurt TZ. Now Kurt TZ, we talk about mid lane being the hot commodity right here. What's left? You go for the Vexana against the Novaria again? Or maybe go for the Aurora?
I mean, the Kimi is definitely going to be mid.
Yeah,
Kimi is mid.
Well, yeah, you can definitely switch it around. There you go. Team Flash confirming that one. Vanix goes back to his Moskov. Kimi mid once again from the side of Team Flash.
Is Garukacha? No, Garukacha is taken out. They need a... They need a roamer with... Wow, they're actually going to go for Jawhead.
Badang? Oh, sorry, hold on. Yep, that's... Jawhead being Harvard, there's also the Badang, there's also the Khalid that, you know, Team Flash can easily switch around, provide more front line for that Kimi, because you need that wall in order for Kimi to do that damage. And Kimi does well into this matchup against Team Evo, especially when they like to congregate together on the Zaman Force. That splash damage from the full passive from the side, Kimi does a lot of damage.
Okay, so I think that this is more or less final. I'll say that this plays along to what JPL is used to, right? Because when it comes down to JPL's comfort picks, it will be Cho, Grok, and Jawhead. Whenever in doubt, and if they really want to win games and they want to end games, these 3 heroes are something that you would most definitely want to go for, right? So I would say that that's locked in, but we are looking into the next pick, which is Evil. That is still this final pick that we need to get it down. And we're lacking of a EXP laner for Evil.
Well, like what I mentioned, the Badang can also, you can also go to the EXP. You prefer the Badang in the EXP.
Yes, I do.
You've also seen some other players. I mean, Blue unfortunately was banned away.
Oh wait, CC is available.
CC is definitely available.
CC. I think that's going to go for CC. Yeah.
Yep. Just have to wait for that confirmation again. But then if you go for the CC, then Team Evil has to play that style just slightly differently. Right now is Team Evil that has to play the poke. They've got a Cho, they've got a Novara that's to slowly poke and whittle person down. You send the Hayabusa to basically go in for the assassination to finalize that kill. Harif just in case if it turns out into a brawl. However, this time around, Team Flash, with what we've seen so far, there is a lot of potential team fight in the Kimi and the Moskov, and not only just that, Team Flash can definitely do a lot of splash damage against Team Evil, especially if they want to stick around. There's also a Jawhead to basically pick at the same time.
Yeah, so with all of these, okay, so let's assume that the final pick is a CC, because I think that is the main thing that they gotta have to look out for, because they don't have any proper good ways to realistically be able to push Diablo away as the high loss. So if they want to win in EXP lane, they want to win in these river duels, then a CC would very likely be a lot more understandable.
Definitely, CC does wonders against Hylos because of the percentage HP damage, and now Gear doesn't really have to be afraid of the Fanny to just come in and burst once he hits level 4. Suyo, I personally feel that doesn't really have as much burst as compared to a Fanny in such an early game as of yet as compared to a Suyo. So maybe it is a wise choice on the side of CC, but we have to confirm it as we go into the game, Abstract.
So, based on the draft that we have got, what do you who do you think has got a better draft in your honest opinion? Who do you prefer?
I personally feel Team Flash draft is a lot easier to execute, right?
Okay.
As long as everybody from you just hope that Team Evil congregates in one line, your Moskov and Kimi does a lot of damage.
Yeah,
And then after that, if that doesn't work, you also still have the Jawhead to make sure that you focus on one person at the same time. I feel like it's a lot easier to execute Team Flash's draft, but I really want to take a look at from the side of Team Evil. They're going out of the MO right here. You expect them to go for team fights, and now they're going for a kind of pick composition. Wonder what will happen.
So, I definitely say that I would actually want to see what Team Flash have got in store for us, because one thing's for sure, right? When it comes down to Kimi's ultimate, it definitely will be able to draw everyone else together. And we have seen that many, many times before in the past few games today. She has been a very important player in creating that suction effect, putting everyone else together with their traction pulse, right? So what happens then? Because they don't have that much AoE, with only Moskov being the one that has that pierce, splash kind of thing. That's the only kind of form of damage that they have in an AoE. There's also Blade Surge, but that's pretty much all. I don't think that that's more than enough for them to kind of wipe people out.
Yeah, I think Team Evil is looking for the burst instead, right? You talk about the Novara this time around. You talk about the Harif. We mentioned about the Omega Burst. If Team Flash is able to sustain or basically bait out as much utilities from the side of Team Evil, which I think I've seen in game number 1 where they really did, pour in a little bit. They overcommitted quite a few times against that high loss once in a while, and that's basically allowing Team Flash to have that that fighting line. And now Team Flash, on the other hand, they're all about that DPS, right? The Moskov, and you talk about the Kimi. It's consistent DPS that you can output. On top of that, you also got the Ring of Punishment from the high loss as well. That also does DPS. So it's all about sustain coming out from Team Flash. Hopefully they're able to do so with the help of high loss. This time around, I'm not able to confirm as well whether he's going to revitalize. You should expect going to revitalize.
It should be a revitalized thing, yeah. Okay, maybe not.
Yeah, it's too early to say right now, Abstract. I feel like right now we just have to go into game, and then after that kind of figure out how they're going to go, because I think we're lacking one information. What is the last pick of Team Evil?
The last pick is understandably going to be the main core difference to
definitely,
what
right?
the entire game is going to be, I suppose.
Exactly, right? If you go for a CC, then definitely it's going to be a more pick composition.
What else could it possibly be?
It could be a Badang, which is not bad as well. If if Team Evil decides to wield that Badang as well, then all of a sudden it turns into a poke comp right into a team fight comp, because you want to poke and wither down immediately, and then after that follow up with a fist crank and ultimate. And you saw Team Flash is starting to make this kind of mistakes, allowing them to get caught off guard like that. That's something that Team Evil is kind of hoping for.
Okay, I guess Badang is not too bad as well. If you get hit with the traction pulse, you essentially just tell everyone, come on in, right?
Yeah,
come on in. Just do whatever team fight damage, whatever team fight damage that you guys possibly have, which realistically, not a lot, not enough. Maybe.
Yep.
So this the traction pulse may just potentially be the cue for the Badang to just jump in, because the opponent is just going to swarm towards you, right? If they happen to be in the jungle, the better it is, because there already is choke points created because of how the jungle is made per se, right? So I think that that's more than enough for us to justify the possible use of a Badang to still do decent damage, and since it's ESP to Badang, pretty good damage too.
Yeah, so right now, lots of basically right here, you're looking through, we're all peering through this Agamon right here from Doctor Strange. There's so many possibilities, but what do we do?
Well, I don't know. But one thing's for sure is that we are definitely going to go for a short little break first, as we do have a small little technical difficulty that we're gonna have to deal with before we even jump to you into this potential final game. Good thing comes to those who wait. So, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your horses for a tad little bit. Myself as well as Jace will be right back with you to cast this potential final game. See you guys in a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to MPL SG Season 9. We are back with you guys, and I believe that the draft is ready. We've got the games that is about to go in very soon. How are you feeling about this very potential last game so far?
I'm feeling great. I really want to see what Evo has cooking up for us for this particular season, and I'm also very excited to see you start to see some Singaporean teams really finding the chinks in the armor of Team Flash. Maybe Team Flash is not that super team that we're expecting anymore, but at the same time, you also kind of be a little bit delightful to see like the level of competitiveness among the other teams as well is starting to rise.
Yeah,
you talk about the foot web chain thing.
Web chain thing, snake eat snake thing.
Yeah, the snake eat snake thing.
Snake eat snake thing.
Yeah. All right, definitely back in game. You talked about it. That's the CC coming up inside the Team Evo. Definitely going to go for a more big composition going up against Team Flash. Team Flash, on the other hand, still maintaining a little bit more team fight at the same time, albeit with some poke coming up from Junior.
So of course we are. Let's just break things down a little bit here, right?
Yep.
We take a look at the middle lane. So we do have the Novaria plus Cho versus a Kimi plus the Jawhead. By far, we can definitely say that Team Evil will have got a way better mid-game kind of push scenario. They can definitely clear up the way pretty fast. Just a single damn shot. Coming from Zilla is more than enough. But powerful isn't that to really do anything, or else that will be a fast clear.
Yeah, but same could be said over side of the Curtisi on that Kimi right now. Team Flash, we talk about how Team Flash is going to have to rely on sustainability. If Team Evo is unable to kill off Team Flash's team in maybe less than 2 or 3 seconds, Team Flash is definitely going to win the team fight.
So moving on to the top lane, it is generally a Moskov versus a Harif. And understandably, I will always say that the Harif will have a way better time in the lane, in the gold lane, because Synchro Fusion, right? Synchro Fusion, you clear the wave while in the meantime you poke the enemies. And unfortunately for Moskov, he also does. Wow, you can do that?
Yeah, you can. I wasn't expecting that. Vanix really showing us how to play the Moskov at the same time. Curtisi down the bottom lane. Now it's going to be immobilizing right there. The damage coming off from Hades doesn't really connect. Doesn't end the game for now, but Vincent will be able to find the damage onto JPL. But forced to burn the Flicker. Quad Shadow unable to do anything for now, saving that ultimate for the turtle fight.
Alright, so bottom lane this time, we'll break that down, right? We've got the CC as well as the Hylos. So understandably, we can definitely appear and say that the CC will win the lane and pretty much just bully the heck out of the Hylos. Hylos generally will have a lot of a tougher time.
But you're not seeing that, right? I'm sorry, Gear's still level 3. We're seeing the same exact script as game number 1 earlier just now, right? Gear struggling to get to level 3, allowing Team Flash to pick up the turtle for themselves.
So this is actually a very interesting kind of gameplay, or rather a very interesting outcome of how the gold lane turned out, right? Hold on a second.
There's going to be a pick right here. JPL in No Man's Land will use the ultimate, but that's going to be first blood given overside to Vincent for now. Team Evo finding some footing at the very least in game number 2. They're not out of the game just yet.
Good way to Dragon with kind of cutting off JPL. Now, one of the main things that makes Jawhead a very good pick here is actually because of denying the potential of a Cho. Because one of the main things that Cho is really good at is tagging. When you tag the opponent's roamer, you essentially have an idea where they are at all times, and you will be able to provide that kind of vision to your team. What Jawhead does is that if the Cho does want to tag on over to the Jawhead, Jawhead's smart missiles actually deal so much damage, it discourages the Cho from tagging in too close, as such giving valuable information at times.
Talk about information war, the damage from Hades will be able to connect onto Vincent. Tries to output some additional damage onto Diablo. You can see Hades supporting Diablo at the bottom lane, knowing that it's the weak side of the lane. Team Flash putting in confidence in Vanix to be able to win the lane against Harris.
So as we move on, I think that we are already close to, we are already in the early game instead of the laning phase, right? It's more or less just 1 more minute to the early game, and that is when all of the energy shields were to go down. That is the stage where we start to see more heroes that kind of just leave the lane and completely abandon it. For example, the EXP. As long as we have got a CC that knows, okay, now's a good time, I'm able to push the Hylos away, then they will be able to find a lot more advantage over to the mid lane, or perhaps even raid in the jungle.
talk about the information game earlier just now. Oh, hold on a second. That's going to be JPL using Unstoppable Force onto Powerful. Novara unleashing the ultimate at the same time. Vincent Quad Shadow's already committed. Hades working onto the turtle at the same time. Diablo landing down onto the Gora's pathway, cutting a escape, allowing Team Flash to secure the turtle for themselves. JPL down a little bit low just now, but still pushing on against Powerful. Team Flash securing 2 turtles for themselves.
As now, Gear doesn't seem like he's stopping going up against Diablo. There is, of course, a Revitalize that is popped as well. So, Diablo is gonna be fine, right? A very chunky boy, and not much of a damage factor from Team Evo that would really...
Damage factor, there you go. Assassination is successful for the side of Hades onto Ven.
Now that's painful.
Yeah.
That's definitely more painful. Definitely something that I don't expect, right? It hurt. It hurt.
Yeah. I need some
I want some damage.
Tiger Bomb.
Alright, 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. 1-1 is the current scoreline thus far. Turtle has been conceded over to Flash Singapore twice already. I don't think that's too big of a problem, right? Until now.
That's one pickup right here. Hades picking up the kill for the same time. At the same time, Vanix. That's a 1-2 punch against Team Evo. Van still trying to tempt fate just a little bit more. Go into the Zaman Force, try to output the damage onto JPL. Will not be able to find it. Vincent tags onto Hades right now. Shuriken doesn't connect. Cortese jumps forward just a little bit. This Spear of Destruction already land. Does he take it though? No. Team Flash will be already happy taking down 1 and also top lane.
Yeah, it's pretty okay. 1 turret in the top lane. Eventually they will be able to make their way down to the middle lane or even at the bottom. Middle lane is understandably going to be most important. I think at this point in time we just kind of look at what kind of cross-map plays we can more or less expect.
Yeah, cross-map play, but hold on a second, that's going to be Vanix. Zaman Force laying down, but unable to output the damage, gets stunned right against the wall. JPL right there to try using fire missiles to wave clear for now. Team Evo needs to look for damage elsewhere.
5 seconds onto the clock until the turtle eventually spawns. This upcoming turtle will be the last turtle before the Lord eventually comes out. So Gear took that opportunity knowing that, okay, there's definitely going to be some congregation.
Man, 2 ultimates for Vanix. That's so much commitment from the side of Team Evo just to try to take the gold laner of Team Flash. And now Diablo goes onto hunting, will not be able to find Ven. Turtle seal secured by the side of Team Flash as of now.
And Vincent almost getting away. In fact,
JPL, he's hungry this time. Look at me, ma. I am the carry right here. Team Flash, but damage. The kill still goes over to the side of Hades right here. Cortese trying to buy some time. Gear tagging onto them, does have the yo-yo, but has to run away because of the damage from the Kimmy. Gear right here, tried to buy some time, but Ben on the other hand, out of position, get caught off guard by Hades. Powerful this time around, burn the flicker. That's no way you want to be. Team Evil in the wrong place at the wrong time.
3 deaths over to the side of Team Evil, and now the opportunity to just push down the middle lane as it's been broke open with the very clear line of wave that's just marching in. Opportunities that came out and arrived for Flash, and now they're happy about it.
Diablo going up against Gear, that's basically like a natural enemy for the side of Diablo as well. Tempting fate once again. And unfortunately, we just have to wait because you mentioned good things must wait.
Yeah, good things comes to
But
those
what if I don't
who
want to wait?
Then you
Saktam.
don't wait lah.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it's...
There's something I don't understand about Singaporeans.
is that we don't wait?
No, it's like you guys love to queue.
You also queue what?
Right? Yeah. Sorry, I just had to acknowledge that.
You also queue what?
Solo queue?
I mean...
I don't know how I'm basically going off tangent on this conversation, but I now we have to take a look at this particular game right here. How Team Evil, yes, they're kind of struggling just a little bit. They're finding these good pickups right here, but now you start to see they're changing their target onto Vanix instead.
I think that is more about adaptations, right?
I love adaptations.
Yeah, I do really like what they're doing, but unfortunately, I think that this is where is it even counted as anti-synergy? No, I wouldn't call it. It's just the lack of synergy from Evil this time, right? They have the Kimi, great. They have some AoE, Blade Surge. What else? What else other than Blade Surge?
I think what Team Flash has for themselves in terms of AoE
Yeah,
has
for
been great.
Evil.
Oh, Team Evil on the other hand, I think right now it's just all about, playing to what their strengths are. I feel like, remember when we entered this draft, I was thinking like, okay, this is something very different that you don't see coming off in Team Evil. They like to clash, they like to go for these team fights, but they're going for pickups right here, Abstract.
Okay.
Monster kill.
Oh, that,
Blue team
that final
turret has
episode.
been destroyed.
I like the fact that production has to zoom into that Gear's body, that body right there.
Okay, so it is. I keep getting
Red
confused.
team
for some
turret
reason.
has
So
been
it's actually
destroyed.
Team Flash that has got the Kimmy. They have the Blitzer, they have Vanic, but surprisingly they're doing very well, and probably because skirmishes.
Okay, now they're gonna try to lock down onto Vanix. Vanix still able to dash away. JPL will be the punching bag for now, trying to buy some time, but it's okay. You sacrifice Aroma, but oh, Vanix! SOD go all the way back, but the knockup coming up from Powerful will be able to slow it down. Van pick up a double kill. Diablo going in, trying to tempt fate. So now Curtizi is still there, outputting the damage, picking up a double kill this time round. Curtizi, the double marksman-ish kind of matchup roster working well for Team Flash.
But that's not the end just yet. Okay, wait, maybe it is the end. We do have Vincent that tried to go in with a little bit of that quad shadows, but didn't really quite manage to find anyone with his frontmost shadow. So at this point in time, it's just all fun and games, right? It's totally fun and games. But we talked about the Novaria before, right? You can definitely pick up a Novaria. It helps you in the lane, but in the later stages of the game, you just have like a very tanky pony that just takes on all of these hits
Pony
with
of hell.
no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, we remember last season we literally called the High Loss the Pony of Hell, right?
Yep.
You almost cannot kill that Pony of Hell, especially sometimes even Diablo also using that particular Pony of Hell, and he can absorb so much punishment.
Oh man, this is kind of tough to kind of look around it, right? The Lord is currently available. Team Evil, as much as possible, they will want to get some of these potential. As much as possible. Just play around it, drag on the time a little bit, because they are a team that wants to play on controlling team fights.
There we go, controlling team fights right here. Zaman Force right in the back, but they're also going to be a glorious pathway, trying to land down, allowing Curtizi and Diablo just to try to chase out Hades this time around. Maybe getting caught just a little bit, tempting fate right here, but at the same time, take a look at the top lane, man. Vanix just working on this cross-map play. Team Evil earlier just now, when they found successes, tried to tag onto Vanix, but now they're focusing back into team fights.
So, 10 minutes into the game now. They're slowly trying to... Oh, SOD did not land. So this
did not land.
This might actually be big because both teams will no longer have their marksmen with them.
Doesn't have that, but then you take a look, Team Evil, using the Novarius ultimate to try to review, and especially how Team Flash is already so low and clumping up together, and now you see the marksman joining into the fight, has to do the walk of shame from the top lane all the way down to the bottom. At the same time, Gear though tried to buy some time to basically allow Vincent to basically pick up the Lord for themselves. Curtizi goes down, same could be said over to Gear, and Flash has to forfeit that Lord fight, giving it over to Vincent.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vanix is too important of a player in this lineup to realistically be able to do anything. The moment that Curtizi got caught out by Powerful, I would say that most, if not all, of the utility is gone. As much as we want to see that Kimmy is one of the main damage dealers as well, but the main utility aside from JPL comes in from Curtizi. Each of them have got their very, very important and very specific role. Diablo as the main guy that soaks in the damage and creates that dominating presence to tell people, yo, don't come close, right? Vanix has got the damage, Hades got to deal with the objective.
Two-prong attack right here. It's going to be a 1v1 assassination up top. At the same time, bottom lane, the Lord will be able to crack open. JPL hiding on that particular bush for a long, long time, but Curtizi and Vanix will not be able to join the fight. SOD does land. Here, get immobilized. Vanix takes the SOD, joins the fight right here. Curtizi output the damage onto Ben, spills over to it. JPL goes into conceal play, trying to pick out anybody. But AOL, JPL, gonna be using the flicker at the same time. We'll be able to tag onto that. Curtizi down low just a little bit. Vanix chasing over. Sayla also flicker, but at the same time, Team Flash once again. Hades, the stealer, of course, and we'll be able to do a base race instead. Wow, and that's exactly what Hades is known for, like 3 seasons ago.
Hades doing Hades things at this point in time, right? He just absolutely loved to find all of these opportunities to just go on a backdoor spree.
Yeah, I was like, wow, JPL and also, Curtizi so greedy in that particular bottom lane fight, but now it's always an illusion. It's always something up their sleeves all the time.
Oh man, at one point in time, I just completely forgotten that they didn't have got the Suyo for that fight throughout the whole fight, right?
Definitely.
They still held out pretty strong.
Yep.
In fact, right after Vanix has put out the pretty SOD, landed perfectly. That is when we saw Evil is like, okay, full back.
Time to strike.
Yeah, we know that Vanix is one of the most important players. The moment we see Vanix, back off.
Yeah, and not only just that, I feel like it's also Team Evil just tunnel visioning onto what they're strong at, right? We talk about how Team Evil wants to play that team fight, but then they forgot, Vincent got 1v1 up there. It is the Suyo that picks up. I think, Team Evil was expecting the Suyo to go back because of they're being so low, but then they decide to tunnel vision on team fight. It's a 4v4 team fight down at the bottom. As long as Team Flash doesn't call somebody is missing from the bottom lane, Suyo's just gonna push.
Oh yeah, he did win in the 1v1. Most of us, even I myself, thought that, okay, yeah, he's gonna teleport back to base, he's gonna help things out, and he's just gonna kill everyone. Or rather, he's just gonna teleport back to base and kill everyone. Which I think that would attribute to why Evil have decided at that very moment we turn back. Because they're expecting for a Suyo to join in the ranks in that entire team fight.
Definitely.
The more we pull back, the harder it is for a Suyo to catch up.
And JPL and the rest of the team from the side of Team Flash, they're not allowing Team Evil to go back, right? Because they have one plan in mind, and that's exactly, in the book of tricks, Team Flash has a lot. Team Evil, on the other hand, they've only just got one. One page in the one book.
So now we have completed. Oh, we haven't really quite completed the circle per se, but we are just one snake away. And that snake is Evil. Evil just needs to win RSG. And then we have one full circle.
But I don't want a circle. I want a pentagon.
It can be a pentagon.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
it can be a
sure.
square, it could be a triangle, whatever you want, man.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
more complex, the more vertices, the better.
That's decagon.
Oh, that's 10 sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Is it
technically speaking, the math circle is formed by many sides, unlimited sides.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sorry, guys. So we're going into. So we taught you biology. We taught you marine life.
Marine life, yes.
Now we're gonna teach you geometry.
Math. Oh, geometry. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
geometry.
Okay, for the next broadcast, we gonna. Okay, so we taught 3 topics today, right? Let's think about 3 topics. Oh wait, you taught history just now as well.
Did I?
Yeah.
Which one?
History of the players.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
okay.
that's 4
Okay,
topics today,
yeah.
right? Tomorrow we gotta have to come up with other 4 topics.
Sorry for spoiling market, churros and abstract.
Geography.
Um,
We gotta talk about.
countryside.
Yeah, we gotta talk about. Oh,
But anyways, it has been a banger of a day. Upsets abound, and you also start to see some power rankings starting being formed in day number 1.
Not really.
A bit of power rankings being
A bit. It's like sneaky snake though.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I see power rankings already.
That's fun.
Mhm,
We
that's
never
fun.
had this kind of thing going on in day number 1 before.
Yeah, like usually you expect, Team Flash definitely going to be in the top, and then after that, the
Yeah.
rest of the team, struggling, and you can kind of see them like, you definitely can put them in different tiers in terms of the rankings, but now you're seeing like, okay, Team Flash maybe just a little bit top right now, but then the rest of the teams are slowly catching up, and that's exciting, man.
The level of competition is just rising higher, and higher. Even though we have only saw Flash going into the international stage, like competing for M series and such. Let's not forget that teams such as Evil, they have also, and in fact, King's Vanguard, which was previously Vanguard, they also played in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Albeit they didn't make it far, but that's still experience.
Yeah, definitely. International experience will definitely change how you'll see the game
Indeed.
as well. So really excited to see even more coming out from the Singaporean teams.
Now, this pretty much wraps up the entirety of the day for what we have today for 10th of May. In the meantime, for since our entire bracket for 10th, or rather the entire format, which is the 10th of May, right? We have today, which is the seeded teams, or rather the seeded stage. We also do have the qualifier stage, which is happening happening concurrently, right? So in case people have missed out the format explanations, just do note that for the seeded teams, we have 5 teams that will be going up against one another in a round robin format, right? So that means that we have all the tallies of who is at the top, the top 4. Just remember that the one at the last, which is the 5th place, will have his points retabulated again
Yes.
when it comes down to the Challenger stage, which is going to be happening tomorrow. So we don't have to wait until the seeded stage ends, right? We are actually going to let all of the 5 MPL teams play.
Yeah.
They're going to play against the community teams.
And I prefer, I don't know, like, you know, this is actually a very interesting topic that I've always think about myself when I was showering or before I go to sleep. Is that this kind of format in MPL Singapore, it's very interesting, right? It also allows you, number one, as an MPL Singapore seeded team, you really need to buckle up because now you have to fight against more community teams, and it also gives a lot of chances for community team to step up to basically have a little bit of a taste of MPL, albeit still a bit of a brutal format because it's best of one.
I would say yes, it's a brutal format, but this is also kind of like a situation whereby for the MPL seeded teams, I think that this is a great way for them to realize, okay, this is the level of competition in the amateur level. How do we fare against the amateur level? As pros, we'll want to end them in under 11 minutes. We want to end them with the first Lord.
Now imagine if there's a case where, you know, Team Flash actually struggles against a community team. I think that's actually kind of scary. And
that will be.
Yeah.
It's either that community team is just that good, or something's wrong with Team Flash.
Or maybe cheese. They got cheese.
That's
the best of one format.
Possible.
Yep.
Possible. But as a professional team, you should be prepared.
Exactly.
We should be prepared for all of that.
So there's a lot of counter arguments, even though, yes, I said the best of one. That's why I said best of one is a really
Very
brutal
punishing.
format. It is a very brutal format.
But hey, it's funny.
It's fun. It's definitely fun.
Fun. And funny.
Exciting.
Yeah. What kind of cheese can we expect?
Blue cheese?
Oh. Swiss cheese?
Nah, that wasn't your blue cheese.
No.
It's like literally blue. You don't even see any form of yellow. I'm seeing
So
like, you
it's
know,
cheese for weirdos.
Freya Goat Lane.
Oh, okay.
Alucard's
Okay,
Jungles.
Fair.
That kind of cheese.
So we have the team standings today, but we still have match point, right? We have a total amount of points that we get because if you get a 2-0 victory, you actually have got a total of 3 points. As such, at this point in time, Team Flash have gotten themselves at the top of the rankings only because they have played a total of 2 series today. They won they got 3 points from the previous match, which give them 3 points, and then because of a they lost the game, but they scored 1 point, which is why they have 4 points.
Yeah, I think technically speaking, this is a good stat to look at, but
Yes.
at the same time, it's not fully exactly accurate as of now because you mentioned some of these teams only played one game.
Correct.
One
Such
match.
as RSG and Evil. They did not have the opportunity to play enough games just yet. The only sad thing is that every single one of these teams is either they have won before in a series, or they have at least won a single game, which Evil unfortunately did not manage to take a single game away from Team Flash.
Yeah, but that's because, you know, they're facing up against Team Flash, right? I'm also excited about, you know, what the other teams are looking at, especially for RSG. You know, they haven't changed, they haven't tweaked their roster much at the same time, so that's exciting to look at. I love it when, you know, team rosters don't change much. It gives them a lot of time to have, you know, the chemistry and also work together.
So this is the rundown, and this is the roundabout for week 1, day 1, which is the seeded stage. We will not have the seeded stage tomorrow. So the brackets will be entirely different for tomorrow's games. Because tomorrow is the Challenger stage, where we will be getting the MPL team to go up against a community team. In fact, 2 community teams. As you can see right here for tomorrow's schedule, we will have the teams that will eventually step off. Each of these teams will then play twice. We have RSG that is going up against community team 1 and 2. We will then bring in King's Vanguard to play twice against community team 2, then 1. So it just kind of goes back and forth, right? We've got Kingdom that will be playing, Evil that will be playing, Flash will be playing. In fact, all of them will be playing all 5.
I love this, man. I kind of love this format in a sense where, you know, we always see, you know, the chat being seriously brutal about the Singaporean teams, and now, hey, here's your chance to basically, you know, prove us wrong.
You know what's other than the fact that it's BO1, what's more brutal? That the community team has to play so many games.
Oh yeah, that's where the marathon comes in, right? Because you know, we always, you know, after going to a lot of these tournaments,
preaching about play of stamina.
Yeah,
This is the play of stamina that you are testing.
Yeah, definitely, right? And yeah, on top of being brutal and best of 1, imagine you played like from 11 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m.
Yeah,
non-stop MLBB.
that's 7 hours.
7 hours of MLBB. Can you do it, Abstract?
I don't think I can.
I don't think I can do it.
I don't think I
I'm
can
of
do it.
age. We're of age.
Shut up.
I just love to poke fun at him.
Yeah. It's tough. I will say that for the community team. So technically speaking, in this bracket, the later your game, the better it is.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because you're going up against the community team and then they're just gassing out.
Yeah, but I don't know. That seemed a little bit brutal.
It is.
It is.
That is the
really
case.
brutal.
That is the case.
But that is basically like a really like a taste of it. You know, if you want to be a pro team, this is exactly what you have to go through. Like scrims, 7-hour scrims, in a sense where you have to put your 100%. And I think the weirder, not the weirder part, but like the harder part is you're basically facing against Team Evo and Team Flash nearing the end.
I think one good thing that comes out of this as the casters is the fact that by the end of the Challenger stage, we will probably know more about the community teams than we know about the seeded teams.
Which is
because we watched that game so much times.
Yeah, we got more
information,
more data, more.
Yes.
Yeah, I love data.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, nerd. But you know what else is nerd? Definitely not you guys, because you guys have been watching the entire games and not looking at just statistics and matches and percentage, just and sums, offs, and equals.
VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP.
Yeah, VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, nerd.
Pivot table.
Okay, enough of that. So we're gonna go off, ladies and gentlemen, until tomorrow, because tomorrow, like I said before, it will be the Challenger stage. If you are very interested to see how the community teams is going to fare, tomorrow is the day for you to watch and have some fun.
Yes, Aldous Gold Lane.
What? Aldous Gold.
Aldous Gold Lane.
Aldous Gold Lane.
I'm whispering weird cheese strats coming out, and that was I definitely want to look for that one.
Just don't give me Cyclops cannon.
Cyclops
really.
Jungle.
No. As such, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be signing off MPL SG Season 9, of course, proudly powered by Moonton as well as Pulse Nova Entertainment, with our partners in Esports, Head and Shoulders, as well as SGEA, Singapore Esports Association. And let's not forget about our official venue partner. We've got CapitaLand Mall, where we have got our offline event that is happening in multiple different malls in multiple different weeks. So if you are interested in joining in the live action, make sure you check out our Instagram and take a look at where are the locations going to be at, so that you can prepare yourself and head down to one of these malls, with this week being in Bukit Panjang Plaza. Tomorrow is also going to be in Bukit Panjang Plaza.
Yeah, definitely, right? You want to feel, you know, the excitement live on stage right there. Definitely something that you really want to experience. So hope to see you guys there at the different malls as well, and also, especially tomorrow, if you guys are free.
Yep. With that all said and done, his name is
not Churros.
Not Churros. Not Churros, okay?
I'm not Churros.
Not Churros.
I'm not good enough. I'm not buff like Churros.
Let's grieve together at the same time for the lack of muscles. His Jace, my name's Abstract, and the both of us will see you on the next broadcast. I myself, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.